Well, thank you. My name is Dayna Kovacic, and I am a part of a team submitting in the Cross-Chain Collaboration Challenge. And our proposal is called Cardano plus Ethereum Life-Saving NFTs. So the problem that we have posed is that creatives, it is hard for creatives to get multi-chain awareness for their projects because of lack of resources, lack of cross-chain teams, and lack of strategy to do so. And a lot of times it ends up looking like this in some of the spaces that we all are a part of, whether it's in social media or you know, just different things that we're seeing throughout the world. It's really, it's hard out in these streets, you know. It looks a little like Street Fighter. So with the maximalism, it's really hard for creatives to make sure that everyone can participate. You know, on some chains, it is, there's a lot of visibility. However, there is a cost barrier. On other chains, the cost barrier is not there. However, there isn't as much visibility, and the artists, maybe they're in a country where they can't afford a coin that is higher in pay, so they just their pool of customers are lower. So it's time to work together to see how we can bridge this gap. So a question that I'd like to pose is, Cardano has NFTs? I've heard this so many times in the NFT space. There are people who don't even know we have them yet. And if you can look at some of the numbers that I have here, and these were pulled as of March 15th of this year. And as you can see, Cardano NFTs have only been around since March of last year. We hit our 1-year anniversary, just I believe it was March 10th or March 11th of this year. Cardano Kids was the first NFT project to be deployed. And so it is a milestone, right? But to date, as of March 15th, you know, there's only been a total of 4,671 projects deployed on Cardano so far. And you know, the pool of people who know about our NFTs is still small, and we even could have NFTs deployed before smart contracts. So that's something that people are still gaining awareness about. But then when you look at some of the numbers from some of the other big chains, and especially Ethereum, you know, in January alone, there's only almost 4 billion in sales across, you know, almost 350 unique buyers and 272,000 unique sellers. And so there's an opportunity here for visibility to pair, you know, the strengths of Cardano with our community, with the dependability of the blockchain, with the experience, with some of the experience and the visibility and just the longevity of Ethereum. And so the solution that we are posing today is Barracuda the Movie NFTs. My business partner and I are independent filmmakers, and we want to help bridge the gap for creatives, whether they're an artist or they're in the film industry, trying to bring awareness to their projects. And this ultimately is going to help mass adoption in general. We feel that, you know, if we work together with other chains to build something, that's how we're going to build the most authentic, meaningful relationships in order to kind of break down the walls of maximalism, and that will result in mass adoption. So myself, just a little bit about the team. My name is Dayna. I'm producing this film, and I also come from a background of sales. I have over 14 years sales experience in corporate America, working for some of the world's most recognized brands in consumer product goods. And my strengths were in cross-functional team management, new product launches, and also creative business development. My business partner, he has over 15 years in the film industry, working in TV and film. And so we're the filmmakers, but what we wanted to do was build a very robust NFT team to help us deploy these NFTs. And so what we did was we went out and we spent, time going into spaces, talking to people, understanding who had the skills. And we've built, and we're still building a team with Cardano and Ethereum people. And some of them, are very loyal to their chains, but they're very intrigued at the idea of working together to bring something to the public that will bring awareness to blockchain in general. So the idea is we are going to deploy 2 collections. We're going to do a cross-chain NFT drop. There's going to be 7,777 NFTs in this generative drop launched on Cardano, and then another, the same amount dropped on Ethereum. They're not going to be the same exact NFTs. One will be a version of the car, which is from the outside perspective, and one will be from the inside perspective with some cool things that are going to be going on inside the car. And we are going to have a website that is going to offer the ability for people to purchase our NFTs with fiat. The goal is to do it with fiat, Cardano, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. So, and this is just the start. So in the production of the film, it's over a year's time. When we actually go to launch the film token at the end of the making of the film for the release, we hope to launch on, have the ability to open that up to more chains to be able to purchase and buy. So we're really starting with the basics and working our way up to that. And just to give you a little bit of information about the movie, our film is called Barracuda because obviously you can see the car there, but it's about a young Native American Marine who he suffers with PTSD, and he goes on a cross-country road trip with his Asian Indian, who, like my business partner, Siobhan, cryptocurrency entrepreneur best friend, and they do it in a 1974 Barracuda muscle car. And throughout this journey, they're learning about each other. We're going to be showcasing PTSD and mental health, which is very relevant today in a way that it really hasn't been done on screen in a way that is authentic before. And also we help to showcase real life use cases for blockchain across this journey. And so at the end of the movie, our hero kind of learns a little bit more from his best friend, and he feels empowered, finds a new mission worth living for, and brings back this knowledge to his community to empower them. So that's kind of the basis behind the movie. We're using these NFTs to fundraise for our film, and we're doing it in a number of ways. And so with our cross-chain team, we're also going to have a Discord that will cater to the cross-chain community. And we're going to also have a cross-chain community management arm. And in this, we're going to be throwing different events for holders, whether it's inside of our Discord, or there's opportunities to, win experiences, whether it's being involved in being in the movie, having meet and greets with the cast and crew, and different things of that nature. There is one thing that we thought was very cool. So an incentive to have both NFTs from both chains is when somebody holds an Ethereum and a Cardano NFT, it makes them eligible for special golden ticket NFTs. And this will allow you to fly to the premiere. It will get you some extra special, a ride in the Barracuda. And then also we have been talking with a restorer of classic cars out in Las Vegas, and we are working on possibly giving away a vehicle with holders who have both of these, both Ethereum and Cardano NFTs. So at the end of the movie, when the movie is released, we'll probably be raffling off the car. That is the goal. So there is utility to this all the way through. We're going to be doing a series of drops. So we want it to be something that makes people feel like they are helping us build a film, make a film, and they're with us along the way. They can feel like they are a part of making the film. And in that, we create a community that's no longer I'm Ethereum, I'm Cardano. It's more about I'm a Barracuda community that's helping bring to the world resources for people struggling with mental health and thoughts of suicide, and also bringing awareness to blockchain. So that is our goal. And if you go and look at our proposal on idea scale, you'll see broken out our roadmap for the first 2 series that we're going to be dropping. And further attached, there is an attachment that breaks down our cross-chain team. Our artist is actually from Ethereum. His name is Nightman1 on Twitter. He's known as Anthony as well. And he has a really cool project that is called Stuffy Bennies. He's the creator and artist for that as well. And he's attached to a few other projects in Ethereum that are very high profile. So there's going to be Easter eggs throughout our project of other projects on Cardano and Ethereum. So people are going to feel like this is something that's bringing the community together. And then we also have advisors from both the Cardano and Ethereum spaces, and our developers as well. We have our contracts in development, working with our lawyers right now to make sure that everybody is happy with the terms that we've laid out for the people that are going to be on our team. And so right now we've been interviewing, and we've been working with finding the ideas that are going to be implemented into our website to help with the purchases, and then also the back end and front end development for Cardano and Ethereum. And you can find more about that on the idea scale proposal. And then just to give a broad overview of our film's roadmap in general, and the NFTs that we are going to be deploying. So the ones that have stars next to them, this is really what we're looking to fund with the Catalyst funds that we're asking for. Right now, we're asking for $80,000 to help us make sure that we have enough money to hire the right developers to make sure that this project goes smoothly. We're going to be deploying, the goal is to launch at the end of May, early June, if we need to push it back a little bit. We need to hire and pay the developers a price that they're worthy of, because we're looking for people who know what they're doing, community managers, our marketing team, and then also being able to have the infrastructure like the website built, and the artists that we are hiring, and all of that is broken out on the website as well, the cost wise. So that is what I have for the cross-chain collaboration proposal. So that
you only have about a minute left. I don't know if you want to take questions or not too.
Okay, so that's the full 15 minutes that I did?
Just about, yeah. I was just trying to type a...
Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to type the time warnings to you, but I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, no, I didn't. Yes, so go ahead. There's a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks good. Two things that I just wanted to, and they're just so I can understand more than anything. So they're not a criticism, but I just wanted to know whether you thought about it. Ethereum 2.0 is obviously very expensive in gas fees. There's a lot of layer 2 solutions that you could be using. Have you thought about cross collaborating with layer 2, especially if you're talking about accessibility, rather than with Ethereum? And especially, I mean, I know Ethereum 2.0 keeps getting pushed back, but if that comes, then it makes all of this great. But if it doesn't, then there's a concern, I think, for gas fees there. I don't know if you thought about that. And the other thing is, I just wanted to kind of quickly go to the car restorer thing. I think that's genius, but I think, and this is just me, it's just an opinion and an idea, I think you could gamify that a little bit more. So if you're restoring a car, why don't you do NFTs of the parts like you would in a video game? When you're upgrading the bits of the car, you can then start creating NFTs so that people can see the progression through those NFTs. And that's another potential funding method that you can get and raise a bit more awareness by producing more NFTs as the car gets restored.
May have to stop here.
Sorry, I'll shut up.
It is time for the next person, but you can answer that offline. And thank you so much for presenting. Our next person is going to be Tomi, I think. Is that pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah, it's actually 3 of us. There's Ondrej and Nadia also.
All right, cool. Go for it, and I'll start your timer right now.
All right, Tommy, you're going to put the slides up?
Yeah, I wasn't so ready for them.
Great. So we're here today, the three of us. We're excited to talk about Catalyst GPS, which stands for Global Participation Solution. And that's a little bit of a play on words and a use of the GPS to show that what we're trying to create is something that will be openly useful and accessible, that allows for a lot of agility and flexibility, and can be adopted by the Catalyst community as we grow and adapt together. So specifically, we're in the open source development ecosystem section, a challenge. And where we are proposing the GPS, we are thinking about it like an addition to developing common tools, frameworks, and core infrastructures. So this is something that we're hoping that the community will take on, and we'll have a lot of different use cases and have a lot of different applications. So ultimately, we're hoping to help the community have a workable way to organize and strategize, both proactively and responsibly. And this will be really hopefully applicable to this decentralized environment. So to help us illustrate the need for this proposal, we're going to start by representing some of our current situational challenges in Catalyst. So here's Anna, and Anna's looking out into Catalyst, and she sees a problem bubbling under, and she wants to do something about it. So she tries to share what she's seeing, and then she feels confused and swallowed by the chaos of these different groups and channels and formations. And at the same time that Anna is looking, Daryl is also seeing the same issue, and he feels like he sounds like a broken record. He's always constantly pointing out this issue. He's not able to get traction for his solutions, and so there's a good amount of frustration for Daryl here as well. Across the globe, we have Sasha and Jin. They're wanting to build a new kind of a tool. They're looking for just the kind of problem that Anna and Daryl see, so they have a real application. And if those people could come together, then Tristan and his team would have the missing piece of their puzzle, which could end up being a shared initiative. So all of them have a lot going for them, a lot of wisdom, a lot of brain power. It's what they don't have that separates them from accomplishing their visions and dreams together. They're missing the Catalyst GPS. So the GPS is a global participation solution. It's a versatile, agile strategy framework. And this is a way for engaging our community in complex collaboration towards a common goal. The Catalyst GPS has been designed for this decentralized community by its community members. It's based on proven models and with great consideration of our shared purpose. This proposal will bring the Catalyst GPS to life, and these slides are going to show you why and how we'll do that.
Yeah, thanks, Nadia. So basically, we have another set of slides in the actual proposal. So if you go to idea scale and you look for Catalyst GPS, you will find a bigger slide set with all the details there. So today we just want to highlight certain things. And in the end, I hope we have some room for your questions. And if we don't have time for answers, at least we want to record those questions and get started. We have actually got started already, and Nadia has started certain kind of processes and initiatives and using this kind of lingo already. So things are kind of moving to this direction already. So if you look at this inverted pyramid here, you see the identity, strategic teams, and core perspectives on the top. So this is the strategic part that any organization would benefit of. And what we have done here is taken time-tested solutions like balanced scorecard and strategic thinking and acting and influencing ideas and put them all together and try to see how could this be applied in a global movement like Catalyst. Then the bottom part, that's the objectives and initiatives and user stories. This to some might sound like agile, which it is. So we've taken the agile methodology also and like try to see like what is agile collaborative strategy making. And if you think of this, there's two important sides to it. There's the outcome, which is some sort of a roadmap or GPS coordinates to use together, like this is where we're headed. But even more importantly, there's a process of how do we get there. And that is important because people who are part of the process, they get very engaged and they get to share their perspectives. And even like the best system is, even if your ideas don't get through, you still feel committed because you were part of the process. So those are the two sides. In this model, the change can be driven from both top down and bottom up. So basically, if IOG has something that they need implemented, they can use this framework. Or if we as community come up with certain things like this kind of thing should happen, and this kind of thing should happen, and this kind of thing should happen, and you're like, wait a minute, these three things actually could form an initiative. So then you see it starts from bottom up. This is a framework for temporary opportunities for people to take the lead. And this is scalable from very small problems to larger initiatives. I won't bore you with details, but some terminology comes handy. So when we talk about identity, we talk about purpose, dream, and values. We don't talk about mission and vision because those are confusing. But purpose is the reason for existence. Dream is where do we want to go. And values is what do we stand for, our guidelines. The strategic themes are something that we can decide as a community. And we already have kind of some strategies out there, like we think that focusing on Africa, for example, is important. But we haven't really nailed those down, like these are the 3 things that we want to deliver. That the core functions is something that, for example, George has been thinking about, like what are these perspectives we should be looking at? And we have realized that there are about 4 of them: people and culture, systems and processes, products and services, and outreach and impact, which pretty much cover everything. So if you look at things from the perspective of strategic themes and core functions, then you come to objectives that are measurable statements that are coordinated by a sponsor. Those can be broken down to initiatives that are coordinated by a champion, and those into user stories that are coordinated by an owner. So these are the people who can make it happen. These are not selected by some rigorous democratic process, but these are people who step up to the leadership responsibility and stay in it for a certain duration. For a sponsor, that duration might be 1 year. For a champion, that might be 1 quarter. And for an owner, it could be 3 weeks or 1 month. So you see, this is what we mean that it's very scalable. Ondrej, are you ready?
So get ready to ask us questions, because now we will just summarize what has been said. We believe that people are disconnected, facing challenges on the Catalyst program. There are a lot of discussions which are happening, and they are being repeated in different spaces with different people, but in the end, very little gets done. There are not people which would have the mandate to drive the change in certain direction, and which would have the opportunity to take the leadership and emerge as somebody who is giving the hope and future direction for the community. And we believe that the solution is to build a collaborative approach, which will help us visualize this, will help us visualize why we exist, where we are heading, what we want to achieve, and how we might get there. So anyone, you, me, and everyone on Catalyst can see where they fit into the ecosystem. Thank you very much for listening. We are happy to take your questions. Also contact us in Discord if you are interested in collaborating with us.
You guys have about 5 minutes left. A little bit
And
more.
maybe before we open it for the questions, introductions of the team. I have been in Catalyst for about 1 year and or a bit more than a year, and I'm a VCA and other things. And Ondrej joined as a agile master. He has design thinking, those kind of things, and then everyone knows Nadia. But Nadia is basically bringing this facilitation perspective and this improvement of processes perspective. And he, like I said, she's already started this kind of approach. So, as I mentioned, we appreciate your questions, and we would at least like to hear the questions if we don't have time to answer all of those.
I'll go quickly. I'm always asking questions. I'm a journalist, so you're always going to get a question from me. Is this, and forgive me if I'm being stupid, is this going to replace, and please say yes, IdeaScale, or is this to work with IdeaScale? How does it kind of fit into the current system? Is it kind of an add-on? Because presumably if you want people to see where they fit and stuff, it would be good to have that kind of spreadsheet that the community assessors have to go through. That would be nice to see where we fit, and obviously engender more collaboration, right?
Yeah, so if this is going to replace IdeaScale, probably not, but one of the initiatives inside of this might be replace IdeaScale, and then you can use this framework to drive that change.
It's more of like a method and approach for people to get together and organize themselves and mobilize around different challenges that we're seeing, so that we overcome the chaos that is a decentralized environment when we need to work together on things where we want to come together. So it's a little bit of a, sometimes it's complex to understand how to do that. And so I put the slides in the chat. If you're interested in it, it really breaks that out and it'll give you a more full picture.
Thank you for the question. Anything else? We still have 3 minutes, I guess. So basically what we are delivering as part of this first proposal is the framework based on the input and feedback we gather from the community. Sorry. Learning materials, and then the first cohort of people who want to take this up. So that is still up in the air, whether that's going to be like all the circle members who ever existed, or all the CAs, or all the VCs, or whatever. But most likely it will be based on whoever feels the need to get trained in this kind of more strategic thinking.
Victor.
Thanks, guys, for the presentation. I just wanted to ask if there is like a continuation plan after you deliver this framework. Do you like want to create a platform, something like that? Do you foresee a kind of business model for the future? Or what are your plans in this regard?
Yeah, one step at a time. So of course this can be scaled up to nth degree. This, you can even take like those perspectives. For example, you can take people and culture team and create that, or you can take systems and processes team and bring those in, or whatever. So there's a lot of things that you can, a lot of approaches that you can take after this, but we are not ready to go ahead of ourselves. We want to implement this first, and based on what the community thinks that this should be used on, we will then take the next steps.
Dayna.
Hello. This is like the proposal of my dreams.
Awesome.
Yeah, well, and first of all, I just wanted to know, I know you're getting together your cohort to put all this stuff together. I'd like to offer, you know, I'm not saying I want to manage or lead anything, but if you're putting a focus group together, I'd love to be a part of it, just because I don't know if this is, I don't know if this is just for leadership in Catalyst, or if you're taking feedback from just participants, because that's what I would consider myself, just a participant, just a newbie participant, and just my overall feedback that I've already shared with Nadia and you and a number of people, because I've had to create my own documents to keep everything within the ecosystem straight myself. And if I'm trying to talk to normal, everyday, average people about what this is and where all the tools are and all of the things to help people be successful, like I've kind of, I've shared some of that stuff with Nadia already, but even from, the human resources part of it, just understanding like when conflicts arise and all of that. So I'm not saying I want to lead anything. Oh man.
We may have to stop there.
Yeah, focus group.
But it sounds
awesome.
like that went pretty awesome.
We are a team of 4 now.
I
wanted to say too, feel free to reach out to each other in direct messages too. We're going to find a lot of things that really mesh with our own proposals and our own projects, and making those connections here is really important.
So hi everyone. I'm here today to present a bunch of proposals, all of them related to Adatar, Adatar.me. For those of you who don't know about this project yet, we actually built already this website called Adatar.me, and our idea is to create like Avatar for Ada wallets, is to have more like kind of profiles for different people associated to different wallets, to make it more like human friendly to transfer not only ADA but any kinds of assets inside Cardano and possibly other blockchains as well. Because we know if we want to reach the whole world and bring them into blockchain, we don't want people like copy pasting like ADDR1 addresses. This is not like user friendly, and this is one step in bringing blockchain and the whole ecosystem close to the public as a whole. So the proposals I'm going to show today, they are actually a continuation of a already funded and completed project, which back then was called Gravatar for Ada wallets. It's a proposal from Fund 7. Let me share here these slides with you so you can check the links if you'd like to. Just 1 second. Yeah, it's in the chat. So we had this proposal submitted in Fund 7. We got funded some months ago, I would say 3-4 months ago, to develop the solution. And we've launched it ahead of schedule on February 4th this year. The website is online already, and there are some presentations out there that you can see as well, like during Gimbal Labs Playground, the closeout report that we sent to IoT, and a Q&A that Matthias presented in a town hall a couple weeks ago as well. And currently we support NAMI, CC, actually now Eternal. It used to be CC Vault and Flint Wallets. And I'm going to open the website very quickly just to show you how it is before.
Hey guys, it looks like the breakout rooms are going to close in a minute. We might need to remake.
Okay, so just continue with the presentation. This is the website that we've launched almost a couple months ago now. And as you can see, the visual identity was not ready by then. So this is like a standard that we got somewhere. But since then, we had a designer working with us. He built basically all the visual identity for the project. But all the functionalities that we've described in our proposal in Fund 7 are here already. You can sign up, you can like look for people. You can find me here. You can even find Cardano. He's here as well. If you want to send him some money. And yet you can also see how many people joined our platform as well, supported wallets, our roadmap, and a FAQ as well. So continue with the presentation. Now we've submitted some continuation proposals in Fund 8 because we want to improve the platform and the product and make it better, more accessible, and to reach out to more people. So the first proposal is Adatar Adatar.me to NFTs. Basically, we want to morph everything that's in Adatar website into NFTs. Not everything, but the connection between the data, because we cannot, for example, add personal data into the blockchain because these would not be allowed by regulations about data privacy and everything, but we want to connect, and in this way we would allow people to like buy and sell different avatars if they, for example, bought a really popular name, really common name, they could sell it to other people. And the idea is to allow people to mint NFTs directly from our website, and at the same time morph the already existing Adatars into NFTs as well. Another one is to build an address book for Adatar, because at least me personally, every time I need to talk to people and ask them again what their wallets are, because I don't like have a place to store them. And if we have an address book somewhere, it would be much more easier to manage these and to find people and to add and remove as well. And especially because in Adatar, we don't have only a name and an address, we can add pictures as you've seen, we can add descriptions, links to website. So this makes it much more easier to identify who owns that address and that name and that Adatar specifically. Another proposal is the website widget, which is under the open source developer ecosystem. And the whole idea behind this proposal is to create a widget that other projects, other websites, any kind of website could embed into their dApps, into their platforms, and they could accept payments or donations, or for example, a really good use case for this widget would be for that kind of projects that say, hey, send exactly this amount of ADA to this address, and then you will receive a NFT in return. For example, someone could set up a widget to send exactly that amount of ADA or any other cryptocurrency or asset to a specific address, and this whole process would be automated. The final user wouldn't have to like copy paste an address and write exactly that amount of ADA and transfer. So this would be much easier as well. And something that we are currently lacking in our team is like marketing and growth expertise. Our idea was to create this project and deliver a good product for the community and let it like grow organically. But the growth so far has been slower than what we were expecting. We could have, for example, taken some decisions and try to market it ourselves better. And we are trying to do so, but we don't have the expertise actually to do that. So the idea behind this proposal is to onboard someone who has this expertise and could help us grow faster and basically build and execute the growth strategy for the project for Adatar.me. There is another one, which is to build an open API for the product, for the platform, because we want to provide everything that we provide in our website to be also accessible by other dApps and other websites, like address book, search for Adatars, let's say even minting new Adatars could be there. And also if projects want to allow their own users to create their own profiles, they could use Adatars as well, instead of like building everything from scratch again. And the last one is actually a set of different proposals, because once we've built this whole framework, it would be very easy for us to just like accept and import or configure these to connect with different like light wallets from different blockchains, like the wallets that we can download as add-ons in our browsers. So we submitted a bunch of proposals in the cross-chain collaboration challenge to add support to, for example, Ripple, Solana, Atoms, Polkadot, Bitcoin itself, Ethereum, and some other blockchains as well. And I think this is the final one. And this is something that our designer came up with. I'm not sure if we are getting there, like heavy marketing, subways and metros, but just an idea. And thank you. If you want to access our website and also LogSync website, we are a group of developers who are building different projects within the Cardano ecosystem. You can check them out there and get in touch with us. Thanks.
That was really good. I've got a question. It might be a slightly selfish one because it involves my project, but would you guys be interested in making like how-to videos for your stuff and like hosting them on our platform as a way of kind of connect them and like show people what's available within the ecosystem?
Sure. Actually, we've got a how-to already in our closeout report. It's just a how-to to the existing features, but we could like make one tailor-made for, because we had to do this very quickly because we need to be like up to 5 minutes long to be able to include in the closeout report, but we could make like a step-by-step. And even later when we have this open API and we get working, we could make other how-to videos as well.
Yeah, and it could just be like a how to use Adatar course in the blockchain learning center, and people can be like, oh sweet, what's that? And it could just be a free one that like kind of connects back.
Yeah,
that'd be really sweet.
Yeah, Tamer.
I was gonna ask the avatars, are they avatars? Are they actual physical avatars as well, or is it just an avatar wallet image, as it were? So would you create an avatar that would be cross-chain? That's because you're talking about cross-chains and avatar ADA wallets and stuff. So would that avatar be visible when you go across multi-chains? Would it be the same image you see, or is there restrictions on that?
Yeah, the idea is to be the same avatar, but for example, in the future we might add, for example, Victor at ADA. This would be one address. Victor at BTC would be a different address, but the profile would be the same.
And is there any movement on building the avatar out into something more than an image? So like a customizable character that you, like in Roblox or Minecraft or something like that, where you create your own avatar?
Yeah, actually, it's not limited to images. You can add GIFs here as well, even small videos. And you can customize, for example, adding descriptions using emojis and then kind of characters. And in the future, yeah, the idea is to transform this into a whole profile page, not just like this little box. You would be able to customize your own profile page.
Okay,
awesome.
cool.
So it'd almost be like a social network a little bit.
Yeah, like a link tree or something like that, but for your crypto assets, right?
Yeah.
So will you guys also kind of allow them to say they wanted to like make all these into NFTs on every network that allows it? You could just make like an NFT in Ethereum and Cardano and Solana for the same avatar?
Our first idea was actually to have the NFTs only in the Cardano network, because this way we would benefit the Cardano network instead of benefiting other networks. And it makes more sense because it's like cheaper and easier to have CNFTs than other kinds of NFTs. And also, I didn't mention this before, but to mint a Adatar, it costs 5 ADA, and we are only going to accept ADA as payment to create the NFT. So if anyone wants to create an Adatar in Solana, for example, they would have to have a ADA wallet and pay 5 ADA to do so.
I think the appeal that I can see for doing it in all the networks, or for allowing people to have these avatar NFTs in like all the networks, would be having that kind of cross-pollination, like attracting people from other networks and kind of showing them, hey, Cardano does this too. Might be beneficial, but it definitely would be more expensive. Gas fees are huge.
Yeah, it's not our first goal. Maybe could be down the road in our roadmap, but we're not aiming for it right now. But yeah, good idea. I'll add it to the list. Yeah, Dani.
Unmute. So to the point of the cross chain, I have a question about, so you're not deploying on other chains right now, but you said that it is in the plans to, right now you're only in Cardano wallets, but are you going to have, what's the timeline for possible integration into like agnostic wallets with the Cardano?
For
Avatar.
agnostic wallets, I would
So like,
say
so
that
like,
needs to it.
So like if you like a trust or a MetaMask or whatever, if I wanted to hold, because you can hold Cardano in there, will I be able to use one day my avatar in those wallets that already support Cardano?
Yeah, it would. Maybe I think Ganesh is here. Maybe he could answer this even better than me. Are you here, Ganesh?
Hey, Richard. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Right. So when it comes to other chains, I guess, firstly, the integration would be with what you can think of like as MetaMask. That's for ETH. And such browser-based wallets. The fundamental aspect still there is that they come to Adatar, which is basically based out of Cardano. When you create something on Adatar, you essentially make a transaction of paying the 5 ADA on the Cardano blockchain. And as collaboration with other chains at this point, I think the first step would be to enable transactions with browser wallets.
All right, and that is our time. So
thanks, Ganesh. Thanks, David. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. So we're going to hand it off to Tamer. Take it away.
Hello. Okay. Right. Checkpoint. I'm going to share my screen in a second, but I'm just going to give you a very quick overview. There's a lot here. So I'm going to show you a 3-minute video. It's a very badly thrown together video that we edited just to kind of get something out there initially. So please don't judge me on it. And we will, and then what I'll do is I'll try to dig into the things that I think are interesting. We've got 9 proposals in this fund and all focusing on very different thing. Paul, who is in here, give us a wave, Paul.
Hello, everyone.
Paul is the co-founder and designer. So all of the kind of the digital, the art style, the language, the digital language that we've used is all Paul. But I'll run this video. I hope the video sound works. I'm going to share my desktop and there's a lot to get through. So I'm going to shut up now and play this. Oh, that's not coming through with the audio. If it's good enough, I'll just, can you guys see my screen? Yeah. I might just play the audio up, and if you can hear it well enough, I'll put the mic next to a speaker, and I'll just let it play that way.
I could hear it.
Oh yeah, we can hear it.
Checkpoint will change.
Oh, what's going on here? Can you hear it?
Not now.
Okay, something's going on here. Let's try one more time.
Welcome to Checkpoint. Checkpoint will change the way we interact.
Oh, you know what? We'll do it on the browser. I think it's because it's playing through. What's it playing through? QuickTime. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. We will do this a different way. And if I can find a way to make this, excuse all of the windows that are open that I've been trying to prepare everything for, which hasn't worked, obviously. Oh, right. Hold on.
Oh, don't worry. If issues happen, they always happen during the live demo of things.
I mean, it's unbelievable, right? Can you guys see my screen now? You should be on our YouTube channel. Can you see the YouTube channel?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, right, here we go. Let's try this again. And now we can't hear anything here.
To Checkpoint. Checkpoint will change the way we interact with the internet.
That's perfect.
And the content available. Checkpoint's objective is to become one of the first brands in the world to utilize Web 3.0 and the multiverse, as well as the blockchain, to integrate all of our content into one seamless user experience, regardless of how the user connects, whether that's through a VR headset, through a phone, or otherwise. Checkpoint consists of multiple touch points. It offers fully interactive digital magazines, podcasts, videos, VR, and more. Checkpoint takes social themes such as big data, historical storytelling, educational elements, and looks at the way in which they're treated in video games. Checkpoint takes deep dives into these subject matters, drawing interviews from people across the varying industries and exploring the video games' connections to those industries. The Kids magazine is a kids platform for kids by kids, in which Checkpoint encourages children to share their experiences of their favorite games. The Kids magazine offers a variety of different information, activities, puzzles, and much more for children to explore and learn. We also have free podcasts that are for grown-ups and for children, all of which are safe for work and suitable for the whole family. Checkpoint has also launched its bedtime stories, and these stories are aimed at children between the ages of 3 and 11. They take you on an ethereal journey through your favourite video games and have proved to help children and grown-ups to fall asleep quickly. Checkpoint also provides free learning materials for schools and for home learning. These learning materials adhere to the national curriculum targets and provide clear assessment objectives which teachers will be familiar with. The lesson plans are built from the ground up and have already been deployed successfully in schools across the United Kingdom. Checkpoint has also built an already accessible and market-ready multiverse. This will be the brand's future access point for all of its content. From here, you'll be able to engage with content online. It also works as a community space, so you can bring in friends and speak to other members of the community, redefining message boards and forums for a new era. And finally, Checkpoint is launching NFTs. These non-fungible tokens will be the community's way to engage with us in a way that they could never before. Although Checkpoint has an array of content to choose from to put forward as NFTs, it will focus initially on its trading cards. So why not join Checkpoint on its journey to take us to the next level of editorial content on Web 3.0 and the blockchain? All of our content is free, and you can check out all of it on checkpointhub.info.
So that's a very quick explainer video of what it is. Now, there's a lot to unpack there, as you probably gathered. There's multiverses, there's NFTs, there's lesson plans, there's learning materials, there's magazines, there's podcasts. So I'm happy to kind of be directed by you guys if there's stuff that you want to know more about. I've got everything ready to share. Well, I hope I do, if it doesn't fail again, magazines and whatnot. So if there's stuff that you guys want to talk about, then we're here to take your answers. But basically what we're doing is we're taking a Web2, we're a media production outlet. We have a number of kind of outlets, magazines, podcasts, everything else that we do that we own. They're Web2, we're taking them to Web3. We believe the games industry are a little bit stupid for not picking this up a lot sooner, seeing as it's their language, and I don't know why they're not doing it. And so we're showcasing what we can do in that world. Everything that you see is free. Just some top figures. We've got about 150,000 readers on our magazines. We've got about 4.5 million downloads on our bedtime stories since we launched a year ago. All has been done with no promotion, no PR, nothing like that. Our lesson plans are built, I was explaining earlier to the group, they're analog lessons for digital literacy. So we use analog techniques, so teachers don't need to have high-tech equipment or computers or internet access. They can use the cultural capital that video games bring, and they're really there to show children that video games isn't just about being a YouTuber. You know, there are millions of jobs in the games industry, from writing to designing to marketing to legal stuff to QA to, I mean, name it, it's there in the industry. So that's what Checkpoint is about. Our funding model is complicated in the sense that there's a lot of things that we're working on. You know, and one of the things that we want to do, the primary thing that we want to do, is kind of make the multiverse ubiquitous access. So what does that mean? You can access it on any device, whether it's a mobile phone, you don't need a headset, a browser, or what have you. We have two tokens. Well, we have one token that we minted called the loading token, which we're writing the smart contract for. But our whole thing is about giving back. And the reason that I mention that is because we've got something called the engage to earn model. So what we do is we reward our token holders with dividend payments from any advertising campaigns that we will get, for example, in the magazine. A percentage of that money will come back. Some of it will go to buying back the tokens. Some of it will go to distribute as stable coin, as dividends effectively to our users. We have a utility model as well. The utility model will see how which is a separate token. The utility model will see how it's like an in-game currency like Robux or V-Bucks or any of that kind of stuff. So it's not there to moon, it's there to facilitate sales of our NFTs and our other elements that we can't really talk about. So that's the idea, is to, and anybody who does a lot of engagement with that will see the kind of the wallet turnover, and then we'll be able to reward them with more NFTs and more content. I mean, we create content, that's what we do. So we don't have to be giving away tokens or fluctuating the price of the token, and we've got a much bigger revenue model, obviously, from a media organization, where we can sell advertising in the multiverse and the magazines and the podcasts and the websites and what have you. Our NFTs are really cool, and they evolve. So the idea is that when you buy them, you'll get a base set of cards, 1 to 3 stars. What I'll do is actually I'll call up some stuff that I'll share with you now. And the idea is, excuse me, with the NFTs, by the way, I've got COVID, so if I'm a bit coughy, please forgive me. The idea with the NFTs is that they will evolve in a way that is, I'm just going to kind of bring it up here. So we have a set number of cards, a base card, which everybody gets. It'll be 1 star, 2 star, or 3 star. Each of the cards has an opportunity to evolve. So if you trade the card, it could evolve from 1 star to 2 star, and then from 2 star to 3 star. It's all random. We don't know how it works, but 80% of the cards will be 1 star cards. 15% of the cards will be 2 star cards, base cards, and the last 5% will be 3 star cards. Now, you might think, well, actually, yeah, 80% of the cards are 1 star, but actually the beauty of this is people keep trading them. Then the 1 star card that is the 1 star that hasn't been traded then becomes much more desirable, because everybody's traded and the cards have evolved. So that's one of the things that we're doing within the NFT place. And I can actually quickly show you, if you want, what they look like, what the NFT cards look like. If I can quickly show you. So this is just one example. This is an older example of what we've done, but that's what they'll look like. So there'll be a parallax effect in the card. These will all be accessible also in the multiverse. So you'll be able to access these cards. There'll be a version of them for you to trade in the multiverse. The multiverse is not something that I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about, because it's already there. If you've got an Oculus headset, you can go visit it. But yeah, that's kind of the base thing with Checkpoint. I know I'm running through all of this stuff, and I just want to make sure that we've got the metaverse, and that's kind of our main focus points: the metaverse, infotainment, education, and NFTs. We've worked with some amazing people already, and more people to announce as we're kind of working. I come from a background in the games industry, so I'll actually take you to the team page, seeing as everybody's been talking about their team, which might be quite good to show you. That's our team. There's Paul, there he is, that beautiful man, and everybody else that's involved in the team. So we've got our legal counsel, Andrew is responsible for the sale of Minecraft to Microsoft. So, and he's one of the top crypto lawyers in the world. San is a game developer. He worked on games like Burnout, Paradise. He was the executive producer on Burnout Paradise, and his team have worked across the games industry for SSX and SSX Tricky, and he's the guy that's built the multiverse. So we are very close. That's why we've chosen that multiverse, because it's a final product. Simon Tucker, he works from a broadcasting technological background. Paul and I obviously in background, and then Vita, who's our rock. He helped launch Somnium Space, if you guys know Somnium Space VR, what the first kind of VR project in the world in VR. And our magazines, I'm just going to quickly, I know that I'm running through this because I just want to give you guys enough chance to kind of ask questions, but I'm just going to quickly show you the magazines because I think it works better if you guys can actually see them. So this is our kids magazine, for example. All of our magazines are interactive. We will never advertise to children. So advertising will never, ever happen for children. But I just want to show you, we keep the children in the magazine. We have animated front covers. So we create these kind of beautiful front covers for the kids to kind of enjoy. This also works on the main magazine, which I'll show you in a second as well. So the kids get their magazine and they get all the stuff in it, and they can interact with everything. So they can click on anything. You can listen to audio if you want to listen to audio in here. So every piece piece of content in the magazine is supported by audio or video. Kids for kids by kids, so we give the kids the magazine and we get them to write and create content for it. We also showcase games that are relevant for children. We've got all the interactivity here as well, so we've got little challenges, little did you know facts, little videos to support all the content that we do. It'll pop up in a minute once it loads. There it is. And you know, and that's what we do for the kids. We also link them directly to our learning materials. We take the stuff that they do in school and we showcase what they've done here. They spoke to the European Space Agency, so they actually spoke to the guy that was flying the solar orbiter around the sun at the actual European Space Agency's headquarters. So they were talking to him, which was good. And that's the interview there you can see with the guys who use Kerbal Space Program, Kerbal Space Program, the game, to learn about actual space, which was amazing. So that's what we do with the kids. And the main magazine is very similar in that sense. And we've got, you know, a whole library of stuff here as well, which we've got, which I'll just quickly show you one of our issues, which big data is a good one we can quickly kind of run through as soon as it's downloaded. But again, these are all fully interactive magazines that you can kind of access and you know, get involved with. They're deep dives, thought-provoking, big data in games. You know, you've got audio documentaries that support all of this stuff, so you can listen to it. So why Cardano? Cardano because we're free. We're a free product. We are altruistic. We want everybody to benefit. And yeah, I suppose I'll just open it up. I'll just shut up there because there's actually too much for them.
That is the time. So
sorry.
Good timing though. I mean, you got your presentation like right into the slot.
Well, I didn't mean to. I meant to shut up before then, but there we go.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. No, it's fine.
All right. Well, our next one is going to be Simon. And are you here right now, Simon? With direct ed donations and scholarships?
Yes. It's under the different name.
Ah, okay. I'll hand it over to you. You got 15 minutes. Go for it.
Hey, wait, David, at 10 minutes, can you maybe like put your hand up?
I've been typing out 5-minute warnings.
Yeah, in the chat, it's kind of hard for a speaker to like see the chat while they're speaking if they're navigating through their screen to show stuff. This is just a recommendation.
That's fair. I will actually just interrupt and say 5 minutes left. So sorry about that. Been experimenting, but you go ahead and have your presentation.
Yes. Okay. Let me just share my screen here and slideshow. Okay. Oh, okay. I think it works. Great. So I'm presenting directed, and this is we have two proposals, one in dApps and integrations and one in self-sovereign identity. And we're actually a proposal from Fund 6 originally, but we'll get to what we've done since then. So the problem is you have tons of money, $2.2 billion every year in official development aid to education to Africa annually. There's a lack of transparency. There are millions lost to corruption. You have a lot of funds going to low impact causes, and you have very little feedback and engagement in terms of what are the results of these donations. Another problem is that education is failing to prepare students for the digital revolution in Africa. So one of the things that we discovered since we first applied for funds is that a lot of university graduates in East Africa come out with skills that are not suited for the labor market generally. But in particular, there is a high demand for digital skills and programmers. So this is something that we kind of pivoted more towards. When it comes to our solution, well, it's scholarships using Cardano smart contracts, combining ATALA Prism, community building in the kind of DAO and very typical crypto fashion, along with course content that is tailored to the market's needs. So there are a lot of moving parts here, but the main idea is to use the transparency and the cost efficiency of crypto, along with conditionality, which helps both the students get predictability in terms of if I actually take up the scholarship, I do my work, I study well, I'll be able to get scholarship payouts. But also in terms of the donorship side, me as a donor, I'll have some assurance that the money is going to not just the person, the student, but also the student kind of have some, there's some assurance that the student needs to satisfy certain requirements before they can get all of the funds. But then, yeah, and then on top of that, we believe that the current model of charity doesn't really add much value to the person giving money. So because you're kind of sending away some paycheck, and then you don't get feedback, you don't have a sense of a community or yeah, just a relationship to whoever you are helping out. And then lastly, we believe that impact evaluation and well, just being able to get feedback essentially on what is actually happening on the ground is crucial. So that's why we are planning to work both directly with industry, but also with sort of academic advisors and various stakeholders to ensure that the funds actually go to something that is meaningful. And as I highlighted before, one of those things is, for example, ICT training. But to give you a bit of a more concrete idea of what we plan to do, students, oh wait, actually, how am I doing on time?
You have 10 minutes left. I was raising my hand because I have a question later.
Okay, lovely, good to know. So first step, students or in schools, they get their decentralized identifiers and crypto wallets. Next step, we are the ones who prepare and write the smart contracts, and we do this per school and intended course of study. So that could be, so right now we have 2 partnership schools, and one in Addis Ababa and one in Nairobi. So we would say that there's one smart contract for the one Kagumo High School in Nairobi, and this scholarship would be for, let's say, JavaScript or something, or perhaps even Glow, the DApp programming language that they're working on. You then have donors who can send funds to this smart contract, kind of like, you can imagine like a liquidity pool on a DEX, or that's what we are picturing at least. So you can have certain choices, you send the funds and you receive a donor NFT. The students then, well, if they are interested, they can use their verifiable credentials that contain kind of grades and various, well, information about them, including which high school they are at and their perhaps attendance statistics, but most likely probably just some information regarding their grade performance. And then the top students are selected by the smart contract based on these, whatever data we're able to put in there. So this actually means that if there aren't enough funds, for example, to finance the scholarship for all students that are doing well, then there might be some randomization here. And the reason for this is that we don't really think that it's that's useful to discriminate between a student who scores like 92 on an exam or 90 on an exam, but rather it makes more sense to say that, well, okay, if you're above, let's say 80, you're doing quite well, beyond that point, it's really hard for us to use that kind of information in the grades to separate the best students. So randomization is one method. Another method is to actually let the donors that we mentioned before participate in a sort of democratic fashion in the selection beyond grades, because it's about knowing, well, it's about assessing a person a bit more and like looking at more qualitative aspects. So that's something that we could look into. Disbursements are then made to students upon meeting certain milestones, and that just means that they have to provide verifiable credentials showing that they have, for example, attended university, they've completed certain coursework, and if it's digital, like a MOOCs or some kind of online thing, then we are hoping to integrate that. Lastly, if funds are, well, if they don't meet the milestones, then part of the funds can be returned to the donors. So, you know, if you as a student don't fulfill your part of the contract, then the donor can be sure that the funds are not just going to be, you know, stuck there, but they get the money back essentially. So we do imagine this. It's kind of like a product in the sense that me as a donor, I'm buying impacts. But then I also expect to have the impact that I'm quote unquote buying. So deliverables, I'm not going to mention that much, except I'd just like to highlight that we have 2 partnership high schools and 2 universities. So one is Kenyatta University in Kenya that we're informally still talking with. And another one is in Addis Ababa. It used to be called Kotebe Metropolitan University, but they're changing the name now. And we have recruited advisors and team members and are about to finish Plutus Pioneers and ATALA Prism Pioneers programs. And there are some other sort of deliverables. When it comes to roadmap, we're hoping to work on the donor platform UI. We both have, there's quite many parts here going on, but hope to finish the platform donor platform UI in Q3, and then the university platform UI and smart contracts by the end of the year at least. Here's the team, so it's quite a lot of people. Most of us are working part-time, but we're hoping to, at least Rohan, who's going to be the main smart contract CTO, he will be working full-time on this, and we're probably going to recruit some people to help us out with marketing and stuff like that. So I'll just hand it over to questions now. Hopefully we'll have some minutes left.
Wow, you guys are doing a lot. You have 5 minutes left, by the way.
Okay, great.
I just wanted to clarify. So you guys are making an education platform, courses, a means to distribute funds via smart contract to students, kind of scholarship platform. Is that right? All those things?
I wouldn't say that we're an education platform. We are primarily a scholarship platform or donations platform.
Gotcha.
So we hope to integrate with education providers. We're not going to be providing the education per se.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Part 2 of my question was one of the things that we're working on is developing a like physical location where people can come learn about workshops and stuff. And I'd love to talk to you guys later about getting information that we could offer to people that are coming to attend workshops in our physical locations, like telling them how they can get set up with scholarships and maybe even the people on our online site as well about that.
Right. Yeah, sounds great. I guess here are some current challenges that you might wonder about. Or actually, there are more questions, perhaps. I don't know, Tamer, Danya.
Dayna, do you want to go first?
Sure, yeah. Well, you kind of, I'm looking to see that I'm looking on this page and seeing some of my questions being answered, but also I had a comment so your platform's more for raising funds for scholarships. Do you think that there's, and this is just going to be deployed in Ethiopia at this time, or is it going to be something that's going to be available like across countries or anywhere?
At the moment, we're starting with Ethiopia because of the government deal with the Ministry of Education, but we did also choose to work in Nairobi in Kenya because it is a place where IOG is working and it has a very high crypto adoption, and we think that there's potential there.
Okay. Is there, have you guys thought about, so in addition to scholarships, would there be an interest in possibly having funding for like private tutors? Because if there's only rewards for kids who are doing exceptionally well versus kids who have outside influence or things that are affecting their ability to get good grades. And if there was support for them to possibly have extra help to help them overcome that hurdle or barrier, that might be interesting. And you could put mechanisms in place or requirements in place that could be put in that smart contract, like, okay, you know, attendance or like whatever the requirements would be according to the school for that extra help. But I think that in countries that are, you know, I mean, any country, I know even here, there's a lot of kids that are being left behind in the school system because they don't have the ability to, they don't have a nice environment to learn and get ahead.
Yeah, actually, so one of the key things, we're running pilots now, but the main idea that we had was to work in areas like poorer areas of these countries. So not in the main cities, but rather areas where we have students where the economic barriers is what's stopping them from continuing on. But I do believe that it's quite important, and we're thinking really hard about how to adjust for people's background and ability to succeed as well.
I think there might be some great potential in America to do that too. We have a huge working poor contingency here in America. It's like 100 million people who are really close to that. And I might be able to help connect you with some groups. We have some good groups helping the working poor survive here in this area that we could probably directly connect you with if you wanted to start doing some outreach here on helping students in tough spots.
So Tamer, you had a question?
No, it was answered. Dayna asked, it was basically about whether or not there was a way to provide scholarships for people that didn't get over a certain grade. If you're able to identify those that are high achievers, then surely you'd be able to identify those that need help, which from that funding, then you can create some kind of infrastructure to help, you know, with tutoring. That was, but you've answered that, so it's all good.
Right. Yeah, I think ultimately it is, the big picture vision is about changing how charity and official development aid is being done. So I mean, every year we're talking about around $50 billion going to Africa, and a lot of this just goes to the wrong pockets, as in corrupt officials, leaders of the countries. We started with education because we think it is the easiest thing to start with, to showcase the transparency aspects. But what we do hope is to build a more general infrastructure for charity and official development aid to get rid of these issues. Like, I mean, just most recently.
We are at time.
Yeah, okay.
But you can probably keep talking, I'd imagine, at the end of this. It's okay.
Right. Yeah. So I just wanted to say that when the US pulled out of Afghanistan, there was a lot of money that just had disappeared. Like a lot of money was sent in, and it was supposed to go to certain causes, but then that didn't happen. So that's the kind of big real target if we look like long term. We think that this project has a lot of potential in terms of like showcasing the benefits of Cardano and onboarding and creating trust in crypto as well. So there are a lot of like side benefits.
Okay, let's, Victor, do you think, are we supposed to merge into the big room at this point?
Yeah, there is going to be a closeout speech by Aidan, and then we can move back here if people want to continue talking or anywhere else.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you all the presenters. I'll see you in the main room.
Yes, and please reach out if you have ideas, and follow us on Twitter as we.
I shared some contact information in a direct message with you as well.
Oh, right. Okay. Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good work on your presentations as well. They're all awesome. Thank you.
Back at you.
Okay.
All right. Welcome to room number 3. Today we'll have 3 presentations from 3 different proposers. And then we'll have a short break, and then we'll have a second video covering 3 more proposers after the break. So we'll get started right now. So I'll invite Mr. Chaos to the stage. You have 10 minutes to present, and then we'll have 5 minutes for Q&A. I'll be keeping track on my phone and do a little timer. So we will try to keep it sharp to the 15-minute point, so everyone has a chance to give their proposals and everything, and have time for Q&A. So if you want to get started, if you want to share your screen, you can do that. Otherwise, you can just jump right in.
Yeah, let me share my screen. I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yep, looks good. Yeah.
All right. So hi everyone, I'm Abhi. My Discord handle is Chaos. I'm working on a proposal and I would like to present here. Thank you for your time. So the proposal itself is for a open source non-profit basic income protocol, which would be powered by identity on ATALA Prism. So when we talk about basic income, we have to talk about how do we fund a basic income program. So this is a mechanism to fund a basic income program while also providing real world utility. And of course, we'll talk more about the protocol and its utility. So essentially, as a user, I would have a mobile app, which I would be able to download to claim my universal basic income. And as a user, as a DeFi interacting user, I would be able to interact with the protocol. And the protocol itself would invest its treasury into other DeFi projects and other yield farming and liquidity services to essentially generate revenue. So as a user, just we'll come to the design again, but to talk quickly a little bit more about the protocol. So the protocol has 2 core elements. The first element is, of course, the mobile app and the mobile wallet, which distributes the basic income. The second is the DeFi element of the protocol, which is the reserve currency protocol. Now, the reserve currency protocol has 2 main tokens. There is a ECC token, which is CPI pegged. Now, CPI is consumer price index. So essentially, it's a way for us to, over time, track inflation independent of, embedded in the design of the token itself. So what this creates is a way for you to hedge inflation over time by storing assets in a CPI peg token. And the mandate of the protocol is to keep the peg. The second token, which is ECS, is the share token, which allows you to interact with the utility and the governance of the protocol. Now, voting and governance would happen through voted escrow NFT, which is essentially a staked NFT that you get when you stake ECS token into the protocol. And this would tie into your digital identity that you have over in the mobile wallet, allowing humans to interact with the protocol and sort of restricting the use of the protocol to humans. So the idea of the protocol we will build on Mupenda, which is the new side chain that has been built for Cardano, and we will bridge verification and identity over with Prism. Mupenda is a EVM compatible sidechain, which gives us a lot of opportunity to get development started much easily. Transaction costs will be a lot lower, and you can still use wrapped or tokenized Mupenda as your fee. On the mobile wallet side, of course, the primary purpose of the app is to provide basic income, which would be, if you imagine a way to claim as an action on the app, and then that token moves to your own wallet, which would be a Web3 wallet. And of course, we would be paying in ECC, which is the CPI peg token. So if you imagine your salary or your stipend is 10 tokens an hour, it always means that you are accounting for inflation in your token itself. We could also at that point, once we have the app, enable third-party integration and hosting, allow others to interact with the user through us. And of course, that could create more vibrant network over a period of time. The protocol voting element would be implemented through the wallet, allowing the community to vote on the decisions and activities of the protocol. And over time, we want to build some sort of a wallet reputation system so that we can do much more interesting mechanics based on how you have been using your UBI account. Fraud, etc. does happen, and we need way to account for it. So double clicking on the tokens themselves. So like I said, ECC is pegged to the consumer price index via an oracle, on-chain oracle. There is already a precedence for this. So Frax Finance over on Ethereum side has a token called the FPI token, which is pegged to a CPI index. So we want to use a very similar mechanics over here and provide a service which is not just a stable coin, but an evolution over the stable coin, as stable coins are just tracking $1, but what is $1 is changing over time, right? So we will, of course, have a long-term goal to become the currency of choice, but that's a very big goal. But of course, at start, we will be providing our basic income using the ECC currency. The governance token ECS Evercrypt share is where you would see more volatility, as it is more reflective of protocol health and value over time, as it is trying to maintain the peg on the ECC token, as well as provide additional value to the ecosystem. And this is where the ECS share can be vested as an NFT, and then NFTs create their own interesting mechanisms of trading over secondary markets. But you could always say that unless you are a verified, you have a verified DID, you cannot vote with the NFT. So the roadmap for the project currently is to start in early Q3 after the voting ends, and we'll start with the protocol implementation on Mupenda. The great thing is that we have a lot of audited production live smart contracts on the Ethereum side that we can take inspiration from. So we won't be writing DeFi from scratch. That should really simplify our implementation. What we would have to build is some sort of a synchronous bridge between Cardano and the Prism protocol and Mupenda, which I have confirmed recently currently doesn't exist out of the box, but that should be pretty easy to build using a web service, at least for now, till full support is added, right? In the first phase, we'll also do some proof of concept on the voting governance mechanisms using Discord. We'll obviously go through certification and audit. We'll establish LLC. We may look at ISPO as well at this point, but that's an optional step. A lot depends on how funding goes. And we are targeting a testnet launch by end of Q3. Phase 2, which is, if you see the acronym, name, so first phase is where we plant the seed, and the second phase is where we realize our gains from our investments, and phase 2 is really when we implement the mobile app, we get further governance done using Discord, and potentially with the mobile app as well. We do a full mainnet launch and the mobile app launch, and we will start looking at automating our investment and our treasury to work with other cross-chain protocols like Anchor. There are so many interesting DeFi protocols out there, and Mupenda will have a lot easier time accessing whole of DeFi and its capabilities, and then we'll be able to bridge over the value to ADA holders.
So you're right at your 10-minute mark, so you're going into your Q&A time now.
All right, yeah. So the next two phases are more generic. We are talking about partnerships, right? Once you have an app, you could do a lot of interesting things, one-tap payments, etc. I'm going to keep this short and leave time for Q&A. There you could do lend-in borrowing with or without collateral using wallet reputation. There's a lot we can do here. And even looking further ahead, you have cross-chain exchange, you can provide retail services, you can be a loyalty platform, you could provide marketplaces, you could even be a identity provider comparable to users having Google or Twitter, an alternative, enable P2P payments, even provide insurance services. Yeah, so I'll stop here. A little bit about me. I have 16 years in tech. I've spent the last 8 years in startups. I'm relatively new to DeFi, but I have been very active over the last 6 months, a year. And yeah, looking forward to your questions and hoping for more feedback and contributors.
Awesome, thanks very much. If anybody has questions, please just raise your hand and then jump in. I can start us off. You talked about CPI as one of the Oracle-based kind of pegs. Is that calculated per country, or is there a global CPI? And
so currently, yeah, that's a very good question. The Frax Finance FPI token is modeled on a US CPI Oracle, but one of the mandates of the protocol will be to improve the inflation data available on chain. So we might even look to build our own Oracle, independent on-chain Oracle in the future, but we will use what is available to start off.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask, CPI kind of gets a bad rap these days because the basket of goods can change over time based on what consumers actually purchase. And if inflation's going up, they may start purchasing cheaper items and replace things in that basket. So it's not a really true reflection of inflation. Do you have any other mechanisms you're considering to make it more accurate?
Yeah, I mean, there will never be a true perfect reflection of CPI, right? It'll always be an approximation, right? So the only thing we can do is we can start with a known approximation and iterate over and move to a better approximation. So we have to start somewhere. So this is where we are starting, but the technology is growing rapidly. So I don't think this is where we'll stop. We'll look for other ways to improve the data for sure.
Nice. Any other questions from the room?
Lian, no, there is no relation between the UBI recipient and even though they are the user, they don't have to do one to do the other. You could have the mobile app never have interacted with the protocol other than the mobile app. And is the CPI index, unfortunately not at start, but once we have an app, geolocation is a thing. We could certainly do some interesting things in the future. But yeah, not for MVP. MVP, which is the proposal, is for the first 2 phases and for a basic protocol to be built and launched.
Okay. Maybe we can take, Leanne has her hand up, and one more, because we have about 50 seconds left. So if you can drop your contact information into chat,
we
can follow up with you offline because we have to move ahead. But Leanne, if you have a quick question, you can squeeze it in right now.
I was wondering, how much is it that you get paid? What is it a function of?
It'll be a function of the treasury and how much revenue it generates. So there is no guaranteed payment, at least not at the beginning, but over time, we want to reach a level of predictability where we can say, yes, everyone will get a certain amount, but we won't promise that, at least not at the beginning.
All right. Thank you very much, Chaos.
Thank you.
And thanks for the questions from the room. We'll move on now to Maury, Shenk, and Victor Redchenko talking about PeopleCert DevOps pilot Cardano.
Thanks very much, Nori. I am going to share my screen. Hopefully that will work. Here we go. I'm caught out in central London. I'm hoping my mobile connection works all right. Seems to be okay. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Thank you very much. This is a joint proposal by LearnerShape and ProofSpace. I'm the CEO of LearnerShape. Victor, who's with me, is the CTO of ProofSpace. And there is a third company involved, PeopleCert, which we will talk about. The background of this is LearnerShape set up to build a universal open source skills authentication layer for blockchain. And we've started on Cardano. You could think of it as like an authenticated digital CV where you can assert a set of skills or capabilities and each one can be authenticated individually. The proof of that is stored on blockchain and then you can share that in a self-sovereign way, one credential or multiple ones. You could potentially build an open decentralized LinkedIn on top of it. We're going to release this as open source software. And so we could operate this, but so could others using the same software we'll release. That's our Fund 6 proposal, which we will release the initial proof of concept for that in about a month. And so we leverage Cardano blockchain and ATALA Prism, but also support interoperability with we will support interoperability with other blockchains. ProofSpace already does, as you will hear from Victor. We have a Fund 7 pilot, which has been funded together with PACE, which is to build a Cardano community credential. And this is part 3 of the project, which we've teamed up with ProofSpace, who also have a Fund 7 project where they're linking their Hyperledger-based system, which you'll hear more about from Victor, with ATALA Prism. We're teaming up to bring a pilot to PeopleCert, who's a global certification provider. They'll do about 1 million certifications this year. I'm on the board of directors of PeopleCert, which is how we convinced them to do this. And for their DevOps qualification, they don't have a blockchain solution. And they've agreed to pilot our layer on Cardano with their DevOps qualification, which does thousands of certifications a year. So it should be a pretty sizable pilot. And we hope that if it works, that we could be a blockchain solution for first all of PeopleCert, and then generally, and then others who want to do similar kinds of things. People seem to have liked this idea. We've gotten a perfect 5 rating in our CA reviews, so we're hoping that will carry through and people will vote for it, but we invite you to do so. We have this, oops, sorry about that. Sorry, I clicked an extra time. There we go. So this is an illustration of what we're building. The faceless woman there is the user who's taking a DevOps qualification. She will interact with PeopleCert. PeopleCert will pass the learner shape the names of successful people who have passed the DevOps certification, and then we will record it on the Cardano blockchain using ATALA Prism and our skills API that we're building on top of that, and it's about to be released open source. It will also be made available in the ProofSpace mobile app. And to talk about that, I'll turn it over to Victor. Victor, are you there?
Yeah, thanks, Maury. Please share the next slide. So a few words about ProofSpace. ProofSpace is a SSI SaaS platform that gives a possibility to the companies, organizations, communities to a no-code way to set up, validate and scale decentralized identity solution for dozen use cases involving any number of stakeholders. ProofSpace consists of an app which allows user to navigate and find the desired service, interact with it with a verifiable credential, and of course securely store the credential in the app. So it's not just a wallet, it's a wallet plus some additional functionality that allows to perform a goal-oriented interactions with the services through the app. And also a web-based tool where service owners can configure their schemas, credentials, interactions, privacy control, and UI, UX for the users in the ProofSpace app. Originally, we built under the Hyperledger Indy, and our Fund 7 proposal is to power the ProofSpace platform with ATALA Prism credentials, and together with Learning Shape, pilot this integration. Next slide, please. So we want to develop together with Learning Shape, we want to develop this protocol which will give the possibility for a user to receive the credential and then share it with other services who may be interested in verifying that credentials. What is important here that ProofSpace enables service to easily onboard to the network, to the identity network, and start using the credential available in the network through several clicks. So these Learning Shape credentials will be also available in the ProofSpace network and available for the services. Next slide, please. So as I told before, we use Hyperledger Indy, and we want to make ATALA Prism credential interoperable, bind to the same identity in the app, in the wallet. And as a first step, while the ATALA Prism credentials are in the active development, we want to use the power of Indy to have this functionality of selective disclosure, zero knowledge predicates, schemas, credentials, definitions, and the community, the Cardano community will get a tool where they can pilot their ideas, having all the power of verifiable credentials and prove their concepts, actually.
So I'll just finish off our vision for where this could go is we want to succeed in this pilot and expand a relationship with PeopleCert. We want to deepen this cooperation between Learner Shape and ProofSpace that we've talked about. And with IOG, we're already talking to Tony Rose, who's on the IoT ATALA Prism team who's excited about growing this with PeopleCert, and then go to market with a blockchain decentralized skills certification solution for many other players while we enhance the technology. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
All right, thanks guys. Do we have any questions from the room? I can kick us off while people think. I had a question around the data privacy, and you mentioned selective disclosure and zero knowledge predicates. How much will the end user be able to control how much their certification level or those kind of things are available, and can they withdraw access to that data?
Well, so actually when you share something with someone, you can't withdraw the data that being showed, right? But the service owner may configure the interaction. Basically, we have like a second layer. So the first layer is the layer of verifiable credential, and the second layer is a layer of interaction. And interaction you may consider as it can consist of required credentials that users should share, may share, and credential that will be issued to a user, right? So when a user sees this interaction in the app, he or she may considering whether to proceed with interaction, and also it's shown what attributes of a particular credential will be shown, or what predicates will be verified as well, based on the attributes of a particular credential. So the user fully understand what's going on, what information will be shared, and may choose whether to proceed or not with the current interaction.
If I could jump in, I mean, LearnerShape at ProofSpace each have their own solutions, which we're putting together here for a full solution for PeopleCert. In our solution, in our layer, you will have the ability to invalidate, to cancel any credential. We have a hosted element to our solution where if you share something, you can de-share it. Obviously, as Victor said, even in our solution, once you've made data available to people, they have that data. But what is stored on the blockchain is only a proof, so the data are shareable completely at the individual's discretion.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Any other questions from the room? I have another one. You mentioned this was open source, and this was just kind of the first kind of proof of concept and implementation. Long-term, would it be available to places like, say, Catalyst School to do CA certification or things like that to prove that someone's got the right credentials to perform a role?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, our Fund 7 proposal, we're going to pick, it's a project-based learning exercise, which George Lovegrove is leading, but we're going to pick a credential, and the project will pick it. It could be Catalyst CA, and yeah, the enhancement we're going to build for that could do exactly what you described, and it will all be open source. So we will have something spun up that could do that, or somebody could take the code and run their own instance of it to do exactly what you described.
Beautiful. So like even the Plutus Pioneers program could say, yes, they completed the course and they're a Haskell developer, and like that kind of certification, I think, could be a very powerful tool within our community.
Yeah, we're excited. I mean, that the lead candidates for the first pilot, which is not this one, we're the one that's already been funded. We've been thinking Plutus Pioneer or ATALA Prism Pioneer or Haskell developer, but we haven't chosen which one it's going to be yet. But you're thinking the same way we are.
All right, thanks. Any other last questions before we move on? Nope. Well, thank you, Victor and Maury. That was really interesting, and good luck with your 5.0 rated proposal. That's amazing.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Paul Mupenda talking about school boards as verifiers of DIDs. Do you want to take it over, Paul?
Everyone, I'm Paul from DRC, and I want to present this project, and I want to talk about something. I am not an English speaker. I'm a French speaker, so I really appreciate if there is someone in this room who will try to translate what I am talking about in French. I think it is Mr. Frederic. If he is here, he can say just. Mr. Frederic?
Yeah, we can't hear you, Frederic.
Are you maybe on mute, Frederic?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Great.
it was a setting. I'll share the screen, Paul, if you want. I can share the presentation.
Okay.
So that you can go ahead and continue.
Okay, let me show the presentation. Okay. Notre projet consiste à créer un espace, donc un site web qui peut permettre aux universités et aux écoles d'enseignement primaire et secondaire de valider les différentes informations qu'ils font circuler entre eux.
So our project is to share a venue, a website where issuing institutions that issue diplomas and other deeds will be able to confirm among themselves that those deeds were indeed visual, available and verifiable on the blockchain.
Oui, en fait, c'est un projet d'équipe. Comme vous pouvez le voir, il y a les autres membres du groupe qui sont aussi en train de présenter notre projet et pour la première partie.
So this is basically a group project. Paul is a student in DRC. I mentor, through WADA, we mentor them. There are 4 students who attend weekly meetings, training on Haskell and Plutus, and they've been meeting since October last year. There are 4 of them, and they are implementing several solutions, including a stake pool in Goma, and they're supporting me through a project which I implemented to implement ATALA Prism deeds within the institution where he studies.
Oui, effectivement, comme vous l'avez mentionné, Monsieur Frédéric, en fait, nous essayons d'apprendre, notamment avec Bluetooth, parce que nous sommes des développeurs à la base et on a découvert la blockchain, alors on essaie d'apprendre. Alors, on est organisé autour du hub, un hub dirigé par Cardano, exactement, et c'est dans cet écosystème-là qu'on essaie d'apprendre, malgré que, comme vous pouvez le voir, il y a plusieurs défis, notamment des problèmes d'énergie, des problèmes de connexion Internet, mais on essaie d'apprendre dans ce sens-là. D'abord, je voulais parler quand même de cela, c'était vraiment très important.
Parfait. So he's raising the issue of the lack of sometimes internet, the lack of power sometimes. And however, there are developers who develop on other applications, but they're now learning about Cardano, even though he mentioned again the issue of energy and internet access. And I will mention again the language, which is obvious. We teach them in French, but some of them, given that they're already devs, they kind of understand technical elements of English.
OK. Alors, là, comme vous pouvez le voir, on a les problèmes de l'éducation dans notre pays et la blockchain. On voulait vraiment trouver une solution qui pouvait aider parce qu'on a souvent cette problématique-là où les élèves, les étudiants sont censés changer parfois d'université et on est obligé de vouloir vérifier, par exemple, est-ce que l'étudiant a apporté les bons documents et est-ce que le document est valide? Est-ce que l'université qu'il a fréquentée a émis réellement ces documents-là? Alors, on a souvent cette difficulté de vérification et c'est souvent difficile à vérifier. Alors, nous, déjà au niveau de l'école, on est en train d'implémenter une solution qui part dans ce sens-là avec ATALA. Alors, on a vu que c'était déjà bon, mais le problème, c'est qu'on ne pouvait pas aider les gens à pouvoir l'utiliser tellement c'était abstrait. Alors, on a proposé pour le cas du fonds 8 d'apporter un projet qui pourrait mettre sur pied un site web pour leur faciliter de vérifier ces différentes identifications.
Okay. So what he's saying again, through the school, we're implementing the ATALA-based Prism identification, but him as a student and him as a local user and a very benefactor of the deed, he's saying that basically institutions and verifiers seem not to understand it because it's very abstract. You may have a deed issued to you, but they want basically to see it on a website where they see that their own deeds is actually valid. However, even institutions within the same city through the same website can confirm that actually their own deeds are also verifiable. So that central place of verification will kind of build more trust. It's because they will be able to see that, yes, our deeds are actually real and they are verifiable, and as well as the other school whom we know has issued deeds also has their own deeds verifiable on the website.
Yeah. Pourquoi est-ce que, oui, pourquoi est-ce qu'on a choisi de faire cet outil-là? Parce qu'on a constaté que la plupart des institutions ici chez nous sont organisées dans des groupes, notamment certains dans des associations, d'autres dans des regroupements des religions, parce que les écoles ici sont venues avec la religion, avec des responsables, même ceux qui sont dans le domaine privé sont organisés aussi des associations. Alors, vu qu'ils ne pouvaient pas à eux seuls vérifier cela et que ça a créé une double vérification à faire, alors on a préparé, on a choisi de mettre les Didi à leur disposition, mais aussi on a des objectifs. On aimerait atteindre les différentes écoles de la ville de Goma. On aimerait atteindre les chefs d'établissement pour qu'ils aient à intégrer, mais pas en passant par eux, mais en commençant directement par les organisations qu'ils représentent, et ainsi permettre que les représentants puissent plutôt valider et non pas les écoles, parce que les représentants chapeautent directement plusieurs écoles en même temps. Et voilà pourquoi on a présenté ces éléments-là. Il y a quand même certaines difficultés par rapport à l'implémentation et puis la partie 5 qui parle des revenus, comment est-ce qu'on peut essayer un peu de rentabiliser et viabiliser ces projets.
Okay. Donc, sorry, as he's saying is that we are targeting school boards because most schools, we have three categories. Most schools either come are faith-based. They were created by churches. Some other school boards are also managed, they're private. However, even through private institutions, they also have associations, like groupings of those private schools, and also the public schools. So those three groups, private, public, and faith-based, going through the board, you basically have a better way of onboarding more schools. And also if you make those boards able to verify or to even issue those deeds, or even be aware about the existence of deeds, you indirectly also affect their members. And what he said, he also talked about the revenues. So those school boards, again, by offering them the ability to issue deeds, we can also kind of charge some fees to kind of educate them. Paul, on a 2 minutes. Je pense que c'était la dernière. On peut rapidement sur le plan de le roadmap, comme on disait.
Oui. Alors, par rapport à l'adoption, on a ces différents éléments que nous avons présentés ici et on s'est rendu compte, comme je le disais tantôt, que c'était difficile d'intégrer les deeds assez rapidement et la manière la plus facile pour le faire, c'était de les présenter à travers un site. Alors, voici les différents éléments et les challenges et l'intégration maintenant, l'essentiel de tout ce qu'on peut dire pour faciliter cela.
Through the group, they were thinking about using a website for validation, and the website is basically the first step to give a concrete meaning to the deed, to the digital identities to those school boards. And he was saying that they're looking into a wallet which is actually compatible with the deeds, which in this case, in my case, I know through the roots initiatives, we kind of know where we will be looking at. And some of the challenges, again, is that this website will mostly be frequented by a small group of issuers. However, after time, it could be more popular. And even once they trust the registry, they will be able to kind of know that the link is actually trustworthy, and that website is going to be a place of point to verify those deeds. thank you. So I think we're just above a minute. Merci beaucoup, Paul. Thank you. And if you have any question, this is the link, and I'm kind of like their mentor in Goma.
Perfect. Thanks, Paul and Frederick. You're exactly on time. So yeah, we have 5 minutes for questions from the room. If anybody has any questions for Paul or Frederick? I can kick us off. I just took a note. I think this is an awesome application of DIDS and starting kind of at a grassroots level and rolling it out. I'm just curious, how many students do you anticipate participating in this as you roll it out? And you talked about school boards and things, but I'm really curious about how many students that represents.
Within is there where they are based. He's at the school currently. We have already like 8 previous graduates for whom we had issued the deeds in JSON files. So from there, we kind of had to seek support from the ATALA Prism group to tell us like which wallet will you actually send these deeds to, and they recommended the Roots initiative. So he himself is a student still graduating. They kind of understand the concept of a deed, but they still didn't understand it because they kind of asked me like, finally, yes, I have it, but who will actually know that I have it if I cannot show it? You know, like that's the challenge. And they were saying, okay, before we even see it on a wallet, we can actually see it on a website, which will create more trust. Yeah, and through the school boards, just to answer the question, is that those are like maybe like 15,000 we're targeting through those 3 school boards. But again, each school will be giving, once they know the concept of verification, then they'll be able to kind of onboard their own. But in our case, we already have graduates who are graduating. Each year we have around 300 new graduates.
Awesome. I have another question around, is this going to be open source so other school boards and areas can implement and roll this out as well? And yeah, I guess we can start there.
Yes, we have, there are two provinces. There's one in Goma, which is implementing. There's another one who has like 1,500 students for whom we have to create those JSON type files for the deeds. And also for Paul himself, his school also will be added. So those are three schools, but we kind of are still in the process of implementing it. I would say the on-take is so far in our case already by June we should have an open source template which can be used by all the schools, and that open source template will be the ones who are going to be able to verify on the website. Should they want some other type of deeds, then that's up to them, but ours will be open source. And we're even training them in June. We have Fund 7 for training. So we have like 3 representative IT representatives coming to Goma to be trained, and somebody like Paul and his group will be able to kind of help us train the group.
Amazing. Any other questions from the room? I think we have time for one more. I guess I could finish up with one last question from me. What are some of the challenges you face with some of this? I think earlier it was mentioned things like internet access, power, things like this. What are the biggest hurdles that you're looking at?
The power internet especially is expensive to kind of get the hub maintained. We spend quite like 700 a month to keep them, to give them like at least a 10 megabyte through bandwidth, like a download. And also the other challenges is the whole concept of wallets. Given that yes, the school could have the deeds like verifiable through our own LAN, our own internal network. However, the students to kind of send them to them, again, that's where the Roots wallet and the Roots initiative are going to allow us to make it externally available. And another challenge is the language. Like, yes, I can teach in English, try to translate in French, but if we don't have French material, it's always hard to explain things in French. So I think through Catalyst, if we have more French materials, people like Paul will be more, because they're already developers, so they'll be more able to participate and understand the concepts.
Really good points. Amazing. Thanks for the presentation and thanks for answering the questions. That's a really exciting proposal. And we are right at time for our coffee break. So thanks all the presenters for all of your great presentations. And we have a 15-minute break. We're all gathering back in the main room to just socialize and have a little bit of a break. And then we'll come back here in 15 minutes and continue with the rest of the presentations. Thanks, everybody. Benji, if you want to go, you have 10 minutes to give a presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everyone. We have a bit of an atypical use case for SSI, and that's verifiable digital receipts. Perhaps just some context as to who I am. I come more from a data science background where I've built a variety of credit scoring models for banks in South Africa and in developing countries, and as well as some loss ratio and risk models and fraud models for insurers and short-term insurers, and that's where this sort of idea got born out of. So what it really is about is verifiable digital receipts. So I came across SSI and I realized it's a really and verifiable credentials, and that it solves a really big problem that we're facing in the credit and insurance world, especially in developing countries, but I think it has an application in developed countries too. So I don't have many slides. It's really just 2 slides. The slide shows the how it would work. It's really a mobile app that the user would have in their hands, and the user wouldn't even know that it's SSI technology underpinning the whole process. It would give you the ability to store and use straightforward fiat credit cards that's being used the world over today, and enable you to purchase goods at initially only online retailers to ease the integration process. And we're busy with a demo for this as we speak. And instead of getting your receipt as a piece of paper or get sent as a PDF to your email address, the retailers would send your receipt as a verifiable credential back into this app, which is actually an SSI wallet, and you have the ability to store it and then use it for a variety of purposes. And the initial use cases that we're illustrating on this slide is really 2. It's firstly, it's proof of ownership. So if you buy a high value item, say a laptop, you would have the ability to present this credential of purchasing a laptop to a participating third-party insurer, and they would plug into this as an open ecosystem, and have the option to offer you insurance, and you can pick which insurance policy best suits you, which would obviously, I guess, be the cheapest. And a second application is proof of spending power to access credits at a bank or a creditor, which is extremely relevant in developing countries in the absence of credit bureaus. I've worked on a number of examples in Africa where data collation and collection is really hard. But this technology would enable sort of a decentralized credit bureau in a certain sense to be spun up without the necessary cooperation of multiple large institutions. So at that point, the user showcasing or presenting their verifiable credential as a receipt to access either insurance or credits, we would charge either the creditor or the insurer, or in this case, just to make a broad explanation, it's the data consumer or the verifier in SSI talk, a fee for this stream of business and additional data that they're getting out of the system. And part of that commission is that gets paid into this ecosystem, gets passed back to the issuer of the digital receipts. So there are a number of benefits of value adds for each of the participating or the participants in this transaction. If you look at if we start with the consumer, him or herself, you've got control of all your data. Again, it's an SSI solution, so data is end-to-end encrypted. We never see any of the data that gets passed through this, passed between the entities. You've got product level information. The app itself has a budgeting and a financial wellness angle to it, so you'd be able to track expenses and set targets, etc. No physical cards in your wallets, and obviously then seamless access to credits and insurance. The retailers themselves have a direct communication channel to their customers through the use of FIDCOM, reduced carbon footprint through reduced receipt printing. It's a new revenue stream that's opened up through sharing the commission that's supplied by the insurers and the banks. There's no need for a sign up. I don't know how it works in the States, but in South Africa and most African countries, there's a whole sign up process to on board with, as a loyalty customer for a bank, for a retailer. In this case, you would simply form that connection by purchasing goods without having to share a lot of personal information. And then lastly, for the insurers and banks, that's a consumer permission stream of business with additional data points. So the insurers would have the issue of face the problem of policyholders claiming ownership of items that they don't own, and then claiming for the theft or loss of that item, and just to get cash out of the insurers. And they employ huge amounts of resources to identify fraudulent applications. And with this solution, because it's a verifiable, you can verify that it came from the retailer through the use of verifiable credentials. It addresses that need. The bank's similar sort of advantage in that there's a host of additional data points that can be shared by the consumer in terms of spending behavior, and they'll be able to augment their credit scoring capabilities. And as I said, in places where credit bureaus aren't available, it opens up the possibility to extend credit where it was never possible before. So just some points as to why we chose receipts. Again, my background is in credit scoring and having worked in developing countries quite a lot, and trying to build credit risk models to stimulate the economy. The information held within receipts and within your spending power is really extremely valuable, and it's currently just being thrown away in the bin by most of us. And there's an opportunity to consolidate this information in a decentralized way. That's only become possible now through SSI, and I think that's a really good use case. Secondly, it's extremely high transaction volumes. Obviously, we know how much goods get purchased on a daily basis, and a low barrier to entry. So we're not trying to work with governments. We're really trying to just get retailers to issue receipts into an app. At the end of the day, that's all we're trying to do. And the high transaction volume is attractive, especially in the SSI world, where it's very identity focused. We're sort of leaving identity for a bit later down the line and targeting a really high volume use case initially. Also offers an opportunity to create item level digital identities. So for instance, if you purchase a car, which would be a really high value item, future opportunities exist downstream. You attach metadata onto that car every time you service it, or have its tires replaced, because digital identity itself can be enriched. And again, insurers could purchase that data. People who service their cars more regularly or replace their tires more regularly are typically a better risk. And also in the second-hand insurance market, you've got a verifiable proof of service history, whereas currently I think as far as I'm aware, the world over, it's just a signature in a book somewhere that you have to trust. Yeah, and I guess lastly, it fosters financial wellness through this ability to budget and real-time financial data insights. So you've got your spend history in a machine-readable format in this app, and you can collaborate with family members. Say that's something I didn't really touch on in this presentation, but yeah, currently budgeting is quite hard, especially at an item level, because you're getting your receipts in a variety of formats, and this would unify the formats of receipt through use of JSON LD and make it a lot more workable and unlock opportunities for you to use your receipts, whereas at the moment it's not really possible. So that's it.
Thank you. You're just a little bit over, but you have most of 4 minutes and 30 seconds available for Q&A. If the room has any questions. I can kick it off. I have one. You mentioned GDPR on one of those slides. I was wondering what user privacy and ownership over their data is going to be available. Usually when you talk about like Equifax or TransUnion or some of these big credit companies, they store all your data forever kind of thing. And do people have a right to be forgotten or other protections like that as we move into the decentralized identity space?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why. And I worked for TransUnion in South Africa, so, and there was a hack this week on them, so it was a big deal, and I've never really felt comfortable about that, and that's why I've been attracted to SSI. So yes, it's not being stored in any central. None of these credentials are stored in any centralized database. They are stored in your wallets, and you have the option to back it up to whichever device you choose to. So and you've got complete control of your data. You share it exactly with whom you wish. So it's a completely different model from the Equifax TransUnion model. Definitely.
Beautiful. Anthony, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I think this sounds like a really amazing solution. I think it's going to be really impactful, first of all. But I was just curious. I live in the U.S., so we have 3 credit bureaus, and everything's about people tend to spend more than they can repay, and a lot of times, and things are based on like your ability to repay things on time. Just based on that, I'm wondering, like in the developing world, is there more traction, or like have there been some models developed based on spending patterns, or is there kind of an interest from financial institutions, creditors, in these kinds of models, until something more robust is put in place?
Yeah, most definitely. Like in Tanzania, I worked on credit models where we proved that there is predictive ability in just your cell phone behavior, how much you phone, and there's no centralized data available in a lot of countries in the world. So extending credit is extremely hard because you have no ability to distinguish between good and bad risk. So there's a big appetite, to answer your question, and we've seen that it's possible to distinguish between high and low risk just given spending patterns, and no sort of negative history necessarily. But also at the higher end of the market, and I suppose you guys don't know a lot about South Africa itself, but there are it's a very divided country, but there's a very sophisticated level of credit scoring available in South Africa, and we work a lot with the states, and all the banks, all the creditors are always after additional data points. So even if you got your Equifax score, if you've got the ability to share easily your past spending behavior that's not available at the credit bureau itself, and you have the ability to prove that, I don't know, whatever, you watch a lot of movies or something, and you're willing to share that. My position is that across the board, all creditors would be very interested in that data, and there will be some form of application across the board. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Niels.
Yeah, thanks, Benji. And I see that Victor has a question in chat. Maybe you could answer in chat because we're right at time where we need to switch.
Cool. I'll answer in chat. Thanks for your time and sorry for going over.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. And if you want, drop your contact information in chat and people can reach out if they have other questions.
100%.
All right.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Thank you. So Niels, you're up next to talk to us about imperative smart contracts. And just so that the viewing audience knows, we're switching now from the DID topics to the great migration from Ethereum, which are going to be the next two presentations. So yeah, take it away.
Thank you for your introduction. I'll try and share my screen. Here we go. Oh, wrong button. All right. So I'm going to talk about Imperator, which is a proof of concept imperative smart contract language for Cardano layer 1. So I'm going to start off really simple. What is the problem that I want to solve? And you might all have heard it. Cardano is based on Haskell, okay, which is loosely, let's say it like this. It's a very niche language, okay, and there has been videos like this. I'm going to go into the details of this video specifically a bit later, but it says like, okay, is Haskell too hard? By you know the guy, right? And so alone the existence of this video is something like, all right, maybe we should think about how can the average developer out there, maybe an Ethereum developer, access the environment of programming on Cardano. Okay, and we want to open that. So Haskell is a very niche language. There are very few developers that are experienced in it. And according to Charles Hopkins, and that's also a bit intentional, okay, because the developers that are there, they are usually very skilled. And Haskell has on its own some very nice security guarantees, which we like in smart contracts. So the start should be in Haskell, and then the idea also of Charles Hopkins was to open up for mainstream developers later on when we have the solid foundations. And what I say now is, I think we have a few DApps, we have some smart contracts written in Haskell, and we have the nodes and everything is running nicely. And now we can think about how to open up for the mainstream developers. And what does that mean? What is mainstream? Have this graphics for you. The most popular programming languages out there, just to give you a rough idea, all of these are imperative languages. Okay, these are completely a different paradigm than Haskell. So you have I don't know, I guess you're not necessarily all programmers, but the idea is that these languages are very different, and you have to completely get into a new system when you work with Haskell or functional language, so to say, instead of these imperative languages that are showed here, which are really like all of the popular languages are imperative. And also, for that matter, Ethereum Solidity is imperative, okay. So is that a problem now? Now we have this basis in functional languages, and are we doomed forever? And the good news is no, we are not, okay. Theoretically, all these languages are the same. You can kind of transform between them. And that's what I did. I wrote a small compiler for, like, I designed a small a proof of concept, very small imperative language. And this compiler transforms it into the functional language that is running on the Cardano nodes. That's the basis of the Cardano network. So what this essentially does is that it gives you the option as a developer to say, okay, I want to deploy on Cardano, which is fundamentally built on Haskell and functional languages, but I'm writing an imperative code, and then it's transformed down to the functional code. And then later you have a bit of text stack there, and the Cardano node itself can then interpret it just as a normal smart contract. There's no layer 2 or anything here. It's just a transformation of code. And that's pretty cool, because we can design the imperative language to preserve the strong security guarantees we get from Haskell, but we have the intuitive imperative programming paradigm, which is very popular and very widespread. And because I'm also, this is a small detail, I'm building on a very low level, directly on the Cardano node, basically on what they interpreted. So we can design this to be very efficient, and we want small and efficient smart contracts. Yeah, this is a roadmap, but this is maybe too low level. If you have more questions about it, I can go into more detail. Yeah, so this is Imperator, and the features, I just gave it to you, and the overall goal, this is what should stick, is that with this, we can make the development of Cardano apps accessible to mainstream developers, to basically all of the developers out there, and not just the very small fraction that's proficient in Haskell. It's an imperative alternative to the existing language, Plutus, for smart contracts, and that's what I want it to be. Cardano is secure in many ways, and it's very well built. So by building an imperative smart contracts, we can provide a secure, well-founded alternative to Solidity and all the EVM-based contracts. Yeah, that's it already. So shoot your questions.
All right. Thanks, Niels. Does anybody have any questions from the room about Imperator?
I think that's extremely exciting. I want to know when it's ready.
Sorry?
I think it's extremely exciting, and I actually want to see the roadmap.
Okay. So so I already built a prototype which works for very simple programs, but it's not really whole contracts yet.
Yeah.
And I think so it will take a bit more features of the language, like more complex data types and control flow, which I would, if I get the fund, I'm planning to do that this summer in Q2. And by Q3, I expect to have a first sample contract compiled. So something that is already, there's also another alternative language to Plutus, and I am aiming for their feature set basically. And that one is also functional. So I think it's not the same direction, but it's also a very useful thing, which as soon as we have the contract compiled, we can also already like test it on testnet, how well is it working and all that. And then parallel to that, I need to get in touch with all the developers that are currently also already aiming for Cardano, and maybe also some that are on ETH, so that I know what features do you need, what should the language have, and then I think there will be some more refinement, and this is like the optimal roadmap, right? There's always some hidden roadblocks, but this is I think it can be done pretty soon. We should maybe give it a few more iterations to be very secure, but yeah, I'm also very excited about it actually.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting. Sounds really cool.
Thank you. Anthony, your hand is up.
So no, again, yeah, really exciting project, and I think I'm going to be really excited to see how it develops. One thing I remember watching this video by Charles Hoskinson, where he talked about the concept of like the island, the ocean. What is it? The island, the pond, and the ocean. And it seems like IOHK has IOHK has like a long-term strategy for how they're going to basically integrate all these other developers who work in like C++, Python, more like widely used languages. Do you, from what you understand about their approach, I think with what is it, runtime verification in the work? I can't remember who they're working with on it, but is it a similar type of solution? Like they're planning on translating essentially these imperative languages to functional, or how does this dovetail with that or relate to that?
So from what you sketched just now, this sounds actually like a very similar idea. But honestly, I didn't know about this, so I'm gonna look it up. Okay, and I guess if there's any way to update these projects, I will put it somewhere. Okay, so for some reference.
Yeah, and I don't really know what they have planned at all, but it's just they do want to. I know that they do want to basically be able to integrate people who use these more widely used languages and let them build on Cardano in a more native way. But there's gonna, yeah, I don't know exactly how they're approaching it. Maybe different.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thanks for the note.
Any other questions from the room? I have one. It sounds like you're making a new language called Imperator. What languages is it most similar to or derive inspiration from? And I guess the follow-up question is, why didn't you start with a language that, like Python was #1 up there, or one of those? Do they have downsides or flaws that make it hard to convert to functional? Just kind of questioning.
Yeah,
if you wanted to be it widely accepted. Using a language sounds like a good way to go, but maybe there's challenges to that, so you have to create a new one.
So I'm trying for it to be similar to like Solidity, JavaScript, like these very widespread languages. One major issue with these languages is that they don't preserve the security guarantees that we would like to have for you know, that we are kind of used to from Haskell development, and that I think also the founders of the blockchain envisioned for their chain. Okay, so we want to basically have this language to be easily analyzable, and we want to show that it works fine. So the programming style itself is kind of in the direction of JavaScript, but yeah, you have to invent a new language if you want to really capture these specific features that we want for the smart contracts. Also, I mean, Solidity is also, it's close to JavaScript maybe, or Java, but it's not the same because you just have a different environment. You want different features that you cannot just take the same. Although I would love, you know, Python contracts, but it's yeah. Python is made for a different setting, so you need to craft a different language for each setting. It's actually very common in language design, I think. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Any other questions?
Thanks for the question.
All right. If there's no other questions, thank you very much for the presentation. This sounds like a really interesting project, so I'm going to keep my eye on it. Yeah. Next up, we have Anthony. Are you ready to go? A little early, Anthony. And Anthony will be talking about scaling CNFTs as part of the Great Migration from Ethereum Challenge.
Yes. So I'm gonna share my screen here. All right, and all right, can you all see and hear me?
Yep. You're good.
Okay, great. So we're working on a project called Vera NFT, and it's basically a scalable way for to basically establish more trust in CNFTs. And we began from the premise that there's a pretty big problem. I don't know if you all followed it in the news on Ethereum, and especially on, you know, we see things with OpenCIO that with respect to trust and security, Ethereum's NFT ecosystem is increasingly becoming kind of a mess. So these are just a couple recent stories that have come out in the news. One is that several millions of dollars worth of NFTs were stolen based on a phishing, phishing exploit that was done in tandem with kind of a poorly planned smart contract upgrade on OpenSea. And even more kind of relevant to our topic, a couple months ago, the CEO, well, the team at CNF, or at OpenSea had to admit that about 80% of the NFTs created on their free minting application were actually fraudulent or otherwise plagiarized. So, you know, we, in researching this, we've, you know, run into many artists ourselves and artists that know people that we know within the CNFT ecosystem that have had their work plagiarized, basically stolen and tried, and people attempt to sell it in the Ethereum ecosystem. So we thought, what if we could bring a solution to Cardano that solves this problem? So our solution is, there isn't one presently on the Cardano ecosystem, but we're building a AI and ML driven platform basically that is able to query the provenance and basically help determine the originality of NFTs. And this solution is going to be higher assurance than the current project, like manual verification processes that marketplaces go through, or that they have implemented. It's highly scalable, and that's really the biggest differentiating factor from the current system. Like the reason why Ethereum especially is having so many problems is because there's so much more volume. And the project verification methods that are used currently by Cardano NFT marketplaces just aren't scalable. So there's going to be, as the ecosystem grows, unless we do something about this and bring a solution like this to market, there's just going to be increasing amounts of fraud and abuse and plagiarism. And eventually, we're also going to build this platform out. It's essentially the protocol itself is chain agnostic. So we're going to build it out so that it provides like cross-chain verification, where you can, so say someone takes or tries to take a collection on Solana or Ethereum and mint it on Cardano. This platform will be able to see that it's a fake, or that it's a fake collection. So the actual, the protocol itself is really just, it's as I said, it's backed by artificial intelligence. My partner is building into it also like a custom ML machine learning model that he's just basically started building, but we're going to be building that, basically enhancing it over the next several months. The first, like, you can think of it as like 3 successively finer grain filters. So the first one is already built. It's like a reverse lookup and copy recognition. And then there's going to be a level 2 and a level 3 of increasingly enhanced image recognition that's going to be able to spot things that are basically more sophisticated copies, essentially. Right now, what we have right now, if you can spot, we think between like maybe 70 and 80% of fakes, but we want to get that, like well above 90%. So it can be really like a high assurance solution, basically. So there's a few different applications, obviously, that there's lots of applications, but there's a few different like key ways that we see this as being useful to the ecosystem. So first of all, collectors can, before they buy a Cardano NFT, they could check to see if run it through our system to help determine whether it's authentic. Marketplaces can basically do the same function for their things being listed on their site. But also we want to be able to help artists and collectors by like registering their images, whether they've been minted already or not, with our platform, and then we'll be able to then in the future, if anything, any copies, like any plagiarized copies or unauthorized copies are made, they'll be notified that, hey, someone made a copy or someone minted this image, you may want to look into it. And we'll, so that's what we're calling it portfolio protection. But it's just a service that we want to provide to basically defend CNFT artists and NFT artists in general's work. So once Vera NFT and the AI and ML models are fully developed, we'll leverage the platform to drive the migration of Ethereum NFT artists, collection owners and collectors to Cardano by giving our portfolio protection services free to artists. We're going to focus on 2 classes of artists. One is, the first one is artists that have had their work already, taken advantage of, plagiarized via Ethereum NFTs. And the second one is artists who are frustrated with the level of plagiarism and the lack of security on our Ethereum ecosystems. I'm going to be, so I'll show you our team in a minute, but our team's comprised, we have two kind of founding members, myself and Giovanni, my partner. He's, basically doing everything on the, he's leading it on the technical side. It's his concept. He came up with it, close to a year ago, and he's been slowly, methodically working on it pretty much full time for the last few months. Whereas I'm more, my background's in sales and business development. So I will be working with, we're going to be connecting with an onboarding liaison who's very familiar, like an established artist within the CNFT community, as well as, a social media manager and Web3 journalist we're going to go out and like find artists. And there are plenty of stories of artists already that we know about that have had bad things happen to them, or they're just kind of fed up with Ethereum, and then kind of we'll give them this service, and in exchange, we're going to kind of publicize and market what we're doing to basically improve and enhance the migration from, or increase the migration of Ethereum NFT, users to Cardano. And so basically we're committing to finding 12 established Ethereum NFT artists and 6 artists whose art has already been plagiarized with Ethereum NFTs. We can potentially do more than that, but we know we want to really focus on fleshing out these stories and marketing them well and getting as much social impact as we can with them. So again, our team, our lead on the project is Giovanni Gargiulio, and Jaime Caso Anzen is, he's going to be doing front end development, and I'll be doing business development. And yeah, I'm going to put a PDF of this, PDF of the presentation in case you want to check any of us out or look over the presentation more closely. But I think I'm ready for questions. I don't know where we're at with time.
Yeah, you're good. You had 45 seconds left, so you can open it up now. You have 5 minutes for Q&A.
Perfect. Thank you.
So any questions from the room?
I'm just curious. I have a question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
How do you monetize what you're doing?
Well, we there's a few different ways. So there's a B2B application where we plan on, and we are already in conversations with some leading CNFT marketplaces, and where we can essentially, they want to provide, and actually some of the leading marketplaces like kind of senior management has already expressed that they don't want to have happen what's happened to Ethereum happen to Cardano, right? And the CNFT ecosystem. And they realize that the solutions that what they're using now to verify projects, the methodology isn't scalable, not nearly to the point where there will be big problems with plagiarism if we get anywhere near Ethereum's level of NFT volume. So that said, they have expressed eagerness to integrate a tool like this when it's ready onto their marketplaces so that they can vet what's being listed essentially. And then secondarily, there's business to consumer applications, like artists will hopefully want to pay for that, a service that protects them into the future, protects their art basically from unauthorized copies being made. And we also think that consumers may want to, NFT collectors, especially before they buy an expensive NFT, may want to pay a small fee to run a query in the system to give them a higher level of assurance that it's not a copy. So that's what that's the plan anyway. But we think that we still have more product research to do, but we think that there's going to be some viable ways to monetize it.
Have you thought about working with an insurance company when you get this thing fully functional?
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be very high assurance, and more, even more so than that, we'd have to have a lot of it would have to be really battle tested for a while so that we have a sense of how accurate it is. We'd obviously want to make it as accurate as possible, like as close to 100% as possible. But then, you know, really the price of insurance will be based on how accurate it is, and then we'd have to demonstrate that to an insurer. So that's kind of would be a very pioneering domain of insurance, but we've certainly thought about it. And it would be really cool if you could give people an insurance policy prior to them buying an NFT that it's real. So.
One last question. Are you going to issue a token for your, like a DAO or just a token?
Eventually we're thinking of that, and we don't want to, you know, we haven't even really thought that far into the details of what it would entail. We would potentially like to offer a utility token, but I kind of I'll leave it at that because we've come up with some ideas that we've kind of spitballed around, but and we think that there could be some useful, you know, utilities that we could connect to it, but we haven't put that much. Right now we're just focused on this proposal, and my partner is really focused on just getting the tech working as well as we can.
Great project, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Keith. Any other questions from the room for Anthony? I have one final question from me. We have about a minute left. Your AI and ML, will it have false positives if people are creating derivative works or doing some kind of creative license? Because that differs based on jurisdiction and what's legal or not. And some people may just use it as an inspiration and create their own art that's similar or on top of. I'm wondering how much you're thinking about that, or are you looking for exact copies?
Yeah, so there are issues, especially part of what we need to do to ensure that there's as few false positives as possible is kind of communicate to creators of NFTs that, like, what, for instance, one thing that we're running into technically, or Giovanni's running into technically, is that when an artist runs a pre-mint, like when just a test mint, you know, so they'll sometimes test they'll mint some of their NFTs prior to the official mint, just to test it out, and that can cause, you know, false positives. So he's, you know, actively working on how do we eliminate those, how do we work those into the algorithm so that they're not necessarily recognized as such, and then also, you know, can we be to answer your question about like how good and how specific can it get at visual recognition, we're hoping that it can get very good.
Thank you very much, Alex. Hi, everyone, and thank you for having me today. So I want to present the Adatar project that I've been putting together with my colleague who is not here with us today. This is to talk about the data intelligence platform. What we have seen over our engagement with the Cardano community and is that we couldn't find a go-to platform for Cardano stakeholders, or even anybody really interested in Cardano to easily navigate the ecosystem and visualize, or at least to visualize, its performance, the growth, and the opportunities. I will expand a little bit more on that because obviously there are a number of trackers, aggregators, tools that exist, and they are popping in a lot of places, and there are more and more, or there are even more blockchain agnostic tools that are providing more and more support to Cardano. And what we see is, or at least the way we believe the tools should be, are not really there yet. And we find too many tools which are building different siloed data sources. We find that the visualization becomes fragmented and are not sharing the same user experience because they are built and presenting different things, so built by different person, presenting different type of information, which makes everything hard to track. We can take an example of potential influencers on YouTube trying to find specific insights about the Cardano ecosystem. They will go on Twitter, they will go on a specific tracker, they will try to find the information they want and switch context and screen or sharing all the times for a specific point. So having the community growing, and over time, we are just missing more and more opportunity and not having a specific tools that is a go-to place. You can go and then that will redirect you where you need with a unified experience. So for that, or to solve the problem or fill the gaps, we are introducing Adatar. Adatar is a specific data intelligence platform. So the idea is not to think just about a tracker, but to move way up on the chain and think about full end-to-end data intelligence and how could that look like. First thing, it's consolidating data, building a number of views, and providing unique analytics tools to the Cardano community. The idea, again, is to then on top build a number of smart search capabilities that can really start making everybody being able to engage with the platform and answer any question. That would be a go-to place that should direct you to the next best destination. It will provide a unified experience, and everybody can see the end-to-end visibility across the different layers of the blockchain or the ecosystem, which is also something that we believe is missing. So how does the platform look like from the top to the from the bottom to the top of the screen? We start with building data connectors, identifying the key data sources we want to bring metrics or a piece of data or a piece of content here or there, and we bring it into the platform and put it into a data lake. On top of that, we build a number of services to make it very simple. We call them here the Cardano Search and Reporting Service and the Cardano Monitoring and Alerting Service. And they are aggregating and preparing a number of metrics, scores, and messages that are being powered through 4 different solutions that sit in the platform. The first one is the Cardano Service Intelligence Service or solution. So the second one is Smart Search. After that is Business Insight and Enterprise API. I won't go into too much detail on those 4 right now because what I'm showing right now is the vision of the platform. Today we will talk about, more importantly, the actual Cardano Search and Analytics platform and the Cardano Service Intelligence solution that we propose to build as a step 1. We have a specific vision that is running for multi-years, between 3 to 5, depending on the size of the team we will be able to build and the pace or the velocity of the team. It goes to 4 different phases. The first one is the operationalization phase. Build Adatar, going to market, create an initial community, and start really being into business. After that, it's monetizing the whole platform and continuing to develop and build more and more things. Because as I was explaining, there are 4 solutions we are planning to build on top of the platform. We'll start with one and we will continuously develop over those 4 phases. Moving forward, we will need to do a lot of optimization. The ecosystem itself will evolve. We will need to balance all of the configuration across, and there will be always iterative optimization we can think of. Finally, we'll be moving to a decentralization phase, and we'll start breaking the platform itself, not just the network, but we want to build all of the different elements, being the connectors, the indexers, the actual search analytics power or computing powers into dedicated nodes that could be owned by the community, and there will be levels of governance, etc. But we are positioning that for later. We propose that via the Adatar entity, we will support those 4 phases until full decentralization, and slowly we will integrate more and more community participation into the solution. Having said that, today I'm here because we are requiring community funds to kickstart the project. So the main objective is to build an MVP. That MVP will be done in a 5-month time frame, assuming we are funded by the community. This will support the development of the operationalization phase, and that is structured into 6 specific things. In short, this is almost on a permanent basis, apart the initiate stage. So first we initiate the project, we put all of the delivery service together, we build a backlog, then we build a number of delivery services in terms from a DevOps perspective, with infrastructure as code. We provision the platform, and we provision some quality and security controls and the full build and deployment pipelines in place. We'll drive that through CI and CD pipelines. Then we build the infrastructure. We are supported by, or we plan to have a stake pool to support a potential, not a potential, but a stake to subscribe model, which I will develop later on. And actually the CSA platform from development up to production environments. Then we'll build 2 applications, the CSA platform, which is the Cardano Search and Analytics application, and the CSI application. One is backend, this is the Cardano Search and Analytics, CSA, and one is frontend, it's the CSI, the Cardano Service Intelligence application. And once everything is ready, we go to market with the MVP, and we provide the number of documentation, and also we run an early adopter campaign to gain some visibility. We are not requesting the community to fund or to support specific marketing campaigns to build a community at this stage. We believe already 5 months, and the level of funds we are requesting is sizable enough to just focus on the build and run a small early adopter campaign. Having said that, the Cardano Service Intelligence application, what it is exactly? This is a number of views and analytics tools, very unique because what they provide is the capability to easily explore and navigate the ecosystem of all of the different metrics and put them side by side. They support the detection of potential signals, the investigation about all of the signals at different degrees. They are quite unique Okay, thank you for that. We are supporting this with a stake to subscribe model. The idea is to prepare for the second phase of monetization. The numbers you see on screen are not the final one. We are looking at potentially just taking with about 0+ ADA, but I wanted to advertise, the way we would build a revenue stream for the system. And we are planning as part of the MVP to build a home view, which is the first dashboard that provide the end-to-end visibility of the Cardano ecosystem in a way that doesn't exist. This should deliver or will deliver immediate business outcome for the community in terms of providing complete visibility, a unified view and experience, one speedy investigation view, and driving all of that through automation. Thank you very much to have listened, and thank you to everyone.
Awesome.
You can join here from Douglas.io.
Awesome. If you can stop your screen sharing. We open up for questions for anyone that wants to ask Damien anything. And please, Balazs, prepare your presentation. You go next. Questions. You can raise your hand or you just opened your mic.
I just have one comment. I really thought this was a really interesting proposal. Damien, just for me to understand, is the revenue model that the more people stake in this pool, the more access they will have to these services that you guys are developing?
Correct. This is going to be so. I didn't stay on the screen too long, but you will unlock more you stake, and you get to specific tiers, and you get access to more premium features.
Wow, that's very innovative, very interesting. It's it's fantastic. You get staking rewards plus you get access to all these services. So very innovative.
Right.
Good for you.
That's a phase one. At the end, this is something that can really grow in terms of creativity as part of the stake to subscribe model. Once we get to decentralization, or potentially we've got a governance token, this can also be a way to the stake to subscribe model doesn't rely just on potentially staking ADA. Then there might be further things, but because this is not as part of the first phase, I don't want to advertise too much of that. For now, it's just you stake ADA on our pool, you get more or less features. As part of the MVP, what we'll deliver will be full access to anybody staking with any amount of ADA. It's really the early stage.
Thanks for your
Any
question.
other
Thanks for your comment. Any other comment, question, suggestion? All right, I have one then. In terms of your team, what are you looking forward to do with the funding? Are you going to hire a team? You already have all the team in place?
So we are 2 persons, and as part of this specific, I don't know if I'm still sharing my screen or not.
Yeah, you are.
But okay, great. I'm Damien. I work with Hugo Alamel, a friend of me I know for more than 15 years. We are very complementary skills. We've got enough to build the stake pools, build the platform, and we will be just going through external service providers to support key deliverables at different stage of the 5 months. However, if all of this is successful, we will be considering growing the team, probably with an extra developer to support us as a side, but this would be funded by ourselves. Just knowing that the community supporting us is going to put us in the right direction. At the moment, we're just requesting funds to actually deliver against the deliverables we've put forward in a proposal, not to hire anybody else.
All right, we have 1 minute and change left. Any comments? Okay, if not, why don't you take this time, Damien, and you wrap up with a message for the voters. We'll be probably seeing this video, why they should vote for your proposal.
Why? Because I think this new business solution challenge is really fit for Adatar. I was trying in Fund 7 to get some funding, but I had to move into the miscellaneous challenge, which I don't think was fit for purpose to what I was trying to do. But now with the idea of building a business on the back, promoting an MVP, having a compelling story, and I do think this is something that Cardano requires now and not later. The ecosystem is growing massively, the number of dApps are growing, we need visibility, we need new tools, and at the moment, nobody is proposing what we are proposing or what we have in mind, and we've got a long vision, and not starting now would be a missed opportunity for the community, I believe.
Awesome. I congratulate you, send you a lot of luck and success on your project. I concur, it is now and is needed. Thanks for being here and share this with us. If you stop sharing your screen, please, so Balazs can start sharing his.
I would love to, but I don't know how. So maybe, Bart, could you try sharing, and maybe this will take my sharing. I don't know, but I try.
Okay, let's try that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot hijack. It says able to share, so you cannot share.
You have to stop yours. If you go up and down, up or down your screen, you will see a menu, and then you can stop sharing your screen.
Find myself a bit stupid not being able to. I can only see all of you, all of us. So it's on the other screen. Sorry.
There we go. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so Balazs Kontes is here, and he will guide through his proposal, clinical trials, patient recruitment. Real excited. Balazs, 10 minutes.
Hello,
on.
everyone. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Just wanted to let you guys know that we have our founders, my partners here with me. I will take the lead, right? And then if there's any questions, we'll chime in. One of the things I would just like to say is that there's been quite a bit of information we've shared in the past, and what we'd like to do here is maybe just focus on some of the more either incremental or new information or approaches that we've developed, right? And having said that, what we will do is we're going to share this document, this presentation on the IdeaScale platform. So if anybody wants to take a look at it, wants to take a look at it after the fact, you're more than welcome, okay? So today we're gonna be focused more on incremental and new developments, okay? So what are we trying to do? So what we are trying to solve is we were looking at some of the problems or issues that we saw in the clinical trial management space, but more importantly in the first step, which is the recruitment. And a couple of things that we've noticed is that the whole process historically has always been very much pharma-led. So pharma organizations try to do their own recruiting, and that led to, of course, a lot of centralization and, kind of like a siloed mentality, requiring a lot of manual intervention as well, right? So what we thought is that there's a lack of a solution that gives really patients, the patient themselves, to be able to take direct control and directly search, find, and sign up to clinical trial that best suits them, right? So before it was the pharma companies were looking for patients. If they found one, fantastic. But if that person was not a good fit, then what would that patient be doing, right? So what we're trying to now do is reverse it and say, okay, the patient goes, looks for their trial, the one that best suits them. It could be with pharma company 1, pharma company 2, right? And I think that's going to be a little bit of a game changer here, and we're really very excited about that. And that's what we call the democratization and decentralization of patient recruitment, right? Secondly, right, blockchain is all about trust, right? The ability to be able to make sure that there's no data integrity, errors, and all these things are always avoided. And blockchain prevents these issues, or at least discourages them, right? So what we think is that, the Cardano blockchain with its incorruptibility of the data as a core feature, and then of course with the safe, security-focused programming language, Haskell, that this is really going to be a really good candidate for us to be able to provide that proof of trust for our pharma companies, the clients, but more importantly for the patients, right? Because we want to make sure that we don't run into any kind of issues. We have been doing a lot of research on HIPAA compliance, lawsuits, and data integrations, and it's a very lengthy, messy, and costly problem. And but we really believe that if we set it up correctly from the get-go, those are certain things that we can definitely avoid. So we're very happy, and that's why we will be looking at, and we're looking into how Singularity Net, Ben Goertzel's company, has been doing that with their robot Grace, right? So they already were able to get the HIPAA and GDPR compliance. So we're going to be adapting some of those things for our purposes. Third thing is the increasing number of trials and complexity. This is another thing something that's been happening, right? You have the industry growing at a rate of 10%, but more importantly, due to margin pressures, doctors and health groups have been experiencing less and less resources that they're able to deploy to help patients enroll in clinical trials. And then on top of that, you have the other issue, which is that the trials themselves and the trial criteria to enroll are getting more and more complex. So it requires a different, more energy, more focus to do it, right? So that's something also we're looking to implement and solve for. And then lastly, we have the inefficient patient enrollment process. Currently, because of the fact that everything is pharma-driven, siloed, and centralized, there's no available database of patients with their health profiles that pharma organizations can really look at and say, okay, well, what is the best area for me to conduct my studies? Where are there some pockets of opportunities, where there's some patients already available that I can run my trial, right? Because right now so that's another one, and we have some demos on that. Okay. So what do we believe that's going to really differentiate us? It's really that launching an easy to access HIPAA-compliant, DIDS-enabled patient recruitment solution on Cardano, right? Where we're going to be looking to attract patients of diverse background, but also bring on healthcare organizations to Cardano. So as I mentioned before, we're going to have several stakeholders, but the ultimate goal is to democratize patients' ability to find clinical trial that best suits their needs in their area, specific area. Our team is composed of senior leaders, so from pharma and IT, and our wish is to impact patients' life of all backgrounds, democratize, once again, patient recruitment. We cannot say that enough because I'm really excited about that. Help healthcare organizations find cures and grow the Cardano's ecosystem, right? And I think just as Damien said, we really are looking forward to building that relationship within the Cardano system. And that's the reason why we're looking at, what has Singularity Net done, right? We're looking at some other use cases, and we're trying to really come up with something that we hope and we aim at one day is going to be kind of an example that we can share with others, and hopefully others can mimic what we've done. So a couple of things I want to highlight, right, is what do we feel from a metrics perspective will help us differentiate is it's just that number of patients enrolled per month. Currently, if we look at, within what's in our scope for now, oncology clinical trials, pharma companies they're recruiting at a rate of 40 patients per month for trial. We do believe that if we get into this direct recruitment, we implement the direct recruitment initiative, we're able to get some back office efficiencies that we'll talk about more. We focus more, we start doing more targeted search engine optimization, building some very targeted relationships with the clinics and advocacy groups. We can actually take that up to about 80%. We can double that number. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. I want to spend more time on that. The patient to trial matching level of effort, this is where if some of that back office efficiency is. Currently, to do that, it's about 10 to 14 business days. We believe that we have a very easy line of sight to be able to do that in 1 to 2 business days. Definitely on the one day. The matching itself could be 10 to 15 minutes. And then, sometimes you need a little bit of that intervention by the right scientific affairs team and phone validation and follow-ups, right? So that's why we're giving an extra day or so. But that's something we really feel comfortable and to be able to achieve. Payment remittances, that has been something that has been a little bit plaguing the industry as well, right? So I think with blockchain and crypto, we're definitely, if you think about it today, it's going to be less than an hour. With the June hard fork and everything we're hearing about Hydra and all these things, I mean, some of these, these transactions could even be seconds, right? Let's see. We'll keep our fingers crossed on what happens in the balance of the year. And then lastly, it's the diverse patient recruitment rate. Currently, 25% of patients that are in these clinical trials are of diverse background, whether that's ethnic, country of origin, what have you. And what we want to do is really take into account the FDA and our pharma clients' mandate, which is to reach 40%. And like I said, given the fact that we're going to be optimizing our SEO and really going after a more targeted clinics and advocacy group relationship building, I think we have a way to achieve that. So this is the patient sign-up process. I don't want to spend too much time. This has already been shared, right? I would perhaps go to the next one, but I'll just give you a couple of things here. We're going to have 3 types of patients. 2 of them will be going through our own web portal, signing them up through web portal, but we're also going to have a process where we're going to be working with some of our pharma
1 minute
partners.
to wrap up.
Oh, wow, okay. Then let me focus on this. So this is the information architecture. We already have the clinical trial data secured the way we have it. So that's ready for us to use. We are currently looking to build a data portal, right? Where we'll be collecting the data from our patients. Then comes the trial patient matching engine. That's where we take the 2, we take the patient data as well as the trial data. And it's at that point that we're going to be taking all that information and loading into the blockchain. Lastly, as a patient is enrolled, it's going to go and we're going to be handing that data over to the client CTMS. And then here's a little bit of a snapshot here of what that smart contract ecosystem is going to look at a high level. is we have our patients, we have our pharma, CROs, and then we're going to have various smart contracts, right? So as we talked about some of the enrollment awards, some of the smart contracts for recruitment fees, EMR fees, and advocacy and doctor group payments. Okay. This is what we're looking for, is that if you take one of our clients, and this is how we'll be able to map their cancer trial sites in blue, but more importantly, we'll be able to match on and layer on the patient pools, if you will, and then we'll be able to say, okay, so this is, in these trial sites, you have decent amount of patients that we have available, but have you thought about these other areas where you have these green areas, right, available patient pool, and is this where we can then go after and start opening up some additional trial sites? And I think that's what really is going to make the two worlds come together, and it's going to create a lot of efficiency. It's much more focused and targeted. We'll be able to be much more focused and targeted the way we go after patient recruitment. Okay, and then in 2 years or so, we'll be ready to go global, right? And that's going to be pretty exciting for us to do as well. Here's a little bit of a next one, if you just allow me to. This is where we're going to be bridging the two worlds, right? So there's the clinical trial protocol language, right, that the pharma and the clinical trials work with. But what we'll be doing is translating that for every lay person to be able to understand. Like, what does that mean? So it's like, if you say, did you receive chemo? Well, that's a line of therapy, right? So in the clinical trial world, that's like the line of therapy, 2L, 1L, 3L. And then so this is a little bit of an example of how we're going to be bridging the two worlds, which makes it very powerful. And that's what really allows us to democratize and make sure that everyone understands, what are the necessities, and we're able to do proper inclusion and exclusion criteria. Okay.
Awesome, Balazs.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks for sharing the presentation. You have a lot of content there for people to go deep. Any questions, comments, suggestions? All right. So now that you have this slide in the screen, that's exactly I was going to ask you. How much money are you requesting? I see you have 200K there for 6 months effort, or 3?
Is it for 6 months or 3 months, the 200K?
No, it's for the first 6 months. Apologies.
All right.
So,
and after the 6 months, do you think you will be able to deliver what the community will see or the ecosystem will see?
Correct. So we're anticipating to go live month 9, if not sooner. However, we do believe that we would be in a really good position that by end of month 6, we'll have a very good proof of, we'll have the pilots ready. We're going to be probably coming out of beta. And then in month 7 through 9th, it's just really preparing for that go live. But we really are anticipating that already by month 6, we will have at least 1 pharma client, if not 2. In the last couple of weeks, we've been working very hard. We already have a new head of sales. We've had some additional, some of our current clients have already come to us and asked us, hey, when can we send you a PO? Right? So they're really is interested because they're starting to hear about this and they're really getting excited. And so we believe that these numbers right now, this plan is very reachable. And it's a good problem to have, right? Because we kind of feel that we just need to build a stadium and the players and the fans will come and they want to come, right? So now for us, it's just building the stadium, which would be that blockchain solution, right? So that we can then start turning it on. And because I can tell you that right now we've already helped some people identify to be entered into clinical trials. And so this would be one example where we had a lung cancer patient from an advocacy group who was in stage 4 metastasized. And we had some of their information. And because the database, the clinical trial database, and what they're looking for, the inclusion and exclusion criteria, we already have good line of sight to, we were able to find 6 trials, and one site was within 50 miles, right? And this thing took 10 minutes to do the matching. And then came the full verification. So we feel very positive the fact that I think we're on the right track. And like I said, if we can build a stadium, the players and the fans will come. And this is the Field of Dreams referral from a Hollywood movie.
And I can tell, I think we all can tell that you are very passionate about this. So really good luck on your proposal. I think is totally a need for a centralized and really strong regulated industry. And these things will provide transparency and efficiency. Thanks so much for your presentation. Now we will have Mohamed Iya that will go next. Please, Balazs, stop your sharing so Mohamed can start sharing his. Mohamed will be talking us on cultural tourism beyond borders. Most and welcome, Mohamed. All yours.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Perfect. I'll be very fast, okay? So welcome to Kimiland, the first cultural and touristic metaverse in the world, and it's built in Cardano, okay? It's first of all, touristic business opportunity that we have for Kimiland is that we in the year 2019, before the pandemic, the number of visitors to Egypt reached 13 million. Out of them, we believe 7 million was for the sightseeing, cultural sightseeing. Average cost for the trip around $2,000 US, the minimum is $2,000 US. This is a virgin market for the blockchain. No one ever from the blockchain industry went to or tried to go to the touristic industry. Being a metaverse, there is a typical metaverse opportunities as we are aware. Now metaverse is becoming the mainstream. So I won't go for the typical metaverses business opportunities. Now, our business model is, first of all, we do the restoration of the ancient Egyptian monument. We try to simulate it as a 3D models, as realistic as much as we can. And at the time it was originally built. Visitor and citizens, we have split our people that interact with the Kimiland into the citizens and the visitors. Visitor is just people that will wishing to, or it could be families, friends, couples that are willing to go to Kimiland for like a very short trip. The citizens are the ambassadors that they are preparing the areas that to make sure and guarantee a joyful trip for the visitors. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm very fast, so but because I'm very interested more into the details for the current project. What we have as an asset is the parcel and avatars, which we will sell to fund all the cycles all the monuments that we want to restore. Okay. Our marketplace, we consider it will be an open museum for the ancient Egyptian 3D or whatever artistic digital artist. Okay, so it will be an open museum. To keep always the people attracted to Kimiland, what we will do is that we will schedule events, ceremonies, and other things like that. We will always keep the people attracted to Kimiland. Okay. The rest, there are 100 risks, so, but I'm listing the most important one. Ideas that can be adopted by any entities. Diverse knowledge is required to build this. Unclear roadmap due to that there is so many factors. Awareness reach how we can reach to the public and everyone to be aware about Kimiland. Legality and regulation, definitely we will face some legality and regulation. Technical platform, what we wish to deliver is a almost realistic experience. So we believe there will be a technical limitations. The visitor and citizen model, it's a new and innovative model. So I believe there will be some question mark about it. Okay. Definitely one of the rest is allocating the fund, especially for this early stage from the project, and to find the people that will believe in this project. This is our vision for the project. It's split into 4 phases, where each phase have its own philosophy and its own deliverable. So it's already mentioned in the proposal. So I won't go for the details of this one. Okay, and each phase is split into 4 iteration restoration cycle. Okay, in the next presentation we shall see each iteration for what is the details for each iteration. As we can see, this is the steps that we follow for each iteration. First, we do the restoration for the selected monuments, monument by doing the site visit, doing the site design and mockup, and do the 3D simulation for that. We game features. We continuously develop gaming feature in each restoration cycle. The governance feature is as well. We decide that this is a governance feature in this restoration cycle. We implement it, and then we go for the experience testing, where we integrate all of this, the gaming feature, the governance feature, and the restorations that we have done into testing, and we make sure that this is being tested and ready for the public to see. And then we go for the announcement, okay, that we have completed this restoration. If everyone is interested to join us to see this one, or to have a trip to our this new restored location, so that they will be aware about our progress. Finally, after finishing the announcement, we go for a public sales for the Kimi land asset. Kimi land asset, as I said before, it's the avatars and lands. We do this to fund the next restoration cycle. Okay. Current restoration cycle. This is where our proposal is about. We requested $84 US. Current restoration is this is what we have currently as requested as a budget. For the restoration, we are in progress of acquiring resource, because this now for what we need is the resources for doing the restoration, the artists, the graphic designers, the animators, and all of this. From the gaming feature perspective, what we are trying to do now is building the platform architecture. You know, there is a centralized version, of course, as the initial releases. So we are trying to building this architecture right now. Okay, and we're trying to figure out how it should be the architecture right now. Governance feature, we cannot confirm all the features that we are planning to implement in the entire project. So what we are trying to do during this restoration cycle is to at least collect the governance feature and put schedule for this governance feature. Okay. Experience testing, for sure, we don't have anything yet, so we cannot. It's not started. The announcement part, we are building now the website. We're building the social channels and the other aspects for the announcement, our awareness for the public and for even the crypto enthusiasts. The last step is the public sale. We plan, after we completing this and we have some kind of proof, is that we meant the Kimi land assets, and then we go for the public sale so we can start funding the next restoration cycle. This is what we call restoration cycle 01. And we name it the POC. Okay, so for everyone to understand, this is what we have requested as a budget, and this is what we consider the POC. Okay. Now, this is the details for the budget requested. It's $55K for the development, promotion, content creation. Unfortunately, we couldn't provide a detailed hourly budget because there is so many variants of details, and some part in the blockchain and some other in the gaming part. So it was not that very easy to having accurate hourly rates. Okay. Travel expenses, because we have selected the first restoration site to be close to our team, so it will cost around $2,500 US. The awareness campaign is the most costly one. I consider the most costly, but it's very important so that we can afford, we can guarantee a much better public sale in order to fund the next one, to fund the next restoration cycle. Establishment and legal advisors, this is something that we have to do, so because of the legalities. Management is 4,500. Okay. This is our team. This is me, and Tarek is I'm 25 years experience in the digital transformation for the companies, background ERP system and CRM systems, and this kind of system. Tarek is financial advisors, and he is engineering background. Ahmed, Tarek is 21 years. Ahmed Darwish is 20 years also in the marketing part. Maha is 15 years in the management. Ahmed Adli is the managing director, and he's a solution architect and the ancient Egyptian statistics. Yusuf is the Unreal developer that we have. Ondrej is animation.
1 minute to wrap up.
Yeah, okay, and Nahla is 3D. So this is the purpose of this one, is to have successful public sales and publishing the white paper and then building the ecosystem for this cycle. This is the details and delivery for this for this. In the future, we plan to have the restoration, this information available for everyone. Finally, and this is the most important, we are building a new world. We need everyone to come with a QAM and join us with whatever experience you have. We trust the community, and we trust that you will help us getting this into the reality. That's it.
Awesome job. Thank you, Mohammed.
You're most welcome.
Awesome. Comments, questions, doubts, suggestions? Neat. So I have one for you.
Yep.
What does Kimiland came from?
Stand for?
Yeah.
Kimiland. Kemet is the old name for Egypt. It's before the Egyptian, the Roman called Egypt, but before the Roman, it was named Kimiland, Kemet. Okay, so that's why we name it Kimiland. That's it.
Nice. And
okay.
what is your passion about this project? Why you decide to build this and go after this with all this great team that you assemble?
Yeah, the passion about this one, first of all, we are inventing a new industry. It's the touristic industry. No one ever invented this before. I see a huge opportunity for like the human financial freedom. It comes from the artists as they will start selling and selling their items in the marketplace. Where the ambassadors, which are the key persons in our proposal, they will provide the joyful, they provide the place that can make it a joyful trip. They will make benefits by giving the people, first of all, deciding the price ticket for the visit, and advertising the advertising Kimiland in their surrounding. Okay, and there is many other opportunities. Okay, even by stacking our asset, Kimiland assets, you will be rewarded. Okay, so that's it.
Great. Any questions? All right,
anyone, I'm welcome for anyone. If you have any experience of these, join us, please. Let's make it true, okay?
Mohammed, any final message to the voters that are seeing you here?
Yeah, there is a final message. I believe this project, first of all, it's saying that we have the first culture and touristic metaverse that is built in Cardano. I believe we will give added value to Cardano. We believe by completing this project, maybe we will have like 40 million visits per year. This is a conservative estimate of our project. So I believe there will be a huge demand for ADA, because every visit we will request one ADA per the visit, okay, as a Kimiland. So I believe that with this will maybe get to ADA to the moon. Okay, that's
okay. Amazing words, amazing jobs. Thanks for Mohammed.
Yeah.
Thanks all the presenters that will be that presented today here with us. We are reaching the breakout right now, the coffee break. So you are most than welcome to join the main room right now. I'm going to stop the recording, and we will get back 16:30 hours UTC for the next 3 presentation. Amazing, guys. Thanks for your collaboration and for being here. Now we will be joined by Vinay of Kovacic that will take the lead and present his proposal.
So I'll just continue.
Start from scratch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Audible? Sounding clear?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining in on today's session regarding Kovacic.
Before we start, there are two things that I would like to put out, which we could consider as disclaimers. The first one is our proposal speaks of having a ZK rollup and a sidechain. Technically speaking, a ZK rollup and a sidechain are two identical and isolated layer 2 solutions. What we're essentially trying to try here is any sidechain is basically a two-way peg with the main chain. We are planning to integrate something similar to that of ZK rollup technology, where we make the chain only one way. There will be a consensus mechanism for the chain where the data that is being passed on.
Sorry to interrupt, that too much interference in your audio.
The actual data that we are trying to push through, and in no way will the integrity of the data be ever ruined or masqueraded. So the
Sangeet,
scope
sorry to
of
interrupt, there's a lot of interference in your audio.
Surya, it is recorded.
It's breaking
It's a
up.
recorded system. There's a lot of interference in what he's speaking. We can't hear him.
Okay.
Act as a scaling solution for Cardano. Ever since the Alonso hard fork took place, we've noticed Minesweep text that was going to be built on Cardano during their test phase on the testnet. Scaling was a very big issue. It was pointed out that they could only move one transaction per block, and this is going to be a very big problem for Cardano in the long run. The secondary scope is to host ConMa's requirements and dApps and smart contracts that come with it. We have around 15 sectors that we're targeting, and once we reach our full potential, we are quite confident the entire Cardano chain will get crowded and we would be a major part of it. Therefore, we decided to go with our own sidechain that also helps Cardano to scale, at the same time help ConMa to host its dApps and smart contracts. So why Cardano? Ever since the Alonso hard fork took place, we took part in a lot of Cardano meets. One of those meets was the Cardano Summit in 2021. We had the opportunity to see Don Tapscott's presentation on DCF, and coincidentally, ConMa's ideologies and goals were in perfect sync with Cardano and the decentralized consortium front. In the next slide, you guys will see the sectors that we target and how we are in connection with DCF and Cardano. These are the 17 sectors that we currently target. We have architecture as design already laid out. We do have few clients in one of these sectors and experts within these sectors to guide us. This is going to be a collaboration with the community. As you all know, ConMa by itself is a DAO, and it does not have any centralized authority running it. It is purely community driven and entirely decided by the community themselves. So ConMa chain will primarily be used to scale Cardano. The chain will be a layer 2 solution. It's a sidechain that will use something similar to the ZK Snark technology, making it a one-way peg. The secondary goal, as mentioned, is to host ConMa's dApps and smart contracts for the sectors that we target. On the tech front, we have a ConMa chain to be a sidechain. It will have its own consensus mechanism, which is a proof of stake. It will have a one-way peg using the ZK rollup, which is purely experimental. This is a challenge that we chose to take on by ourselves to make sure that Cardano scaling solutions are met to its demand. On the node end, we will start off with 5 nodes for the testnet. One will be held by ConMa, 4 will be divided among the community to run all sorts of tests. During the mainnet launch, we will have 20 nodes. 3 nodes will be held by ConMa's wings, that is Lab, Incorporated, and Global Foundation. The profits of this go straight to the treasury for ConMa. The rest of the nodes will be left out for auction. This is open to the community to buy and run. Addition of nodes, delegation of nodes can be voted on by proposals laid out in ConMa Hood and be voted using the DAO. This is the roadmap for the chain. We would like Q1 to design with our guidance entities, which is CMI, Emergo, MLabs. Q2 and Q3 will be purely given for the development of the chain, the explorer, the scanner, the ZK rollup, the consensus mechanism, and the node OS. Q4, we will be able to audit and provide the same code outside for external perspective to be audited, and we will go through the deployment. During the deployment phase, we will also conduct an ICO. where we'll be able to raise funds for the community. The team consists of myself, the CTO of Conma Labs, my good friend Vinay, who is the CEO, and Adatar, who is the COO of Conma Labs. We've been guided under CMI, with the Chennai Mathematical Institute, who has a very good cohort of Haskell developers and professors, and Emergo, the research wing and development wing of Cardano, to help us and guide us. Here is a link for the light paper. We are open to questions according to your convenience. Thank you.
Yes. We're open for questions and we have Sangeet here.
Awesome.
Yes.
Glad that you concentrate all the effort in 5 minutes. Any questions,
it was
comments,
quite hard,
suggestions?
but I guess I did my best.
Any questions? Else we have like a product that we already worked on and we have like a working product that we want to present.
In terms of your proposal, what you will get delivered when, and how much are you requesting?
So, Sangeet, you want to take that?
So basically we've divided the whole chain up until phase 1 and phase 2. The phase 1 is going to be entirely developer centric and ensure all the wings and factions of the chain is developed. So the phase 1 will last for a year. We've asked around $800,000. The budget breakdown is provided within the light paper. The link is in the chat over here. Within the first year, we'll be able to at least scale up Cardano's transactions and scale up their entire cohort. Hopefully, after which is when we will start deploying our own contracts and dApps on the chain. So that will mostly come on phase 2, because a few of the sectors that we are targeting really has a necessity of oracles and a lot of other technologies that will have to work in sync with together. But either way, the first and primary goal is to help Cardano scale its chain by ensuring we use the chain only as a point of storage of data and not to process the entirety of it.
Nice. And in terms of people that would like to join you in this effort, are you providing the links of this sidechain?
Yes. Ideally, what we do is we bring everyone who wants to collaborate, work with Conma, have any kind of connection to Conma Hood. So Conma Hood is our decentralized community forum where we discuss on proposals. As of now, we are more or less a Web2 entity. The whole transition to Web3 is what we are currently venturing out on. And the first step is to get our chain on board. So we are on the lookout for investors. We are on the lookout for community managers. We are on the lookout for developers in all sorts of language. There is room and space for everyone. And I'm sure everyone has one strength that they'll be able to give towards Conma and ultimately give towards Cardano.
Okay, I just noticed that you put the link tree on the chat, so everyone is welcome to go to the link. And
We'll be more than happy
details.
to have you guys on our Discord server or Telegram, whatever it is you feel convenient. You will find
we
at
have
least.
Conmaverse.
Yeah, so hopefully the next time we all meet would be in the Conmaverse. It's a 2D metaverse, specially designed for work from home. It's not going to be based on games or anything. It's going to be something full for businesses to utilize on a Web3 front.
Nice. And in terms of the feedback that you have from the assessment phase, what things that you guys found there that is probably things that you would like to put or add to your proposal?
Of course. So the thing is, this is our second fund that we've actually taken part in. The first fund was Fund 7, where we put in around 7 proposals. One of the common feedback that we got for all 7 proposals were that it was too technical, and the community, not everyone in the community will be able to understand this and address this. So this time we kind of made the proposals more easier to understand. And then the feedback we got this time was there was lacking of technical information on it. So we weren't really sure what to do. Either way, we made 2 proposals. The proposal on idea scale is full and full, a very general idea. And the slide paper link that I've given probably gives you a much more in-depth. So I'm giving the community the freedom to go read whichever comes in their favor. But either way, the goals are still the same, and we'll be more than happy to have you guys and answer any questions, even if not now, somewhere in the near future.
Awesome. Any questions, comments, suggestions? All right, then. Any final message that you guys want to share?
Well, obviously, we wouldn't want to take more time of anyone else, but we've kind of noticed that talking about Conma easily requires us at least 2 to 3 hours. So if anyone is really interested in understanding or knowing more about Conma, we hold a Conma United session every Wednesday. You can find the link to that in our link tree and in any of our socials. So hopefully we'll be able to host you there for any and every doubt you have.
Awesome. Really excited for your proposal going through the voting round, and then you will probably figure out what is best, if too technical or not too technical, or a mix of both, I guess. So good luck on that. Next, we will have a request by Frederick. Maria, if you don't mind, Frederick will need to go first. Is that okay with you?
Yes, no problem.
All right, then. So we will be joined by Frederick Samura. He will talk about Mobilize, grassroots activism. Wow, what a name.
Yes.
Let's go, Frederick.
Thank you very much, Maria. I apologize again, is that we have I will present the group which presented. It's a team within Goma. So I'm presenting this proposal, which is Mobilize grassroots activism. It's basically led by a team of students who are in the Democratic Republic of Congo. They also presented 2 projects, so that's why I was not there. I was translating in French, and I was also translating for the other group. And now I'm trying to mobilize some coordination for them to leave the school and go home, and it's already night over there. So that's why I wanted to pass now so that I can call them. So the hub in Goma was founded through a community called WADA. Some of you may have heard about it. Since October 2020, 2021, we had the Cardano Summit. Since then, they have been meeting every week, every Saturday. We train them on Haskell, we train them on Plutus. There is a stake pool hosted in the school. And also they are knowing about the ATALA Prism implementation that the school is implementing for the graduates. So through the hub, they proposed a few projects, and some of them is this one. We have 3 projects. This one is about Mobilize grassroots activism crowdfunding. They have challenges. I'm like their mentor, and I've completed the Plutus Pioneer program, the ATALA Prism Pioneer program as well. But however, I have to translate because they mostly speak French. And I train them in French, and sometimes I also help them translate some documentation. So those are the challenges they're facing, mostly language and also energy, because sometimes electricity and internet is not available. Why elections and why blockchain? Currently in the Congo, we're having elections, national elections in 2023, next year. And before the elections, usually civil society organizations are quite very active. So we looked into trying to find an application which can allow people to start knowing how blockchain can be implemented in supporting elections, supporting the democratic process, and supporting activism in general. And using the civil society, we thought about the student union first as a template to try on, so that the students can vote to using the blockchain, and we see how that will be implemented. The blockchain will offer convenience, given that when you want to support a cause, even when you're in another country, it's not easy to support. Like sometimes I hear about Sri Lanka, I hear about some other issues happening, like Ukraine. You want to help people in Ukraine or Russia, whichever side you want to help. but usually the distance itself doesn't allow you to support those causes because you do not have time to even learn much about them. But if you can have the blockchain, you could have sent some ADA, some, crypto is playing a role in political activism, and we should make it help where it matters. Competition is once we have organizations using the blockchain, they'll be more competitive and other organizations are going to see why it is good to have a blockchain. It's like a restaurant having a drive-through. Either you have it or you don't have it. But when you have a drive-through, maybe people may not know, but it's when you use your car to basically buy stuff. And when you don't have a drive-through because of the pandemics, you saw that the drive-through was basically a tool which made you competitive. And the blockchain can also be very competitive for political organizations. Why promote activism? So I will talk about it in one way. Political activism is not a bad word. It's just basically to say that the civil societies themselves help democratic processes. They are part of the management of a country. When you want a good legislation, because the challenge is on the favorable legislations, you cannot have a favorable legislations on blockchain if you do not have civil society support. Those are the same people who end up being the politicians. The civil society organizations end up being the people who actually become politicians themselves, and they lead. And the opportunity, we have national elections in 2023. The group can implement a solution within a year and a minimum viable product, which will allow the student union to try and vote. Some civil society also to support elections on that application, and voting and within fund transfer. Scaling, once the platform is open source, any candidate, any cause can just add their cause. It's going to be like more of a template. Small donations may be acquired through the management of fees. And the other side, which is actually important, but which I think maybe it's kind of not clear for the community, is that the same way we talk about crypto and we talk about fiat, we're actually talking about the political entities. Like crypto is opposed to the fiat the same way there has to be a political dimension to that opposition. And the nation states, as they are today, are kind of the opposite of what we're actually doing. So basically, envision a time whereby the gains or the groupings or the organizations will not be based about the nation states, but are going to be more like corporations, networks, blockchains. Those who are going to be the things we call beings or entities in the world, instead of talking about nations. The roadmap is that we're going first to showcase the benefit in the student union, in the little groupings of civil society within Goma. And from there, we will be able to kind of help them set up their own campaign, their causes. And we're going first to focus on crowdfunding, fundraising for the causes and for those civil society organizations. And then we're going to see on the second stage, if we can implement a voting system. Currently, the voting system will be expensive. We already know how to implement, myself, I know how to implement a local testnet network on Cardano. So the student union, showing them how to vote on the testnet is cheap. They have free ADA, test ADA. This is doable on the testnet already. They can vote. On that mainnet, it can be prohibitively expensive, but at least the proof of concept will be there. And if a political party wants to implement voting for important issues, they may pay for it. Monitoring, sometimes those organizations, political organizations, civil society, the biggest challenge they face is accounting. The blockchain will allow them to not only account for what they received, but also what they spend, because they spend mostly on volunteers. They spend it on little tokens, little funds that are not easily to trace, like a $5 for transport, a $10 for handout. So those little funds, the blockchain can make them easily accessible and traceable. The challenge, again, we will be facing the diversity of organizations. We're going to limit ourselves to student unions, civil society, and by 2023, possibly political parties. And that will be a challenge to make the template usable by different organizations. But we think we're going to focus on those three first. And again, thank you very much. The group is based in Goma. There are 4 of them, 3 of them presented. And again, they're not here now. They are kind of waiting for me to call and book their transportation. But thank you very much. And again, this proposal is about mobilizing grassroots activism. Thank you.
Outstanding, Frederick, an outstanding subject, I may say. Questions, comments? Suggestions. All right, so I take one. Have you identified any risks? And if you did, what are your mitigations for that?
Yes, one of the risks we face is the whole political opposition, because we know that at the end of the day, as I said, we're headed towards that confrontation with nation states. We need to approach it in a way that makes it beneficial to use the blockchain. And that's maybe in the future, verify in the future. But currently, the biggest challenge we face is the whole payment, the cost of voting on the blockchain. One transaction costs money. In those countries, people are poor. However, we do think that a solution we can use is to batch election results together. So basically, we do batching, and then once you send the results, the voter will be able to confirm that that's actually his or her vote. So they won't challenge the results, given that each one of them actually can verify that they are actually their votes. Yes, Angela, I see you have your hand raised.
Go on, Angela.
Hello. I love it. Small question. I know that IOHK has taken on a very similar project in the neighboring, I'm not sure if you're neighbors actually, Burundi, which is pretty close. Have you thought about collaborating with IOHK in terms of the voting systems situation?
Yes. Actually, I was quite interested in the trip by Charles in Burundi. It's very close. It's like 2 hours trip, and we get in Burundi. And the French also will be one common element we're having. We have elections before them. They have theirs like in 2025, I believe. So whatever we implement, Burundians will be keen to look at it. And those civil societies, they usually are cross-border. So once we have a solution for them, they will be also expanded over there. And I think we will be keen to share our experience with IOHK.
Any other questions? Thanks, Angela, for your question. In terms of budget and the first thing that you are going to or plan to deliver, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, we requested that the budget is detailed on the proposal. It's around 20,500. The idea is that most of the developers, those 4 students, those 4 developers will be taking care of the front end and the back end. Myself, I'll be taking on the integration of the Bluetooth smart contract and possibly the deeds. And given that we already have the students, we have a Fund 7 funding for deeds for those students. So the voting within the student union, within the school where they're actually having the hub, that will be easily implemented. And that's going to be, the end result will be mostly a website. So if you think of the output, it's mostly something like some kind of a Facebook for causes, some kind of Kiva or those cause for supporting causes. So we're going to try and implement a website before we go into harder applications such as mobile applications.
Understand. Great. And are you in pursuing of any developers or staff that you may need for taking this baby home?
Yes, we do have myself. I instruct within the Gimba Labs network. So I'm also able to find that you didn't see Paul here and some other students, but they're actually good at developing, like on the Haskell side. Sometimes even they kind of get me because they have been spending a few months learning Haskell. So the developers, such as the people in Congo, they spend more hours than I have ever spent on Haskell. For them, it's like basically homework. And I believe they'll be good developers in the future. So I do believe that those students, because for us, we do it on a part-time basis. For them, they do it on a regular basis. So they will be better than their teachers quite soon.
Outstanding. Okay, so you have one final minute to address your voters and tell them why vote for your proposal.
Again, what I will say is that the idea I'm pushing is not yet quite clear, but you do have to understand that crypto could be facing that challenge to basically again face off with the same way the crypto faces the fiat. as an organization, will be facing nation states. And I propose you to vote because in the future this can be instrumental in in creating the independence of the blockchain. Thank you.
Nice. Thanks so much, Frederick, for being here, for your outstanding presentation. Good luck on the voting. So next we will have Maria Carmo. She will be talking about the educational toolkit for legislator, another interesting, great subject. We are moving into the political side of Cardano. Love it. Maria, the mic is yours. You're on mute, by the way, if you...
Okay, apologies. Could you see my screen?
Yep.
So my name is Maria Carm, and today I'm going to present a little bit of my proposal. This is in the Lob channel. It's called Educational Toolkit for Legislators. Just to show a little bit of the work I have been in the community, I am the founder of Maria Carmo 369, the stake pool Cardanistas, also the channel, co-founder of the Cardanista channel, co-founder of Lovelace Academy, also funded by Catalyst, part of Catalyst School and part of DeFi School, just in case people watching it, they don't know me. This is the proposal and the lobbying. I make sure the proposal was translated for French, Spanish, Portuguese, and English to make sure other people can read it and make maybe a better proposal in other challenges. I'm also an educator and advisor in many other projects in the community. So the main problem here will be the education. We have a lack of maybe interest or maybe good information for our legislators to make laws and to make decisions. So here is Brazil, the two big houses. We have upper houses, they're called the Federal Senate, and we have the smaller house. Together, we would have 569 politicians that we would love to reach with the toolkit. The toolkit would be a website and a platform made of Discord or other place where we gather information from the community. A guide of a book or a manual about blockchains. As far as I know, the people that are making decisions in our countries, they need to know more about blockchains, the risks, the attacks, what is the importance of decentralizations, what is the importance to pick a blockchain that is energy efficient. So it's why I put through this proposal. We do have risks here. Maybe the COVID wouldn't be allow me to be present in the event that I all gonna host in the Congress of Brazil. So what we could do is do an online event or something that will allow me to deliver the content I would like to deliver. Maybe a talk, we would have 2 or 3 people talking about the blockchain and the benefits, how it could actually help us with, together with the public power, to change our society, to change our communities, because it's not only about tax. I know we are very afraid to talk about the subject. It's not about tax. It's about educating people that will actually make these laws later on. And for my ending, as I'm always connected to education, as you can see, I think as far we can go educating people, we have a long way to go, because if a law project in Brazil is left unattended, it could take 15 years to get something approved. So I would love to have the honor to present this proposal, so also be the first one in translation in that way, so people can come around, copy it and make it better and present in their own countries in their own languages, because I think maybe it will be easy to start from small countries or countries where the economy is not exactly in the place it should be, and then we grow out to other countries. In Brazil, the lobbying is not regulated. It's not against the law, but it's not regulated either. So we could start building up our spaces out there. Here is my plan. For the months, be aware that this can change. Sometimes it's hard to find people to work with, is a risk. Sometimes people take a long time to deliver a website or to deliver things that you would like to deliver. So it's all affect your project, but this is more or less the timeline I would like to deliver. This is the budget as well in USD. And here is other proposals that I present with other partners in the community. Otávio is the person behind other projects in the community. So I have the meetup, Cardano meetup. I have been paying the Cardano meetup from my pockets for years because I was afraid that scammers got to that place. So I got there first, and I would like to grow this space together with more professional people. Here is a video series as well, all about Cardano, as connected to Cardano feed professional. This will be done with me, a professional journalist, and professional video maker, would be all the professional level. And here is a crypto course, what will be more or less like a Udemy to be paid with Cardano. So thank you very much, and I appreciate any questions.
Amazing, Maria. Questions, comments? Routing is also allowed, as Angela is saying. Go, Maria. All right, so I have one question for you. You are a well-known influencer in Latin America, and I guess that you already have sensed how this proposal will be taken by the politicians. Do you have any comments on that? Have you tried to reach out to them, and how do you think, or what do you think will happen when you start doing this?
As a person that's more interested in go with the mass adoption, I have trying reaching out to politicians, but it's very hard. You have to do it in a professional manner. You have to have a professional. For example, in that proposal, I have someone with 10 years of advocacy experience in Brasilia. She knows all the in and outs of a politician, who is who belongs to which party. Because what I want to avoid to go to one politician and get hated from everybody else. So what I'm proposing here is a general education process. It's a general process of educating people. And later on, we see who would like to talk to us and go further and make them through laws or doing something else in advance. It's more like advocacy type of proposal to later on building on more a lobby type of proposal. Because if you see the funds like $300,000, and it wouldn't be even able to get one politician in America. If you see, it will be maybe enough for poor countries in Latin America, but not enough for a rich country in America or Europe, for example. We have to take it as account as well.
Thank you. Questions? Yep.
So not a question. So not a question. So that's a great proposal. So we have a similar proposal in Sri Lanka, so that we want to do next. So our approach was to go to their educational ministry. So bring in ATALA Prism, basically self-sovereign identities to education first. So aiming at particular industries. Now, education is something that is like untouched because all our education systems are like so messed up. So approaching them with something that really doesn't involve politics. So education, you don't see politics. Only when we go to any of the financial scenes, right, we face political hindrances. But
Yeah.
so we thought we would go like you did an educational toolkit for everything, everyone in common, right? So we've taken a similar approach.
Exactly. This is very interesting because educations, I think, englobes everybody, doesn't put people aside, just bring people together. So together we can think better, together we can take better decisions, together we can mitigate the risk to be picking maybe a blockchain that's a centralized, maybe the blockchain that there is a risk. I think, you know, as my best, and I'm doing my best to contribute, as IT is not my background is in teaching, and I love other parts of society like sociology, history, and everything else. So if anyone have any other questions to address, I'm here, happy to answer.
Maria, Lina here is asking for a link to your presentation. So if you have it, or maybe later, you can send it, and so you can find it on YouTube. Not sure if
Yes,
you have it here.
if you could reach me out on Telegram, I send that to you. There you go.
Great. We have several women in the room, and I would like to hear your opinions or ideas on this proposal. What do you think, Angela, Juliana, Liana?
Come on, give you some questions. Please tell me to do something different. Help me to grow, guys. I need you. The questions are not challenge you against you. They are challenge you, make you grow. Allow me to grow with your opinions and your feedback.
No pressure.
That's Maria.
You mentioned that you have the person in your team who has several years of experience, and that it would be dangerous, not dangerous, but you would have to be careful in picking which not team, but which politicians you roll with. That's a very fascinating concept because I feel the same way in my country. It's very difficult to get a new idea in, and so I can relate. What did your advisor say about left or right?
Yes, this is why we are doing a educational approach and not picking out politicians. We are choosing them all. If they want to learn and they want to grow and they want to take the country out of the misery it is in, because you probably know it by now, Alex here know what's going on in Latin America. They will be free to do it so without me picking them out and avoid to be polarized or put in the corner and silence it. I don't want to be silenced. I want to still talking about Cardano and be able to educate people. If they don't want to learn and they don't want to go to the event, is also fine. It's all about being free to be learning and to get exposed to this technology and to this learning.
I like that answer. I have one for you. I love your idea of translating whatever materials that you came out with in other languages for anyone in the community to be able to export it, let's say, or adapt it to their own local realities. Have you been approached by people in the community, or maybe from the assessor stage, in terms of collaboration opportunities or people interested in doing that?
Not yet. I think it's a very challenging challenge itself. So maybe people are afraid to put proposal through. So I didn't get approached this time in this proposal exactly, but I didn't get approached another time, and I did collaborate with other people. You know, people, I think we're still afraid to talk about with the legislators, but we need them to make better law and make fair laws for all of us, like stakeholders.
Lian, you unmute yourself, so I guess you have a question.
Oh, sorry. No, I just unmuted. I came in a bit late, so I only caught that it's you're proposing education and for grassroots groups. So I work with grassroots in grassroots groups all over the place. Like there's one in Kenya. So I'm interested in this topic, but I'm sorry that I missed the talk.
No, this is a pleasure to explain to you. I'm proposing a toolkit where we're gonna teach legislators in Brazil, in the upper house and the other houses of power, what is blockchain? What is this potential? What is important to be decentralized? What are the risks? What are the type of attacks? Why are these attacks happening? Because these people will be picking technologies, they will be picking blockchains, and if we are the ones to educate them, why not? And then I did this toolkit, gonna be evolved a website, maybe a Discord or a Telegram group, but also gonna be a guide, a manual guide, printed, edited and corrected, and also an event in Brasilia where I'm gonna be presenting and talk to people that will come forward. When you came into the room, we're discussing, oh, but who are you gonna pick, right or left? And then I explained my strategy. My strategy is educational, it's not political. I'm gonna make this strategy where I'm gonna explain to everybody and show to everybody, and they pick the information they want and they do whatever they want moving forward. So I do the educational, I set it on the path, and then maybe later on is more advocacy type of grounds because they have the zero level knowledge. Why I would start doing lobby if the people don't know what I'm talking about? So I came forward with educational projects to lay the path and see if the community allow me to put this proposal through, and later on maybe we can come and do the lobbying bit. Maybe the fund's going to be bigger, the fund's going to allow more countries to take on this challenge and put the proposal through. It's exactly. Do you have any question?
So I can just reach out and say I'm also an educator. I'm an economist. I work in colleges in America, and I'm also working with Wolfram University, which is an educational platform. And it integrates blockchain, and the purpose of it is to visualize blockchain and to understand it better. So there might be something that we can assist with. We have people in Argentina. We have people all over the world. So I put in a link there to Wolfram U. It's really it's an educational tool, but it's many other things as well. It's one of these amazing pieces of software. It's in most universities. It might be something that can be a facilitator for what you're trying to deliver to these legislators.
Alrighty. Thank you, Liam, for offering. The link is there in the chat, Maria. And also, we have a note by Juliana that she would love to have the educational key to translate it in Bulgarian. So amazing. You will be all over the world with your kit. All right, we are out of time, unfortunately, but I really enjoyed all these great presentations. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for the people that are watching us and making this valuable. I hope you get a grip of what we are building in Cardano, what all these amazing people are passionate about. And please, 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 if you are registered, vote for them. Thank you all. See you in the main room.
All right. So, hello, everybody. Our Fund 8 proposal is the Artverse, which is a user-owned social media designed for Web3. So Web 2 has given us some amazing things, but it has its own flaws. So what we are trying to do is to build social media for the Web 3. And so what is the Artverse? Let me get on with the basics. Let me just move this. So the Artverse is divided into multiple phases of development, and we are asking for funding for phase 0 of development of the Artverse. So Artverse is basically a network of wallets. So social media profiles, we think the future of social media profiles is our wallets, is our Web3 wallets, where these Web3 wallets can interact with each other and comment on the NFTs inside them. And wallet browsing also is something that becomes an integral part of Web3 social media, in our opinion, where you can follow wallets, look for wallets, and also get notifications when NFTs enter or leave wallets. this will include like an advanced searching mechanism for wallets. For example, lots of people want to follow wallets for their tribes. For example, goats follow goats, or clays follows clays and stuff like that. So the advanced searching mechanism is where you can search for all wallets with a specific NFT project, and then you can follow all of them or some of them. And also being able to search wallets with profile names. So you can name your wallet right now, and you're able to search wallets just with the profile name or the ADA handles inside of those wallets is another thing. And the profile picture for these for the social media would be picked from one of the NFTs in your wallet. And also the ability to connect multiple wallets. Say you have your Daedalus, you have your Nami, you have your CC Vault. You're able to connect all these wallets together into one profile and check all your NFTs in one space. And also you can check the NFTs in each individual wallet. So those are the basic things we are trying to develop in phase 0 of development. So let me show you how it would look. It would pretty much look like your regular social media profiles. And this is how it would look, and all your NFTs are in your profile. And V is for verified. We are trying to work with a couple of marketplaces to use their verification system and verify the NFT projects in the social media. And then you can edit your profile where you can pick one of your NFTs and make it your profile picture. But one thing we are providing is that you're able to hide some of the NFTs in your wallet, so but in your profile. But this doesn't mean your NFTs are completely hidden. All the information is on chain. So if someone wants to look at all the contents in your wallet, they are able to, because all information is open to public. And lastly, when you click on one of your NFTs, it displays the properties and the policy ID of the NFT, and individuals are able to comment on your NFTs, and they're able to like it, share the link to your NFT, and comment on it. Yeah, so that's what they're doing. So let me give you, so far we have developed a couple of things. First one is Nami wallet connection, NFT viewing and policy ID viewing, picking one of your NFTs as a profile picture, and browsing wallets with the wallet address. So those are the things we have developed so far. And let me give you a quick demonstration. So this is the platform at this point. And this is my wallet. It's already connected. So you're able to see everything on here. And these are all my NFTs. These are all my NFTs. And this is the profile picture. And if you want to edit something in this wallet, you just edit it and say, I want to pick one of the NFTs from my profile. I just go here. I want to say Rick and Morty. So that would be my profile picture. And I can change my bio and my Linktree address and stuff like that. And the banner is something that you can just pick a photo for. So, and you submit it, and there you go. So this becomes your profile picture. And also one thing I wanted to show is that hiding feature. So say I want to hide all my Carda stations, so I can just like go here and hide them all. Hide them all, and there you go. You are not able to see them anymore. So that's one thing. And you're able to search other wallets and their contents in the process. So this is, give me 1 second. So this is like a random wallet address I found on Cardano scan. I don't know what's in it, but let's see what's in it. So I can just go here, type it in, and so this is someone else's profile, and they don't know that this app exists, but all your profiles are already on chain. All you have to do is claim your profile and make the changes that you want to. And this is their profile. I can check out their profile at this point. Yeah, they seem to have a bunch of boss DAOs, but yeah, so that's what we have developed until now. And all of this will be developed on top of Web2 social media, as in you can do your regular posts, sharing photos, all of that you can do, but your profile your wallet would be your profile, making it identity proof, as in people can't steal your identity, because your wallet cannot be stolen unless you give your seed phrase. So that's what we're doing. So some people have asked us about privacy and security. This feels like a privacy breach, but it isn't. All the information we are providing is on chain, and it's all there out for the public. We are just making it easier for for regular folk to access. So people who are high on tech, they can already access all this information, but regular folk like me needs it to be easier. So that is what we are doing. And so where does the user ownership of this platform come from? So what we are trying to do is we are trying to develop a user DAO where all decisions are made by the users, not any specific group of people, but anyone who claims their wallet has a chance to like direct the future of the platform. And what we are trying to do is we're trying to develop a consensus mechanism rather than a basic governance mechanism, because it's really easy for governance mechanisms to become like a popularity contest. So if someone has a bunch of followers, they have like a very strong decision-making power in this case. So we want to make it a consensus mechanism where it's more than just one wallet, one vote. There are more things. We are working on this. We haven't come up with solutions, but we're working on it. So eventually we'll get there. And how are we funding this project? We are funding this project through Catalyst funds, through NFT sales, which also serves as a token distribution mechanism. Yes, I haven't spoken about the tokens, but that is for a later time, or if someone has questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. But we're strictly not looking to have angel investors or venture capitalists, because we want the decision-making power to stay with the users. We do not want to centralize the decision-making power. And so that is, all of this is phase 0 of development. In phase 1 of development, we'll be moving on to the metaverse. I know it's like a buzzword these days, everyone is creating a metaverse, but there's a fundamental philosophical difference that we see with what we are trying to develop. It is that, say, all these platforms, Facebook, Twitter, all these, or YouTube, all these platforms are so popular because there's no barrier to entry. Anyone can come and create their content there. And that is why there is so much widespread adoption. But with the metaverse, at least the current way, we have to pay for these lands. And that is an immediate barrier to entry. Not everyone can enter. So what we wanted to do is make all land free. So anyone can claim a land. One wallet, one land, none of the land can be sold, but it can be exchanged, and that's it. So without people creating stuff, a metaverse becomes barren land. It's a desert. So what we want to do is help people like develop their own stuff without any barrier to entry. And that is what I think gives a metaverse its true power. And like I said, any money that is made from the platform is redistributed to the users, because it's a user-owned platform. They are the ones creating the content. They should be financially incentivized. So that is what we're looking at, but that is for the future. Right now, we're only speaking about phase 0 of development. And lastly, these are all our links. This is our proposal link. If you want to dig deeper, this is our white paper. If you want to email us, you can email us. We have the Twitter and website. And that's all from my side. I'm open to questions. I know I have rushed, but I was a little, I don't present too many times, so I was a little stressed. So yeah.
I think it was a great presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Quite good. So does anyone have a question? Otherwise,
I do.
All right,
I do.
Go ahead.
What's up? Great presentation, Harsha.
Oh, thank you, Sessions.
I really like the idea. I missed the part, but I think it's probably in your presentation about Web 2, Web 3. But can I message these wallets?
Yes.
Right, like
yes.
I can message.
Yes.
We can message back and forth and stuff.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So basically,
but it's not on chain. Yeah, it's not on chain, right? It's on
so
Web2.
We haven't decided that yet. We are not sure what all information needs to be on chain and what all information needs to be off chain. We are still talking. We want the community to tell us. We want to know from you folk what should be done and what shouldn't be done. So yeah, we are still open to all suggestions.
So all the social networking, everything that doesn't have to do with transactions should be off chain.
Correct.
Yes, I think I agree with that. I think we want to put as little as possible on chain because it's expensive, right?
Correct.
I have another question, and that is, if you said you will only be able to exchange land for other lands. Don't you, I mean, I feel like, isn't that a bit restrictive for the user? Like, wouldn't some users want to exchange it for ADA or some other means?
So we are creating the land not as like a financial tool, but as a tool where you can build stuff. Like if you want to create, and also the number of lands you can have is unlimited. Now the land is like a public resource and it is owned by the public. So there is no financial gains to be made from the land. So if you want another piece of land, you create another wallet, you get another piece of land and you can build more stuff on it. So that is our, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool.
It keeps a level playing field, keeps someone from being a conglomerate of all the land.
No, even if someone is a conglomerate of all the lands, it's fine because the lands are unlimited. This is not real life where land is limited. This is like the metaverse where you can create as many lands as you want. So there's no special advantage in having more lands than another person because the other person could create another wallet and get another land. So that no one has complete control over the lands.
Isn't there like a restriction based on the servers? Or isn't there some kind of restriction?
It would be like it would be costlier when like more and more lands are being taken. Yes, there would be, but for now, unless there is a widespread adoption, we wouldn't like hit any barriers.
I see. All right. Any other questions, guys?
Harsha, great presentation. Just a quick question about the tokenomics. So I love the way you explained, governance versus consensus. I think, these are, and I'll be presenting right after you, so you might see why. But what's your view on tokenomics? I mean, you just said something. Once you get that adoption, then you would worry about, the cost, which makes sense, right? By then, if you have tokenomics and you have adoption, then if you do have a token, its value is going to be higher. So then you would normally, I would assume you would have the means to grow the ecosystem, right? But what's your view overall on tokenomics?
So I think the tokenomics in general, like, so for whoever invests in the project itself, they'll be getting like regular airdrops of the tokens, but doesn't mean just because you have more tokens, the token is just like a financial tool rather than a governance tool. So the governance is still by the users. So now people who invest get like financial benefits, who invest early get financial benefits. And that's okay because, by the end of the day, we are not trying to, so the money is still distributed all over to the users. Is there anything specific you're looking for in terms of an answer, Kareem?
No, Harsha, I was just trying to get your view on how you're looking at tokenomics for a new project like I am. You'll be seeing my presentation now, and we haven't decided on how to approach it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
for that.
yeah. No, but for I agree. Like the tokenomics is mostly distributed. Most of it is distributed, and some of it would be in exchanges, in decentralized exchanges, and the small percentage is kept for development. But that's the basic tokenomics of it.
Cool. I think that is a perfect segue to the next presentation. So, Alan, as I mentioned, you will be next with
I'll share my screen.
Marketplace.
I'll share my screen.
Perfect.
So let me know if you see my screen. This should be out of the way here. Okay, that's not working. Let me just close this. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect. That's
cool.
Good.
Thank you, Simon. Welcome, everyone. I'm here to talk to you about our proposal, which we've called Cardano's, well, the name we've come up with is Yum Chain. And we think it's Cardano's first food NFT ecosystem. And it's not art, yeah, just to be clear. Just quickly, my teammates, the founders. They're not here on the call, but I have to give them a mention because they've been working so hard with me so far just to come up and with the idea and prepare this proposal. Praveen is actually a stake pool operator that's been there since day one. He's been instrumental. Emil is he's a business development executive. He's launched quite a few NFT projects. Hassan Yamak is actually one of the GC. So I'm based in the UAE here in Dubai. Hassan is one of the leading marketing experts in the food business here in the GCC, and the company he works for represents multiple, I would say, almost a dozen or more food brands. Jamil Abouwardi is a media expert. He's now in the blockchain space, but he's worked with in the media space, and you'll see why that's relevant. Aparna is a young developer designer that I connected with in India, who's worked on UX and UI, which we feel is really key for any Web3 project in terms of user experience and to be able to onboard as much as possible. And Khalid is working on, he's got connections in the food space, in the food industry. He's got a farm in Jordan, and he's also an enterprise architect like myself. So he comes from the digital world. So I'll jump in and next slide. Let's see. Let's see if this works here. All right. So basically, our idea is to use NFT technology to look at the food preparation business. I've been involved in this business through my girlfriend who has a restaurant, and I'm sure most of you are now aware that, delivery services become, food delivery, preparing meals has become big. And one thing that we noticed is that basically they've taken this value chain, which is the expression I like to use, and they've commoditized it. So now one cloud kitchen, which is basically a kitchen that you can't even, it's not a proper restaurant, it's just a space where they've set up a kitchen and they're doing delivery from, may have 5, 6, 7 virtual brands. So it's become a commodity. And basically our view is that we think that there's value in recognizing the people that come in with the recipes and come in with that knowledge. So we're looking at three, let's say, value chains for minting NFTs, and I'll start with the first one. And it's basically this idea of minting a single recipe. And we're targeting basically chefs, nutritionists, amateur cooks, cloud kitchens themselves, farms, food brands, and fitness trainers that have recipes, and to allow them to mint these NFTs and to have, the metadata rich recipes and text, but also videos, instruction videos. We know that, for example, a lot of chefs, celebrity chefs, have a lot of content, but right now the way they monetize it is through YouTube or through the TV stations which they work on, but it's not a very transparent process, and often they don't get most of the income, if at all. A lot of these chefs actually give these recipes for free. So we want to approach them and we want to help them by securing this knowledge that they have, this legacy that they have using NFTs. And our marketplace will not only allow them to mint these NFTs on the back end, which is a Web3 interface, or on the front side, Yumchain will be a Web2 interface where users, so now we're looking at the other side of the fence, let's say, where people now looking for food, looking for ideas to cook, and they want to be able to really search for specific recipes, specific types of cuisine. They have ingredients that they're looking for. They're looking for calories and macronutrients, which we're seeing more now, and the possibly difficulty levels. So once these NFTs are minted, users will be able to come onto the Yumchain marketplace, whether through a subscription or through a small fee, be able to download or view these recipes, and then maybe order the ingredients, because our marketplace will allow, it's meant to be an ecosystem where you have partners, delivery partners. So grocery delivery, you might be able to order these ingredients, then cook them and eat, and then review the recipe. So this is one. The next, let's say, use case is more around cloud kitchens And now that we've seen these cloud kitchens, and I'm involved with several, is that they're looking for recipes, they're looking for ideas, and they don't just want plain old basic recipes. They're looking for creative options and authentic ones. So the NFT technology allows them to basically vouch for the authenticity of their meals and be able to come onto our portal on the back end of YumChain and be able to search for these recipes that they want to cook in their kitchen, be able to select and preview them, and then pay for the commercial version of these NFTs, train their staff in that kitchen to cook that meal, and then host these meals that they've opted to cook on the YumChain marketplace, where now people will be able to not only look for a recipe, they'll be able to say, well, I don't feel like cooking today, but these are my preferences, and I want to actually order it. And the YumChain marketplace would be able to obviously know your location and be able to recommend cloud kitchens near you that are able to cook, let's say, meals that are similar to your preferences. And they'd be able to, the marketplace using AI would be able to kind of give you accuracy meters in terms of your preferences. So it may not match your ingredients perfectly, so it may be orange, but it may match your calorie requirements, so that might be green, and so forth. And then you would actually receive your food and you would eat it and then review that cloud kitchen, let's say, or restaurant. The third use case that we wanted to present to you here, and we'll go into as well, is this idea that chefs and restaurant designers have complete concepts, so a whole brand. So, and this is something that we come across in the industry. And a restaurant, somebody might want to open a restaurant today, and because it's become a commodity, they may say, well, let me procure a concept. And actually they do. They actually pay consultants to design menus for them. So how about allowing chefs and restaurant designers to mint concepts or mint complete menus, and allow restaurants to come in, search for these menus, be able to preview them, procure them, buy them, train their staff in the restaurant to actually cook for their dine-in customers. They may also have a cloud kitchen, by the way. And then people would be able to come into the restaurant, look at the menu, and be able to actually look and see that these recipes, these meals are authentic meals. So it might be Jamie Oliver's steak recipe, or it might be, and have, so the owner of the restaurant would be incentivized to have this on his menu because it gives authenticity to his menu. And then the customer would dine in and obviously review the restaurant. I'm going to jump in because I've taken some of these use cases and taken them to a little bit more detail so that you can have an idea of the user journey. But if you have any questions at this stage, it might be a good time to ask them.
I just wanted to comment. I love data-centric and data ownership-based NFTs. When I first heard of NFTs, I didn't even know the art correlation, so I was thinking more along the lines of data. So I like to see somebody utilizing that.
Cool, cool. I'll jump to the next slide. And basically, this is really breaking down this idea that we want to, YumChain aims to really reward the people that have the knowledge, right? And recognize them and help them secure that knowledge. It takes a lot of time to prepare recipes. You know, I see it every day with my girlfriend, who's always cooking new recipes, healthy recipes, vegan recipes, veganize certain Arabic recipes that people that are, you know, suffering certain ailments are no longer allowed to eat the normal traditional recipe that may have meat or may have fat. She's able to really, and she works really hard to create these vegan recipes. So the journey would look like this. You know, if you feel like cooking today, you go on the YumChain platform, you know what kind of cuisine, you may be looking for Indian or Arabic or Western or Italian. So you may select that as an option. And then you may actually specify what ingredients you want to cook with, because that's what you have at home, or you know, that's what you feel like, you know, preparing. And then you want to have an idea about how many calories each portion is. And macros is an abbreviation for macronutrients. So how much protein, how many carbs, and how much fat. So you're really able to, you know, set your preferences, and then, you know, how long it's going to take roughly, and then difficulty. And the AI engine of YumChain would be able to go through all the options, all the NFTs and recipes it has, and be able to come up with some matching recipes with accuracy meters, as I said earlier, to show you what your options are, right? And it may present 4 or 5 options. And then, you know, if you like one, you'd be able to preview it first. And then if you like it, you would be able to pay. And, you know, we're thinking of keeping the cost of downloading a recipe very low, but the majority of it would go back to the recipe owner as per the smart contract. And if you paid for it, then you'd be able to see the video and the recipe, which obviously would be on a decentralized storage solution. We're still exploring whether it's going to be an IPFS or an Arweave, for those of you that are aware of that. And then because it's a Web 2 platform interface, let's say the customer would be able to pay with fiat or crypto. And then they, you know, automatically, as soon as you pay, or maybe at the end of the day, the settlement will be done to the NFT wallets as per the smart contract. The recipe would be available to the user, and then once they cook, they would obviously be able to review. And the one thing that we want to say here is that we know that you know, NFTs have different use cases. I think I've seen about 13, and one of the NFT use cases that we think is interesting, other than just the recipes, is that some celebrity chefs might want to sell experience NFTs. So, you know, Yumchain would have a Web3 component at a later stage in the roadmap, where we'd allow people to sell their NFTs, but it would be more like experience NFTs or collectibles. So, for example, maybe Jamie Oliver is going to his farm in the summer, and he's going to be, you know, cooking up a storm, and he has room for 5 people to come and stay on the farm, and he would sell it for, I don't know, $3,000 or $4,000 to come and spend 3 days cooking with him. So it's not only about selling recipes, but it's allowing basically these knowledge owners to connect to the community and allow them to monetize their knowledge and also their experiences. So does anyone have any questions about this cook at home use case?
Was just about to say we are already 1 minute over.
Sorry. So let me rush through it. Hopefully, because we've answered some of the questions, then the question time.
We're going now into the question time already. So if you want to, however you want to play.
Basically, I'll go through it really quick, Simon. So basically, this is the eat at home use case, which you've seen earlier, which is basically cloud kitchen. You feel like cooking, you don't feel like cooking, you feel like ordering. It's almost the same process. You select your meal, you pay for it, and then it's delivered to you. And then finally, we just want to say that, you know, we can't guarantee that recipes taste good. So we would offer food tasters to come on the ecosystem to offer their services to recipe owners if they want. And then we would also protect users by not allowing certain ingredients or dangerous foods that could have, you know, challenges like puffer, blowfish. And we're even thinking about even allowing other marketplaces to use the APIs. With all that, sorry for going over time. Thank you so much.
No problem. Yes, so we got about 3 minutes for Q&A. Who has a question? Because I've got like 3 on my tablet right now. Go ahead, Harsha.
So I have a small question about the experience part. What do you think are the advantages of selling experiences as NFTs rather than just like buy a Web2 ticket or something?
I think that the NFT technology of selling experiences right now, we know it's ongoing with musicians. They sell and clubs are selling memberships, and we think it's kind of fun. You know, it improves. I think the security somehow. Instead of just buying a normal ticket, you're buying an NFT, right? And you're able to resell it, right? So it's, you know, you could leverage the hype. You know, if you have a ticket to go and spend time with Jamie Oliver, that might be something that you could resell.
Got it.
But in the end, it's about helping knowledge owners raise money and monetize. We really think that right now that's not being done. Jamie Oliver has money, I'm sure, but there are other chefs that aren't able to monetize it.
All right. I have a question about the NFT in general. So what about people maybe like like they could copy NFTs, or like they could copy the recipe and just put it on the centralized server or something like that?
Yeah, we got that in the we got that comment, Simon, in the assessment, which says, recipe is not IP as far as I know, unless you have like Coca-Cola syrup, that registered brand is an IP. But you can take any recipe today and you could make it your own and rename it. Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to say, I have Jamie Oliver's recipe if you're not rewarding him, right? So what we say is that if somebody claims that, they're Jamie Oliver, and they come and mint their NFTs, we're going to double check, right, as a celebrity chef. But if somebody claims to be you, Simon, and they have your German bratwurst recipe, and they mint it with that, and we don't know you, they're going to be able to do it, right? So it's hard to do, and I think the art world is also facing the same issues. But
actually, that gives me, that gives me another question about. Is it even, I mean, do we have that in our world right now? Like, I can't really own a recipe if I invent a recipe, right? So should we be able to own recipes, actually, like as a philosophical question?
Yeah, why not? Why not, right? You've made it special, you've built it, it's you put your touch on it, and right now, actually, you do. When you go to a restaurant, you're paying for that recipe. It's just the whole value chain is being disrupted right now with these cloud kitchens. And I don't see why not. Question of ownership is really interesting. And I'll quickly just make one point. With the cloud kitchen model, right? When you click on that meal, we're supposed to reward the recipe owner. There's nothing to stop the cloud kitchen, who we've onboarded, by the way, because they've minted their own recipes with us, to take a recipe, and they see that they're selling that dish a lot more, move that recipe to another one of their marketplaces and not reward the NFT owner. But we're hoping that with tokenomics, we find a way to incentivize them to do that. So that's why we're looking at tokenomics. So we're looking at that issue.
Cool.
But right now, the recipes are free.
If you make it really quick, Ondrej, go ahead.
I'm just saying some will buy just for the clout and for the gravitas of the chef, just to have that name with the recipe, with the dish.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sorry, is that a question, Ondrej?
I think it was more like a statement, Rick. Right?
Cool.
All right. Cool. Then thank you, Karim. Really cool presentation. But we have to move on. And our next presenter is Session Cruise with the decentralized music platform. Looking ahead, Session. Go ahead, please.
What's going on, guys? What's up, Simon? Hold on, let me share my screen. Yeah, I'll just share the whole thing. Can you guys see my screen? Everything good? Thumbs up?
Yep.
All right, boom. So I just slapped this slide together. I'm really more a talker, right? Let's just have a conversation. So so we're building a decentralized music platform on Cardano, right? DMU for short. The macro goal is to build a suite of tools that help music easily onboard to Web3 via Cardano. Examples of these tools are like minting and selling music NFTs, social tokens, event ticketing, etc. Our first tool that we'll build is direct-to-consumer music streaming for artists. It'll work like a jukebox. Pay a token, play a song, with all royalties auto-distributed to all contributors of that song directly. So this is the stack. It's this idea of eliminating middlemen out of the infrastructure of the business of music by automating these royalties. That is the major innovation here, right? And like I said, this is the stack for it. With this core capability to automate royalties to rights holders, you unlock all kinds of cool capabilities on our platform, right? An example, these are the three types of royalties. Mechanical royalties, you know what those are. You know, anytime you play a song or sell music, that royalty that goes to the artist, that's called a mechanical royalty. But there's a performance royalty. Anytime a song is played anywhere, in this case, you know, that's an example of a metaverse, right? Virtual nightclubs, bars, even live performances would be boring if we couldn't listen to our favorite songs in the metaverse. So we'll be creating a pipeline that allows the rights holders of the music to be paid a performance royalty every time their music is used in these spaces. Right now, there is no infrastructure to support this. A sync royalty is a royalty paid out to music that is overlaid over video, right? TV shows, advertisements, etc. And now they have this thing called micro sync royalties, right? So and for TikTok, you know, for social media. So you can imagine, you know, you can imagine this thing where we can connect to TikTok, and TikTok could now pay a micro sync royalty to the rights holders of the music that is being used to overlay over their videos, right? So that's pretty cool. Next. So we've already built a proof of concept of this jukebox thanks to the Gimbal Labs team. We've recently recruited ADAO, right? ADAO is interested in joining us and building this thing out. And you know, I've been learning a lot about from them about this concept of building this platform out in a decentralized fashion, where all contributors will own shares of the protocol we build together. So I'm very interested in exploring this idea and creating a DAO around this. I have no interest in becoming the CEO of this thing we build. I'd rather it be a DAO and let the community manage things after we get to a certain point. And I think I should just show you the proof of concept real quick. Can you see the proof of concept here? Right, it went over, right? So what you'll see with this basic proof of concept is showing is that, you know, you need to pay tokens to play the song. And those are the three wallets that the tokens would auto distribute into. And you can call these three wallets your artist, your producer, your record label, whoever, right? And there it goes. And we fast forward, and the song plays. And if we fast forward, you see on the Cardano scan that it hits all three wallets, right? So this proof of concept is really just to show the layman, the record label, how it'll work, you know, when we're pitching it to them. Next slide. So, you know, I believe this platform can become a huge utility for musicians, which will result in an influx of new users to Cardano. You know, everybody went crazy with Snoop Dogg. Imagine if you can get everyone, right? This influx in users will increase the value of Cardano and thus benefit the entire community. You know, this is my go-to-market strategy, you know, just raise some funds with Project Catalyst, build what I showed you was a proof of concept. We want to build an MVP, pilot it to one record label. My friend just became the CEO of Def Jam. That'll probably be the record label that we pilot it with, but we'll incrementally add more record labels as we go. And we get to a point where we can raise more funding and then build out the additional tools that I talked about earlier, right? I want to touch on this real quick, get off script, and I got a lot of criticism for my focus on major labels, but I want to underscore that this platform is going to be useful for all record labels. So if you're an independent artist that wants to create your own record label and become a major, God willing, these tools are for you, right? You can leverage these tools to build up your own. So yeah, I'm only focused on major labels because I believe it'll validate the platform and bring value to Cardano, but this thing will be available for all, right? And so, yeah, I have a Project Catalyst proposal, and I believe I make a compelling case for luring the biggest music companies and artists in the world to Cardano via this via this idea of automating their royalties and becoming their own Spotify. And so that's it. Vote for our Project Catalyst proposal in the dApps and Integrations Challenge. And my name is Session_Cruz on Twitter if you want to hit me up directly. And that's all I got. And I'll take any questions if you guys got.
Great.
Hey, what's up, Patrick?
Great. Hey. Any questions already? Please go ahead. I think Harsha, you were first.
Yes. Hey, Sessions. Great presentation, by the way. So my question is there like a barrier to entry for musicians to enter the platform? How do they enter? Do they pay, or how does it work?
So I envision they don't pay, by the way, but I do, in order to onboard independent artists, I envision there needs to be some kind of a KYC, because we can't let any Tom, Dick, and Harry to be able to upload music to this network and monetize it without, some moderation there, because, they can upload Jay-Z's album and now they're getting paid for it. And Jay-Z wouldn't be happy with that, right? So there needs to be some kind of KYC element to hold uploaders of music responsible for the music that they upload.
So basically a proof of ownership, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm. Okay. Correct. Kareem?
Hey, Session, great presentation. Just a quick question. Micropayments, are you addressing that? This is something that I'm struggling with because my NFT model is similar to music, right? It's about, you're not selling the NFT, you're downloading a piece of music. How are you planning to deal with the micropayments issue?
So with our system, how I envision it, when the user first purchases tokens, they're already giving us their fiat or their ADA, right? And in exchange for these play tokens, let's call them, right? Tokens that'll play the songs. So the money's already sitting in a smart contract, and then we'll use these tokens, the users will stake the tokens, and then we'll track, these tokens are a means of accounting for which songs are getting played, so that we can take the money that's already sitting in the smart contract and distribute it to the rights holders of the music. So that's kind of how we're envisioning that working.
The subscription model, basically.
Kind of. I mean, it's just buying a bulk buying up front, right? Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
So, go ahead. Was there anyone asking something?
Hit me.
So in regards to the micropayments, specifically when the gas fees is higher than the payment itself, don't you think it would be a problem, especially with micropayments?
Right. So good question. So we're going to batch these transactions, right? So it won't literally be that the artist gets paid per stream. The artist will be able to determine to set a threshold, right? Maybe a smaller artist might set a threshold of $1,000. So every $1,000 they make, that'll trigger that transaction. A record label might set a higher threshold because money, more players are coming in. They might set a threshold of $100,000, and so every time they earn $100,000, that's when it'll trigger the smart contract payment directly to their digital wallet. That's how we're looking at it.
Karim, do I have another question, or did you just get to do your hand? All right, yeah, I thought so. I'm curious, if it isn't settled on the blockchain, then how does he listen to the music when it's not settled on the blockchain yet?
Right. So on the listener side, like I said, they'll be purchasing these tokens to play the songs. And so they will have to stake those tokens, right? They'll stake, so they cannot move the tokens. And then we would need to build some side chain, like something in the back end that allows us to count those plays, right? But when that threshold is reached, that transaction will be triggered. That'll be an on-chain transaction to all the artists and the rights holders of the music. It'll trigger an on-chain transaction. So the money that's sitting in our smart contract, that's how it'll pay them directly, right? But on the user side, we will create. We have to create some kind of off-chain or side chain to track that. And we're also exploring how Hydra could. We can, use Hydra to do this as well, on chain as well.
Cool. All right. Any other questions from you guys? Yuan, please.
Thank you, Sion. Hey, Season, this is an awesome project. I just love it. One of the things that caught my attention the most is the fact that you will have a big wall to jump with the record companies. But the good thing about that is that your project is going to go with the overload they have really low. So they will be okay with lowering their share. And I just can see how the royalties will play. So can you expand a little more about the royalty part? Because I love the question related to the fees when the fees get higher. So can you expand on that again?
Right. Well, I also want to say that with this platform, we give the artists to determine the price for their streams, right? One thing I don't like about Spotify and others, on average, I'll get to a little monologue here. So on average, Spotify pays 0.003 cents per play to artists on average, right? And but if the global music streaming listener on average, this is a study being done that is cited in my Project Catalyst proposal, but there was a study done that there was, on average, the global music streaming listener listens to about 320 songs a month, right? And so if the fan or the user can pay that directly, that means that they're paying $9.99 to listen to about 96 cents worth of music, right? If they could pay directly to the artist. So so I think that's pretty compelling, right? But with our platform, the artist can now triple the cost of that stream to a penny, let's say, and still the user is paying $3.20 to listen, to directly support their artist. So in this platform, the user pays less while the artist gets paid more. And it's using the smart contract technology that allows us to, upon the upload of the song to the network, an NFT will be minted with the instructions in it for how the royalties will be distributed for that song every time it gets played, right? So the artists or record labels, the producer, songwriter, they'll set these terms upon the upload, right? And so that's kind of, and so yeah, then it'll be up to the artists and all parties involved to promote that record and get people to play it, so that they can get paid their royalties directly. I hope that answered your question. It was a long-winded way to get to your question.
Yeah, it was perfect. Thank you. Yes. So yeah, keep it up. It's really good. I love it. And if not this time, we do it next time for sure, right?
For sure.
Cool. So perfect. We are at the end of our 3 presentations and now go into the coffee break. If you want, you can join to the main room or just stay here, join any other room, whatever you like. And we'll see each other if you decide to come back at 16:30, I think. Yes. Oh, well, that's in 5 minutes.
Appreciate you for popping in, Patrick. We definitely got to talk again. I have much more updates to give you since the last time, for sure.
All right, I'm starting again. We're coming back from the breakout room, and it's my turn to present now. Gonna set my timer here for 10 minutes. If Karim or Drake, if you could also set a timer so to make sure I'm not changing anything.
We'll do that.
Please, yeah, thanks. So I'm presenting a climate change challenge. It's the only proposal in this room that is a challenge setting proposal. So it is not about me getting money for projects and building something, but it is about setting a direction for catalysts. And I think having focus on climate change is really important. Let me maybe say this is the third time that we're trying to push this into the Catalyst challenges. And yeah, and also it is built, or it is made with the Cardano for Climate team and community, and also since Cardano for Climate is kind of a network of green projects, it is in collaboration with a lot of tree huggers, basically. Let me go to the next slide. So the first question, of course, is climate change real? A lot of people still don't think it is. And some of the things that I hear a lot is climate always changes, right? So yeah, I mean, that's true. It's one of the many half-truths that have been thrown out there from media and what do I know of trying to misinform the public. And I feel very passionate about that, but that's how it is. So the second is, what do climate scientists agree on? So I don't want to go too much into that. Just real quick, Earth's climate has warmed significantly since the late 18th, which is basically when we started industrializing the world and polluting or like burning fossil fuels for energy. Human activities are the primary cause, so it is anthropomorphic, no question about that. And continuing emissions will increase the likelihood of severity of global effects, which basically is just, if we don't do anything about it, it's going to be much more likely that we're going to have catastrophic problems on Earth. And also I want to share this graphic because I've seen a lot of graphics that look very different, and oftentimes they're like, I don't know, 30,000 year spans where you don't really see that last hiccup here in after 1850 to 2020. And yeah, I think this is one of the important graphics that you wanna know about. Why climate change? Why Catalyst? I mean, aren't we like a technology platform? And I guess yeah, but I think climate change could be an existential threat. I mean, at least like if we don't do anything, obviously it is gonna be an existential threat, and gonna have us not being able to be on this planet anymore, especially since there are reinforcing forces at work here. Better economic systems. So the traditional system didn't really, do much about it so far. Or, I mean, I guess they started now. I think now they really started doing stuff. But, I'm going to show you the IPCC, but it's not ideal. Let's say it that way. And we know about this issue for a long, long time. So, yeah. We could have could have completely blindsided it and not had this issue at all. Follow the trend. So I think it is trending right now. So climate change, and it is getting a lot of attention from the media and social media especially, and young people. And well, like young people are going to grow older and they're going to teach their kids and so on, right? So I think we got to follow the trend. And what I want to say here really is, it's not just about saving the climate, it's also about catalysts positioning themselves the right way and do the right thing. I think that is absolutely something that should be falling into our decision making, like doing the right thing. It's not like a super logical, it's more of an emotional thing, a lot of people would say, but emotions are also important for decision making. That's how it is. Sorry, psychology. Why now? So we could do it in a year or two, right? I mean, we could first, one of the, yeah, so sorry, the first question, I want to say back when someone says that to me, when if not now? I mean, we all hear the deadlines, 2030 or 2025, and the scientists are only getting more aggressive, or they're only, you know, the deadlines are coming closer, and not just because the time moves on, but because the scientists estimated much earlier as well. We have a tooling opportunity here, I think. Some people, or something I heard from the community is, well, we gotta build the tools first, like we gotta, you know, build first the ecosystem, and then we can try and implement that. But I don't really agree with that, because climate change is not going to be the only critical problem that we'll have in our that our economic system will have to address. There's going to be other very problematic problems, maybe, I don't know, like an asteroid or whatever. And then we got to shift our resources quickly, and we got to build tools with that in mind, not build tools and then, you know, rethink it and build tools on top of that. But I think, yeah, I think we have a tooling opportunity here. So political goodwill. I think the political spectrum is also starting to move. And if not the politicians themselves, at least we can make the case to the public, to the people, that, you know, if you want to have a better economic system, you should go to Cardano and Catalyst and use those tools instead of the traditional system. Media attention, I think, I mean, I kind of talked about this a little bit already, but I think media attention is on climate change as well. And I think this could bring media attention to Cardano and Catalyst as well, if we do it right. Green blockchains, there are other green blockchains, and especially I want to call out Solana, which made a shout out about, you know, them being green on the, in a congressional hearing in the United States. And I think that is one of the reasons why Solana was ranked even above Cardano, even though I don't think it does have the technical capabilities, not like as decentralized as Cardano and so on. But it is important for us to position ourselves as a green blockchain. And then Ethereum. Ethereum is soon going to be one of the green blockchains as well. They're going to reduce their emissions by 99.95% or something like that. And well, we are green already. Like, why we should shout that from the rooftops. And then the community. C4C is, as I said, a community, and it's the C4C network, if you want to say, you could say. And we have a lot of projects building on that. One of the projects is in Verifiers, maybe. Well, anyway, I don't want to say names, but one of the projects got incredible funding from a big tech company, and people are they're interested in that, and I think it's going to attract a lot of developers and other people as well, and companies, and yeah. So that's really it. This is just the last page for references, resources. This is the first one is the proposal, and then we also have the scientific basis on the IPCC. If you don't believe me, please look at what scientists around the world, not even one country, but around the world, are saying. And then there is a more simplified article as well. And the last thing is, please join our community, help us out, shout it from the rooftops that Cardano can be a green blockchain. And thank you, everyone. And I'm open for questions.
Right on time, yeah? Perfect timing.
Thanks.
Now, as the climate is being addressed, if this does pass for a challenge, does it have to be the environmental climate, or could it be a financial climate? Or I was being silly. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people might think about, they're just gonna propose to build a lot of solar solar panels or something like that. That is absolutely not the case, not what I wanted to convey here, because if we build solar panels for 500,000, that's like a drop in the bucket. But we're an innovation platform, and our expertise lies in blockchain and building economic systems. And I think that is where we can absolutely make an impact, like a huge impact, much more than building a couple of solar solar systems.
I mean, I just a comment. I mean, Simon, I'm involved in C4C, and I believe that conceptually, blockchain, decentralization, and energy go hand in hand, right? So if we can decentralize using blockchain, we can start to be much more efficient with the way we use energy, which is, I think, one of the primary culprits. Producing energy is one of the primary culprits of climate change. So we need to be better with our use of energy, and by decentralizing it, we give people the opportunity to be more efficient. And we have to do something, right? And
yes, absolutely, that is the hope.
My last comment is that having a challenge for climate, I mean, there are already projects to help climate, right? But having it in one challenge is gonna give more voice to this movement and strengthen the community, and I think get more impact. So I really support that.
Thanks, Karim. Lee, what is your question?
So it wasn't very clear for me. What is the goal, the exact goal of this challenge, and what will you be implementing to make Cardano even greener?
So I think the goal is to attract projects that solve climate change, but that try to solve climate change, or attract projects that try to solve climate change, really, but not just climate change, also the systematic problem that we have that didn't get us to solve climate change already. I mean, we know about this problem for decades by now. I mean, how is for tens of years? How is that possible? I mean, I know it since I'm 33 now, and I know it since I'm 15. I know about it since I'm 15. In the mid-20s, I started researching it, and I've researched it for a long, long time because there was so much false information out there from the media, and I think now it's really the last chance to do something about it. Or we really gotta, maybe not the last chance, but we really gotta get our grips together and do something.
Okay, so you're not actually putting forth like any sort of protocol changes or upgrades. You're just trying to bring a light to it and get others to come in and add ideas.
Yeah, this is I think you haven't been here at the beginning. I said that it's not a proposal like where I get money and I try to implement something, or have a team that tries to implement something. This is a proposal challenge setting. So proposal challenge settings are meant to guide the direction of Catalyst, and people can, then in Catalyst just propose whatever they want to do, and we just want to, amplify their projects. Now, please go ahead.
I might have missed it, but did you mention the challenge amount, like how much ADA is going?
Oh, I didn't. Yes, that is a good point. Thanks, Manal. I think the challenge amount was 700,000. The problem was by the time we reached in the proposal, and I still am not sure about that. We didn't know what the. I'm sorry. Just gonna finish and can go on to the next. We didn't know what the amount was, the budget amount of the whole of Catalyst, which I didn't like very much, but I assumed that it's gonna be double again. So I put it from 500,000 to 700,000. So I didn't double it because I think, well, some of the feedback we got was, we shouldn't really put money into that. But I think there is no one could say that we shouldn't at least put like a few percent into
I think that's a very valid price range, because this is like more an awareness challenge, like how we can position Cardano to be the coin for the green transition.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'm going to ask you that later on. Maybe someone knows what the total amount is now, or you can put in the chat if someone knows. All right. So that's it about climate change challenge. I think we have Drake next, right?
All right, guys, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Drake Monroe. I've been a part of Project Catalyst since day one. I have a proposal in Fund 8 dApps and integration that's just for hardware, but I'm about to show you a presentation that includes my full project and what that hardware is going to be used for. It's 11 minutes long, so we should have at least a few minutes for questions afterwards.
Time today to listen to my projects. Just trying to get the word out at this moment, trying to raise awareness of what I'm trying to do. My name is Drake Monroe. I'm a Catalyst proposer seeking to build Cardano's Layer 2 Hydra sidechain as a not-for-profit out of a decentralized AI system comprised of a cluster of NVIDIA DGX A100s. I have a hardware proposal in Fund 4 DevEco called Layer 2 Advanced Architecture. I'm seeking funding for the amount of one NVIDIA DGX A100 to begin. The system will eventually run 7 to 10 nodes strategically hosted in major data centers around the globe, but we can start with one. On the system, I'm proposing to build a financial custodian out of a DEX hybrid and a system of collateral accounting, liquidity pools, and payment services integration that will allow ADA to spend like fiat using a point-of-sale debit. This and each financial information and data service functionality will be treated as an AI workload. As this has both on and off-chain components, it does not fit under the traditional DApp or DevEco challenges. So I'm establishing the challenge setting in Fund 5 with the DeFi C5 proposal and intend to give In Exchange, which is a working title by the way, as a solution in Fund 7. Some people have erroneously taken my multiple round approach to funding as sinister, but what those people fail to understand is even with all of those rounds combined, excuse me, the sum total is less than half of what it costs to open one McDonald's franchise location. I'm trying to create a very valuable piece of network infrastructure. My approach is simply the best strategy I can use to try and secure funding. I will likely need additional funding in further rounds. So these two sets of rounds are probably not the only requests I'll be making. And although this is market speculation, I believe the Cody team was hired in hopes they would figure the Layer 2 solution out, and they didn't. We don't need anyone to accept ADA outright if we have a Visa or MasterCard logo on a financial custodian. It's a much more difficult task to achieve widespread adoption of ADA Pay within the next 5 years than for us to simply adapt to the legacy system. There's no way the brilliant people that built Cardano didn't see this solution, so we must assume they require an unaffiliated third party acting on their own knowledge for execution. My work listed as In Exchange on Discord as it is currently an early iteration, but it's more a product of deduction than anything. I essentially picked pieces out of whiteboard, white papers, GitHub repo. The execution methodology and hardware choice are my contributions, but the rest of the work was already done by Charles and his team at IOHK. Since ADA was my first cryptocurrency, I felt at a disadvantage when Catalyst began. I genuinely desired to be of any help that I could, so I listened to Aparna's recommendation and went through the aforementioned sources and the playgrounds, even though I'm not a programmer. I quickly realized ADA was built to interact with money. I thought everyone else did the same thing, and that's why everybody was so excited and pumped behind ADA. then nobody was talking about it. I started putting this together in Fund 2 as a precaution, as it would be dangerous to the project and community as a whole in the wrong hands, but thought for certain this would be on the roadmap. It wasn't. So today I want to talk to you more about the why and the how, and what will come from the seamless ADA to fiat integration. The fundamentals are already there. Like I said, I found the pieces. I didn't make this. I have a solid theoretical model, and our community is full of brilliant people. We're the how. This is how it's going to get done, us. But now I'm going to talk to you about why I think this is the main why that I get is why I should get to head this project when I'm not a computer programmer. First, this is a multidisciplinary expert level solution, and no single person has the entire skill set required for execution. Second, I'm doing this as a not-for-profit, and very few else would. Third, anyone doing this must hire IOHK to perform the necessary node and wallet changes and must be able to work closely with the IOG team. I've already given my willingness to relocate and given Lara at IOHK Legal my intent to hire them for the software changes. Fourth being the community member that unearthed this should count for something, and Charles knows that I'm of good intention, that I'm trying to do right by his vision. He would rather hold my hand through this process than fight with a greedy man, I assure you. There is a necessary symbiosis that occurs within the parent-child relationship of the side chain and the main chain that has to be, looked after, protected. And if it's the wrong person could have a negative effect on the network with this. Finally, I have zero professional overhead. I don't have a team that I have to pay. I don't have, all the money's going to go directly towards consultants for development and towards liquidity pools. I'm not taking any funding off the top. And even then, we'll just get a maintenance, like an SPO, once it's up. So what happens when ADA and fiat interact in a seamless fashion? When ADA crosses the petrodollar in this fashion, ADA essentially becomes money. And when ADA becomes money, a new private financial market sector is going to open up beneath it, and all of the usual suspects are going to line up. This is where we can draw the line and set user-free interest standards for DeFi lending, proper statistical rates for DeFi insurance. We can set new and fairer standards and practices when dealing with ADA right here. This is where we can draw the line. And this is where the real innovation begins, because each additional enterprise that builds within this market sector will add to the integral value of the whole network, both adding that value of ADA and making her resistant to Bitcoin whaling by having integral value outside of the Bitcoin standard. This is the start of the Internet of Blockchains, a la Web 3.0 people. I'm honored just to have the opportunity to help Charles with his work, even if he's just as a benign legal placeholder and a very eager student. Thank all of you for taking the time to hear me out today. I hope I have the community support and seeking the necessary funding to make this a reality. Thank you guys. One love.
Modern data centers are complex. The number of workloads that has to run in a modern data center is growing incredibly. From scale-up applications, training and data analytics and data processing, to scale-out applications, inference and conversational AI, to public cloud applications, high-performance computing, cloud gaming, or even remote workstations. The architecture of modern data centers is complex. It first started with the disaggregation of CPU servers and storage servers. And Mellanox's high-speed networking makes that possible. The second thing that happened was the acceleration of workloads. And by accelerating it, the throughput increases by orders of magnitude, reducing the cost. However, the type of accelerators we've offered to data centers over the last several years have been optimized for different tasks. One particular accelerator is designed for scale up. We call that V100 SXMs with NVLink. Another type of data center is really designed for scale out. T4 accelerators are used for inference, and some of it used for flexible clouds. V100 and PCI Express allows public cloud users to be able to use it for training or inference or high-performance computing and whatever application they would choose. It's designed really to be flexible. And yet, the data centers really want to be high performance as well as flexible at the same time. With all these different types of configurations of servers, the ability to predict exactly the amount of capacity you need for each configuration is difficult. Meanwhile, utilization ultimately drives TCO. And there's an insatiable demand for increasing the capacity of workloads as well as driving the cost down in the cloud data centers. Clouds now represent nearly $100 billion industry, growing at about 40% per year into an IT infrastructure industry that represents about $1 trillion. This is the largest growth opportunity of the computer industry, cloud computing. And so it stands to reason that there's so much focus to advance public clouds and cloud data centers. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could create an accelerator that increases the throughput of scale-up applications as well as scale-out applications, and yet completely fungible, completely flexible in one server architecture, so that independent of what workload comes, that one server architecture is able to serve it. The ability to create a flexible, high throughput acceleration architecture is something we've been pursuing for some time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have something new that I'd like to share with you. It's called the NVIDIA A100, our brand new data center GPU.
Sweetheart, we tell Project Catalyst to vote for Layer 2 Advanced Architecture, which is my proposal.
You're going to think this is strange, but my mind completely went blank on that. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to review your proposal, Drake. I enjoyed reading it and think it has a lot of potential. I think your idea has the potential to change the way people work and interact with their technology. I'm excited to see this project come to fruition and endorse you for it. Thanks for your time.
Well, if the AI says it's good, I mean.
And if you guys, if you can, sorry, check out the links that I put in the chat. There's the Hydra.family website, and there's an IOHK blog post from 2 months ago about Hydra, if you're not very familiar. Any questions?
I'm sorry, if we're familiar with what?
Excuse me?
What did you say? If you were familiar with what?
If you're not familiar with Hydra, in the chat, I put links to the Hydra website, Hydra.family, and to IOHK's most recent blog post on Hydra. And there's also the link to the full NVIDIA keynote that was excerpted from, and there's a link to the proposal. But this proposal's just for the hardwares, for one NVIDIA DGX A100, in hopes that by the time we're ready to launch, Ada will have grown enough to buy 7 to 10.
So any questions, guys? No one? I'm not sure what is AI supposed to do. What is the AI's part of this proposal? What does the AI do?
It's treating the off-chain transactions as AI workloads, using like inference training. So say you had to do one payment services integration, the AI would be able to do further payment services integration without having to go through and train it, because it's already learned through inference models.
But what could be one payment integration, service integration be? What could one look like?
Like say Google Pay, you connect with the financial custodian, and that handles your fiat end, and the financial custodian holds your ADA end. It's basically a DEX hybrid. And that's just one particular use case, the first use case I'm pursuing with this equipment. But the proposal that is coming up for this round is just for one piece of hardware. But people have asked, why do you want us to buy you a computer? I want you to buy us a series of computers to expand our network and build a vital piece of network infrastructure.
And I noticed that you mentioned that you were having a zero overhead cost because it's just you working on the project. What is the cost of these GPUs and what is the amount you're asking in the proposal?
The NVIDIA DGX A100 is 200,000. And so right now I'm just asking for the hardware. And I was originally had 3 different rounds set up. I've been here since fund 2. So in fund 3, I had the community choice for DeFi, CeFi, which is now being called RealFi. And then fund 4, I originally had the hardware proposal, but the budget was much smaller back then. It's grown a lot. So it took up a big amount of the earlier rounds, and it's not so much this round.
So I'm sorry, how much was the proposal you're asking for?
The NVIDIA DGX A100 is $200,000.
Oh, so your idea scale proposal is just to purchase that, the 200,000.
Just for the hardware. I'm gonna have further proposals for the rest of the project. I just wanted to show the whole project overview. That way you understood why I was asking for this hardware for our network.
I have maybe one more question, and I mean, we're over time already, but I have one more question about Ben Goertzel. You said it, in the proposal, it says you asked Ben Goertzel to help you train the system. What was his answer, and what does
he has, I think, due to a conflict of interest because of the fact that I'm not a funder proposer yet, I'm not on the other side of the line, that he hasn't replied, but I'm quite certain he will help. But if not, NVIDIA, with purchase, like I said, they offer their engineers to come help.
Oh, all right.
And there's lots of pre-trained models that NVIDIA has already set up to download and install.
All right, cool.
All right. The Little Fish Foundation is an idea developed by a core group of friends, and to do something to better the world and the state in it, not just alone, but all together by finding a group of people who challenge us and inspires us, like-minded, like-hearted, good-hearted people, and change the environment and what we don't like around us by adding in an environment not only our similarities but our differences. So that's where the idea is coming from. We are sick and tired of inertia. We are sick and tired of certain things that we don't like how it is going, and everybody wants a change, but how to do it? Alone we are weak, together we are strong. So we are basically, we want to design a product in the end which allows the little fish, the individuals, I'm not going to say insignificant, but let's just say weak together group of people to come together in forms of colonies and bring their strengths to build a community of creators and like business ideas and causes and charities and even investors who don't want to do anything but invest in something good or donate their money into some of their common values that they can identify. It's a group of, it will be a program for everybody to use that will allow people to express their minds in terms of causes and create their own colonies. And hopefully the end result will help them perform real world activities and prove what they have done through non-fungible tokens, like act on it and either by their art or by taking pictures of it, prove it on the common space, and people can invest in it as memories of those events. They would want to maybe buy it to show their support, or perhaps buy it to keep a memory of that moment, or maybe they have been a part of it. It will show their values, what they value, which communities they feel kinship to, or where they have actually acted on. So colonies will actually earn money through donations or action sales by sale of their NFTs, staking, reward sharing, and colony tokens. And we're hoping that the effect will be a snowball effect, and what will begin small will quickly develop into bigger things and various ideas of different communities acting for different causes. Oh, sorry. Right. What colony members do, they can be active members, or they can influence and shill and endorse other ideas. They can add value through creative efforts of different sorts of arts. They can produce art. They can only support the processes through donations or purchases, and they can just be observers. Therefore, many different people can do many different things. Not everybody has to act on something. Certainly many can. But even if they don't, they can still be of indispensable use. So we're hoping that this will provide a platform to a good group of people who don't want to be just observers of what other people's do, other people have done in their personal lives, and give likes, but through giving likes, they will be actually helping other people's causes, or maybe they will be the initiator and activists of different causes. We are hoping. For example, what can we do? Here, an application of this can be like Greenpeace, but let's just call it Bluepeace for the moment being. In Greenpeace real life, members have no say in causes, and where the funds end up, who knows? And a lot of the funds get absorbed in bureaucracy, and the centralized core of board of directors of Greenpeace make the decisions, like what are we going to support? I mean, what are we going to save? Save the seals? I mean, keep the waters clean? And that's what they fight for. And it is funded through conventional methods by literal donations. So, but in Bluepeace, let's just say we fund something similar. A group of people decide to create their own causes similar to Greenpeace, and this will be very transparent and traceable. It will be recorded on the blockchain, and the entire community will decide, and it will be open to a new funding mechanism, of which it will be designed by design. We will know exactly what is going where, so it will be very transparent. And not only this, but many things can be done similar, but more actively, more transparently, and everybody can act. And if you don't like the cause of Bluepeace, go and make your own thing, make a purple piece. I don't know, make your own cause and start a group of people who will act in that direction. So it's flexible. So our roadmap, already this month, we will be creating our own colonies, and hopefully our Vault integration will be done. And in May, our NFTs will be minted, and the selling and buying process will begin, at least on an experimental basis. And in June, slowly, the NFTs and reward sharing for NFTs, colony memberships, our QR codes will be happening. And in August, we will have finally like a dashboard of colonies and causes to observe. We will not have maybe one cause, but we will have many colonies that are acting and reacting with each other. And we foresee that in the next 4 months, the activities will begin and big things will happen. And a group of our core programmers are right now working on making these reality. They're like working around the clock. They have made a workshop, and in this workshop, they are Chakan and Jam. They are working around the clock to make things happen. And finally, only dead fish go with the flow.
And since we are the little fish and very much alive, let's do our thing. Let's be active. Let's not go with the flow. Let's go and realize our dreams. We think. At this point of time, I'd like to ask Çakan whether there is something he would like to add.
I think it's okay for now. That was great, Bilge. Thank you. I would love to answer any questions about the technical parts or anything else. So.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Do we have any questions from the audience here?
I can ask a question.
Yeah, sure, Hanno, go ahead.
So this looks really fascinating. So for example, if I had to create a money system and I want input from other people, the idea would be to create a colony and get other people involved in that so that they can get involved and that way to like get the project going or to discuss it or to.
So if you had any idea about a project, what you could do is just start a colony in this platform and then say, look at this, I did this. For example, you might have opened up a Miro board and put something down there, a brain map of what you did. And then you put that as an NFT on our platform under the colony. And people would come and see that within the colony, if they're interested, they could support you by buying that NFT off you, giving you funding, or they could contact you and start building and produce other actions within that colony to make that dream actually a reality. So that is the core idea beneath the colony system and NFTs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Çakan. Any more questions? No, I have a question for you. Can you tell us like how much money are you asking from Catalyst and where will that money be, focused? Will it be mostly development or like front end web development? Do you have some standards, some smart contracts? What do you do to use the money?
Right, we actually had this idea of using the system itself to actually pay out the functions that we're going to build. So we have an idea of what we want to spend on. It'll mostly be development work, but it could also be design work and all the other things. But the key thing is we're asking for $43,500 in ADA. And what we're going to do is we're going to have people who want to contribute to the project actually come and create actions, just create NFTs of what they did. And then we just pay them out of that treasury to actually give them the money to fund it. So we would just pay them, buy the NFTs, buy their work, and use it within the platform. And the thing is, our entire thing is just an open source community. Everything we do is open. Anyone can join on Discord. Anyone can contribute. We have a Miro board that we're currently working on gamifying the entire thing. And there are little actions that people can take within that Miro board. For example, we have a little fish that we want to better design off. So there's a design task that someone can come and do and put it out there on our Discord. And then we could turn that into an NFT and then give them money for it. But details wise, how that's going to work, we're going to see. Like, it's just an entire experiment that we're conducting.
Okay, fair enough. Do we have some more questions for the Little Fish Foundation team? If not, I am going to say thank you to Bilge and Çakan.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And up next, we are supposed to be having Marcus Gray from live streaming music NFT market. I don't see Marcus here. Is there maybe someone in place of Marcus?
We got added to this room all in betting DAO. My name's Ryan.
Okay, Ryan, you were, Dominic introduced you here.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's then first have the our next regular shale participant present, and then after that you can go. Is that fine with everybody?
Sure. Yeah. Hello.
That's totally fine.
How's
Okay.
my mic?
Bilge, can you please stop sharing the screen?
I will try.
Okay, well, I can kind of help
Yes,
you
I
with that.
think I stopped that now.
Yeah, I can
Thank
help
you.
you with that. Okay, then Shale is here. Hi, Shale, and
Hi.
Shale will present Mutual Aid DAO. Shale
Great.
will have 15 minutes as everybody. So go ahead, Shale, take it away.
All right, great. Thank you. All throughout the world, in rich nations as well as poor, people have fallen through the cracks of our global economy and into the poverty gap, underserved by both the labor market and their local social safety net, if they have one at all. These people are left to languish in chronic economic precarity, and I am one of them. If we give ourselves money, though, give that money value by weaving an active economy into its distribution platform, and build on that platform a subsystem that provides additional financial help for those with additional financial needs, we can solve this problem. To this end, we created MADAO, a community currency first and a cryptocurrency second, one platform providing basic income, mutual aid, and e-commerce accessible to everyone. MADAO users receive a dynamic basic income tailored each month to meet the ever-changing needs of our growing network. Based on our custom KPIs and our expert in-house economic analysis. Our wallet client provides built-in tools for buying and selling goods and services. You can spend your MADAO in the same place that you get it. It is that easy. User profiles and timelines allow for network members to make mutual aid requests for ADA when they are in need. These requests can be fulfilled by generous sponsorships from other network members. Users who fulfill a mutual aid request by giving ADA to MADAO network members receive a like amount of MADAO as a thank you. And don't worry, there is a hard ceiling on the amount of ADA each user can receive in a given month through this particular subsystem to ensure it is not an easily abusable feature. Our in-house economist, Eddie Chu, uses custom KPIs to analyze the MADAO microeconomy every month, which allows us to determine the amount of basic income that is appropriate to distribute in a given time frame to keep our economy maximally healthy. As our DAO grows, all users will have the opportunity to modify and determine our KPIs democratically. Community manager Sheridan is the hardest worker on our team. He's immersed himself in the Cardano community, attending daily Twitter spaces and Discord meetings for other Cardano projects, creating alliances with other Cardano developers, and keeping the MADAO community vibrant, interconnected, and informed. Our graphic designer and NPO coordinator, Jenny Press, is, like myself, intimately familiar with poverty. She's building bridges with NPOs who we hope to collaborate with, and she drew all of the lovely images you're seeing in this presentation right now. She also provided art for our CNFT project Money Hounds, which we used as a fundraiser in January, and you can see a little money hound in the lower right. It's a cute guy. Our Haskell coder, Ben, I've known for 36 years, since I was 4 years old, and he is the smartest person I've ever met. It is an absolute privilege to work with him, and I have the utmost faith he will provide a stellar code base for this project. Finally, I myself have held a bachelor's degree for 17 years from an accredited state university, and yet I've never earned more than $10,000 in a given year. This has made me a poverty expert, intimately familiar with the cracks in our welfare and labor market systems and how to best fill them. I also like to think it keeps me humble, which is vital in any team lead, in my humble opinion. I love every crypto UBI project I come across, and I respect their good intent. But I tried a few and I couldn't make use of any of them. UBI token and proof of humanity, I couldn't afford to join. There's an initial investment of hundreds of dollars, making those projects inaccessible to those who need them the most. I did manage to join Good Dollar, but I haven't actually spent any of my good dollars. They're just accruing in my wallet because I don't have a practical place to spend them. MADAO is different in a few key ways. There's no cost to the user to join MADAO. There's no need to find a sponsor or provide images of paperwork to prove you're a real person. Anyone can join MADAO for free at any time because we plan on using the ATALA Prism protocol to ensure the MADAO network is safe, secure, and free of exploits. The decentralized identity solution of ATALA Prism allows us to maintain network security without hassling the users to provide anything at all that might pose a hurdle to registration. Users in need can receive ADA through mutual aid requests to satisfy urgent expenses that cannot yet be paid in MADAO, like rent, medical bills, utilities, etc. Built-in tools for buying and selling goods and services create the MADAO marketplace. Users can spend their MADAO in the same place they receive it. We've been active since November, using our Discord server as a test marketplace, and MADAO is already being used as a currency. We have some examples of what MADAO has been used for here, and you can see it's all real economic activity, no speculation or strange financial instruments. I've even given the guitar lessons personally. Thank you for viewing our presentation. You can join our Discord server to start receiving MADAO right away, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you, Shale.
Thank you.
That's very nice. That's very
very
nice. Very nice and kind project, and a beautiful presentation, and a couple of the memes also very nice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Are there any? I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, yes. Do we have questions for Shale and maybe Sheridan from the MADAO team? Not Bilge. Yeah, go ahead, Bilge.
I'm actually wondering, how local is this effort? I mean, is this an American thing? Is it going to be a global thing? I mean, then if it's only an American thing, is it going to receive only American support? I mean, how are you going to pitch it to the entire world?
It's a great question. So there's no limitations on where this can be used. It can be used anywhere. A lot of the goods and services are a lot of services are exchanged through sort of telecommuting, you know, like sort of a mentorship relationship where someone will help you with something. That's the sort of easiest way to do you know, commerce without worrying about locale. That kind of thing travels well. But we also have we do have plans to make individual pockets of MADAO activity. The first one we do plan for New Mexico. We are Americans, so it's what we know, it's where we're starting with, but we would like to expand our ambassador programs to other countries as well in the future. So great question.
I'd actually like to elaborate a little bit to that. We have a New Mexico ambassador program that's going to help get that locality in New Mexico started, because we do recognize that for goods and services and for like food and things that can't really be shipped as easily, having local markets is incredibly important. And New Mexico is a exemplar state and a failing monetary institution.
This is good verbiage. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have more questions? No, I have a ton. So and we have a couple more minutes. So yeah, it's a very, you know, kind project, a nice project, a thoughtful project. I do have to say, do you have a way, like, beyond, let's say, goodwill and the good heart of the participants? Do you have, let's say, an economic model maybe in mind that, let's say, someone who is not in a dire need of financial, help can come in, maybe make something, you know, useful for the community, help, besides donating, maybe just putting in the work, spreading the word, and somehow and somehow being either financially rewarded or somehow else rewarded for that work, right?
I'll go ahead and take this because that's definitely a much more complex question than just what's our tokenomics. Right now, we do have a bounty system that is helping us get development pushed along. We are going to be incorporating a proposal system to let the community guide a lot of the development. Once we do have that up and running and on chain, we're very excited for Hydra and ADAO's work, as we're going to be partnering with those projects as well for some of the outside features we don't need to focus on. Our main tokenomic feature is going to be the Freedom Framework, which is going to be the compilation of our KPIs that we are using and that the community can vote to edit or add to, so that we can have a more holistic view of what our e-commerce platform is doing and how it's integrating with the world.
Okay, so we have an e-commerce platform that you are developing, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Also, I wanted to ask about ATALA. Realistically, how far are we to, implementing this? I think it's not really,
So we've been watching the ATALA Pioneer program pretty closely, and Ben, our developer, is in that, I believe, the second cohort. So we are on top of it as it's developing, and we'll be releasing it alongside when ATALA puts it to mainnet.
Okay, very cool. Okay, do we have any more questions for the MADAO crew? Well, in that case, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck with your.
We're going to get more than 65% this time for sure.
Yeah. Good luck with your project. Good luck with the vote, and all the best.
Thank you so much.
Just one final check. Do we have someone from live streaming music NFT market here? Marcus was supposed to be here, but he's not. Do we have someone else? Once, twice, three times, no. Well, then Ryan is up then with the project. Can you please tell me what the project is? Just to be clear, Ryan wanted to present, but he didn't reserve a room, and we have space here, so he joined us here. So Ryan, you have 15 minutes, usually 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for questions. But if you finish your presentation sooner, we'll have more time for questions.
For sure. So yeah, hello everyone, I'm Ryan. I'm from All In Betting DAO. I'm here with the CTO Sean and the CEO Mark. Now, they'll come up in a bit here and add to the conversation. But yeah, basically what we're trying to do is make a betting DAO. And what that consists of is basically, profit sharing and governance, and basically shifting the power to from the token holders to, from the centralized way the community or the industry works now into the community. So that's kind of a huge problem in the industry right now is, it's very centralized, and, they do other things as well. And that's my next point is ethical transparency. We're basically working on a plan to work with addictions and stuff like that, because that's essentially how the industry works now, is they kind of prey on those people. And, once you make an account, you basically flagged right away if, you're going to be a good money maker or not. And so it's a huge problem in the industry right now. So that's kind of what we're trying to do and build our philosophy around is, we want to obviously have a betting platform, but obviously focus on, being a fun and safe environment for everyone. And obviously, yeah, taking that power and shifting it to the token holder rather than, a pyramid structure or the people at the top, right? And yeah, that brings us to the third pillar of what we're trying to do is build everything all in one. So right now, if you want to make a few different style bets, you need to have like 5 or 6 different platforms, right? We're trying to bring that all into one umbrella. So it's like our main focus right now would be bet versus chain. So utilizing the blockchain and make that kind of what you're betting against. But then also down the line, breaking out into, fantasy sports, NFTs, obviously peer-to-peer betting, things like that. We'd like to have outside of sports betting as well. If you want to do an election wager, anything like that, right? But our main focus would be bet versus chain for now. We think that could be an industry disruptor. So it's very interesting. And I'll let Sean touch on that more in terms of how we got some funding and what kind of more things we try to plan on that. So a long-term goal for us is obviously to take those 3 pillars and really, make it a real thing. Obviously, we're picking an industry here that, it's pretty tough to get into with licensing and regulatory and stuff like that. So obviously our long-term goal is, to bring all that in and to work a DAO into it. But our short-term goal and basically what we're asking for some money for is to build out our MVP. That is to prove our bet versus chain model. That is, again, we believe that could be industry disrupting. There is a company or a token out there that does that right now. It's called Wager, but they're not really KYC compliant and all that stuff. So it's very decentralized, and who really knows where that will go down the line. We want to, follow all the rules and, be on board with all the laws and everything like that. And that's where we think we can really, make some noise in the industry. And at the same time too, that's onboarding a lot of people onto Cardano, right? That want to do these things, right? So it's a very win-win situation for both parties. And yeah, back to our biggest challenge, it would be licensing and regulatory. For any gambling entity, that's been the problem for a while, is dealing with this stuff. And you see DraftKings and FanDuel and stuff back in late or early 2010s. They came on the scene and they had to deal with all that stuff. But now look at them; they're huge in the industry because they got around those legalities, right? Just crypto as a whole is going to have to face that stuff, obviously. But that, that's how you build these stuffs, and you get around that stuff. But then at the end of the day, that's how you thrive, is you build into these regulations and build on top of it once that stuff comes down. And also too, we also want to just kind of let some other people pave the path a little bit with the regulatory stuff, and then come in when the path's more clear. Being not having so much funding right now, we believe that's like the right plan to do so, and just save on some money and stuff. Kind of let other platforms make mistakes, and we will get more answers, and then be able to make better decisions. And then I'll pass it over to Sean, and he can explain a bit more.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I would say we have kind of a similar philosophy to IOG and the Cardano community overall, that we want to bring this power to the people kind of vision and decentralization to this heavily centralized industry. So as Ryan mentioned, our initial focus is on bet versus chain, where essentially when you place a bet, you are betting against the treasury of the DAO, and that treasury is held on the blockchain for the community. And as a token holder, then you can earn rewards based off of your ownership in the DAO. So that's getting rid of the centralized authority who is there to exploit players for monetary reasons. And then we want to bring in the transparency and the auditability, so that it's very clear that the games are all fair, bets are paid, people are not excluded because they win, and then addressing the addiction side of it. So people who we're looking at trying to partner with some researchers to address different methods for understanding the problem gambler and how we can help them as a community. So then moving past the bet versus chain in our MVP, which we've already built a lot of code to reach that. Then we'll be moving on to like person-to-person betting. So if you want to bet your friend on a game, or eventually even playing esports, video games, those kind of things, you'll be able to do that on the blockchain without having some third party in the middle taking, preventing you or taking a big cut out of that. Yeah, and so I think, as Ryan mentioned, we want to really push the power from these centralized authorities to the community, and we think that we can make betting a safer and more fun place for everyone. Mark, is Mark here? Do you want to say something else about it?
Yeah. I think you've hit the nail on the head with the decentralization of previously untransparent value creation for shareholders, and so I suppose the decentralization for us is an opportunity to create transparency where previously in the business models of all online operators and even casinos, there was no transparency. And with that transparency, I think we can introduce a higher level of trust and a higher level of fairness. The trust piece, I'd attribute the word malfeasance to the way we haven't really seen it in the States yet, for those of you who are there, but anybody who's in the rest of the world sees how, it's very obvious how operators gouge larger and larger amounts of money from smaller and smaller amounts of people as the markets mature. And so that's something that's going to come in the States. You're going to start seeing advertising soon from FanDuel and the bigger brands around responsible gambling, but that's all it is. It's just advertising. And they don't, the business model is predicated on I suppose, not being transparent about how they treat problem gamblers, and on not looking properly at how they can create trust amongst with their customers. So that's really our focus is through decentralization, bringing higher levels of transparency and greater trust, and also as a result of both of those things, allowing a kind of a collectivization of the risk functions around bet making through the DAO, and also of ownership in terms of it being something that's some of the parts and some of the community. So that really sums it all up, I suppose.
Yeah, and I would just like to add in there that last fund we were rewarded with some money through the Singularity Net AI fund. So we're definitely looking to partner with them in a way that, again, work with both parties here and help build up that network and really utilize AI with our bet versus chain. And, we help them onboard people as well. But yeah, I just wanted to let people know that we have been funded a bit before, and, just looking to build this thing brick by brick. And yeah, I just wanted to add that in. Yeah,
and I think in terms of the being able to build it, like delivering on it, as Patrick mentioned in the keynote, we have a great team. Mark has a lot of gambling industry experience, has had startups in the gambling industry, and Ryan has a lot of experience in marketing and in entrepreneurship. And I've been doing software development for 25 years and have a lot of experience. I've done the Plutus Pioneers, and I'm currently in the ATALA Prism Pioneers program. We have a development team worldwide with a total of 9 people on the team, including people who have gone through the Plutus Pioneers. and have a lot of development experience across many different projects, both within Cardano and as stake pool operators. So I think we have the team that can accomplish this and get us to that next level. So we're hoping we'll be able to get the funding in this round to get us to that MVP.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Interesting project. We have about 3 more minutes, so do we have questions for Ryan? I'm sorry, the other name is Mike and Sean. Mark, I'm sorry, Mark.
No problem. We neglected, actually, we didn't really realize we were going to have a PowerPoint, or we needed a PowerPoint. So
you didn't need the PowerPoint. You presented very well.
So we might post the link to the site for anyone.
Sure,
who wants to have a look.
That's also great.
Brian can. I'm in the car at the moment.
Well, okay. If we don't have questions from someone else, I have 2. They are both kind of, well, one is technical, Cardano technical or blockchain technical. Another one is betting technical. So first one, let's say we have a bet, market, you said bet versus chain, right? So who settles the bet? Like, we need to have an oracle, right? We need to have some sort of an oracle that says, okay, this outcome happened, so this group gets rewarded, right?
Yeah, I can address that. So that is part of the AI Singularity Net project that we're working on with, and we've been in contact with the chief of the AI at Singularity Net and working with some researchers there. Is we want to crowdsource the results of let's say sports events or whatever data we're gonna need to resolve that bet. And then instead of what you see in Oracle systems today, where they have a simple voting system based off of money, we want to build a reputation system based off of your participation in our community, as well as the tokens that you're willing to risk in supplying that data, and then using AI to help in determining the final result on that.
Okay, thank you. And the second thing is this bet versus chain. I know there's like a saying in betting, house always wins. So is the goal that the chain is the house, or that the people holding the tokens that are the chain are the house? Is that kind of the idea?
That's right. So the treasury that's held on the chain is in a sense who you're betting against, and all of the holders of the all-in token receive a percentage of the returns that are accumulated by that treasury. They're rewarded, as you say, the house always wins. So by holding our token, then you receive a percentage of the profits from that, as well as having some governance capabilities and influence in the community.
Okay, thank you. That is all the time that we have. Thank you very much to all the proposals that submitted. Good luck with your proposals. Now let's head back to the main room. We're gonna have a little bit of a break there, and then we have the next round coming back here.
Okay. So what I ended up doing, this online makerspace for do-it-yourself projects, being worked on for 10 years, it's quite large. So it actually connects to 10 of the 17 sustainable development goals, where no poverty is the most important one, I think. So as an end user, you're able to register an account on uBlob and actually start earning money on just creating blueprints. This quality education is based on the blueprints. When we build up a library of how prototypes are built, these can be used by students and so forth. So in the solution, we have segmented. So we have manufacturers, we have distributors, organizations, and makers. So the main functionality for the maker is they can create blueprints. They get skill points in the different segments of what they publish in. You can also create team for collaboration on blueprints. When you register, you also get access to your own web shop on the marketplace. You can convert blueprint into a product. You also have the ability to create events, which allows you to handle ticket sales. You can offer services around prototyping. You also get a booking management feature for this, so you don't overbook yourself for services. Yeah, and you can also ask for help. You can put your whole web shop in vacation mode, because being a solo guy trying to run a business is quite tedious. So we implemented this vacation mode. You can also convert the blueprint into NFT. That will lock the blueprint, so you can't do edits on it. But in essence, it means you can create a value on ID sharing in the open space. Through this profile, you can also create organization if you have a makerspace or a company. So you get, when you create an organization or a company, you also get a light wallet based on each entity you create. So the revenue streams for the end user is you get revenue from the distributors for the products you sell through your blueprint. You can also sell your own products. You can hold event and sell tickets, services, and we also implement this Tinker token where you can get referral fees and affiliate. And also the blueprint NFT sales will always give this 5% every time it's resold. So the NFT, what happens when you lock a blueprint? We have implemented different foliages for the blueprint. So almost like a Pokemon card, you get these unique functionalities. You set your own sale price. We haven't included any option in this first solution. And the ownership of the blueprint changes the revenue stream. So if you sell NFT blueprint, the value or the profit it will generate in the future goes to the new owner. So, and also teams and blueprint authors earn this 5% incentive. Yeah. Slide. So, organizations, for example, makerspaces. So, if you have an actual workshop, you can then connect makers to your organization, approve members, and set your own admins and moderators. You can collect membership fees and also have this membership management. You also get this library of members in your club, which allows you to more easily approve, or if you go to your municipality and you want to show what's been created locally, it's easier to get funding to, for example, a new machine or something. And you will also see this revenue generated by this organization in the local community. You also get this inventory management because in the makerspace you have usually boxes of all sorts of equipment and stuff, and they need better management on this. And you can also, if you're a part of this makerspace, you can book, for example, the 3D printer for one day, so you don't travel out there and see that it's occupied already. Yeah. Plus you get all the access from the maker. So for the companies, for example, if you're a tool manufacturer or electronics, you have this option to set incentive on your products. So if I build around this makey kit, they can set, for example, a 20% revenue that is ported to the maker that adds it to a blueprint that leads to a sale. This will also give a traceability on what your products are used for after it's sold. So these new iterations that the makers create is linked back to this product. We also make this linking between distributor and manufacturers. So it's almost sending like sending a friend request. So by approving this friend request for linking a distributor, you get access to the whole warehouse of the, or the whole product list of this manufacturer. Even though everything is zero in stock, people locally can back order from you. Yeah, and warehouse management. So if you have any deprecated products or new versions, this will also be handled on the platform. Demo, if there is time, I hope.
You have 7 minutes left, so.
Oh, that was fast. Okay, so I'll just run through this summary first. So we've been investigating all these different segments, from the manufacturing part to the distributor to the buyer, and usually the information ends there. So when a consumer buys a product, we don't know what happens to it. So through this uBlob platform, this makerspace, we're able to track which components are connected to other components and which tools the end user is using to build it. And this information is then sent back to the industry, which will help them build a better product that has a better market fit, and also help the maker in evolving their products. So we also allow, when a maker creates a blueprint, another maker can come and take this blueprint and add it into this step of his new blueprint. So we enable this rapid prototyping functionality. Let's see, where's the, yeah. So this is the main page that you're coming to when you log into uBlob. Oh, I need to log in. 2 seconds. So what we've done is actually segmented the whole page into 4 items. So you have this do-it-yourself, the blueprint page menu, where you can find whatever subject you're interested in. So if it's woodworking, or you can even go into this again, and carpentry, for example. And it's built on top of an open marketplace. So on this one, we have the actual marketplace for components. I'll jump to this one. And we have the services, where you can offer services or ask for help within prototyping. So maybe you made a cool blueprint that's really took off. You can then go in here and ask for PCB production or assembly or whatever for this product. You also have this event calendar where you can post, for example, workshops. That's going to happen. So, so every time you build a blueprint and you add products in the bills of material, you can then see which blueprints this product connects to. So this copper tape, for example, connects to 2 blueprints, which makes it easy for other users to understand the product and how it's used, and also to build their own things. I'll jump into the main functionality, which is create blueprint. So you click here and you add a title. Yeah, we don't need to set craft. And you get this woodworking, carpentry. You can also combine categories. So if let's say I have some carpentry, but I also add some LED lights to it. So I can, for example, add both electronics and woodworking together. Just quite nice. This sorry, this is about combining the main categories. So instead of going to different forums on the web, we can easily combine these there. Oh, go back. Oh, we also have this team collaboration. So you can actually collaborate with other users on the same blueprint. You can send them invite and you can collaborate on this blueprint. So maybe one is a programmer and one is the carpenter. During these step generations, we have different possibilities. If you already have a video on YouTube, if you search for do-it-yourself on YouTube, you get around 70 million hits. If you already made a video, you can easily include it here and just add the products that you used, and then it's connected. You just need 2 steps. You can also add code. Let's see. You can add it as open source, just type it in here, or you can add it as a product. So you can, for example, take 1 cent of it just to get extra revenue. You can add your own design. So if you have a design for 3D printing or CNC milling, like 2D design or graphics, this can be added. Let me add an extra step. So same here, you can add it directly into the blueprint, or you can add it as a product. So maybe you want to have some extra cash on it. So, and also this add product, where you can add either which tools you use or which components you use to build a blueprint. So let's have a let's just add it. And we also add a component. Oh, the search went away. But you get the idea. This is still in beta, so in development.
You are close to using up all your time.
Okay. So you can also convert this blueprint as a maker if you want to sell it as a standalone product. So if I add this finished product, it will then be listed on the marketplace as a finished product, meaning there are 2 different. I'll just show this very fast. Test. So the initial cost for the user is 50, but I only pay 10 to build it, and I have 2 of it. 2 ways, 1, 2. Okay, let's publish it. Oops. I'm going a bit faster, but bear with me. Oops, programming. Okay. So this is the blueprint we just created. Oh, okay. But if you buy the do-it-yourself kit from this blueprint, the products from the BOM bills of material, including the tools, will be added to your shopping cart. If I buy the finished build, means that the maker has to build it and then ship it. So the maker has its own stock.
Okay, I do have to kind of cut you off a little bit here. Thank you very much, Roar. It's very interesting. At least to me, I'm an electrical engineer by trade, so all of these, tinkering things are cool for me. I will do we have some questions for Roar right now? No? Well, then I'll just ask you one thing before we move on. It's a very ambitious project, Roar, and I'm guessing you are an... Oh, Michal has a question. Okay, Michal, go ahead.
In the makerspace, you have some of the purchasing opportunities, but you also have a lot of this sharing or borrowing of the equipment for the specific purpose. Is it also included in your inventory management?
What do you mean? This sharing?
So, for example, the common thing is to purchase, for example, some kind of electronic component together when the list, for example, of required is at least reaching 20 units or 100 units.
Yeah.
Or another thing is we had the breadboard bank, which basically shares the development boards because they usually cost like 10 to 50 times more than the actual component.
Yeah. So that means if someone uses a breadboard, you can create an iteration of that blueprint and create your own, where you swap out the breadboard with a not so pricey PCB. Yeah.
There are usually for any design you may want to use demo pieces, right? That need to travel between people that they need to be demoed to before you actually deliver the product.
Yeah, that's true. But this is an open source project where we allow people to share ideas and actually be incentivized through them. So the same goes, I think it goes for everything. When you build a prototype, people are aware that it is a prototype and errors can happen. But it's when we enable this rapid prototyping and quick verification of what works and doesn't, it will also reflect on the products that are built around in the blueprints.
So basically you need a separate copy of the blueprint for each version?
Yeah, all the different, if it's just a minor change, it will still be listed on the same product if they use the product.
Okay, cool. I would have one last question, so not to hug the microphone too much. There are sometimes that you want to order a blueprint product, but the components prices are changing. So usually people order it for DigiKey or from Seed Studio or some place that does it in bulk. How do you connect with these pricing lists?
Yeah, so that's another feature. As a manufacturer or a distributor, if you already have an existing e-commerce site, we will implement some API. So Magento and Shopify and those large ones will be supported. So you can continue using your old interface. You don't have to use uBlog, but you connect your e-commerce site to that.
Okay, we have been through a lot of, we broke a bit of the time, but that's okay. Now, next up should be Adnan with multi-sig NFT Launchpad. I don't see Adnan, but maybe someone here is in their place. It can be either Anna Maria and Raresh or Resh. I'm guessing no. Well then, Michal, you are up. Michal is going to present his project Stream Cardano Serverless Infra. Guessing it's infrastructure, but we're gonna hear about it now. Yes, please, Michal, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. So yes, it is about serverless infra for Cardano dApps. And first I will talk about MegaMake history. So we did our advanced Haskell project since 2017, including open source program JSON Autotype that still receives some generous thanks from some users that generates parsers and type declarations from JSON examples. XML TypeLift parser generator for XML for Haskell. And our past customers include IOHK and some other blockchain companies. We also recently, the members of our team participated in an open source smart contract that was used as a demo functionality. So you can find it on GitHub right now. Because of this, we have some experience with the Cardano development ecosystem, and we also compared with like Ethereum development of smart contracts. And the thing is that, you know, to deploy the full distributed application, you usually need to write a smart contract, which is slightly harder in Plutus because it's early stage and newer technology. It's much safer, but also that means less database of questions answered on Stack Overflow. Then you need Cardano wallet. And this is issued already assessed independently and addressed by Nami and Yoroi, that only few wallets now have DApp connectors. Then you also need Cardano node, right? Running so that you can contact what is the latest and submit the transactions. You need indexer like Cardano DBSync or Blockfrost. And the problem with Blockfrost is that it only allows very limited queries. So if you have a complex query like, what is the average price of the token on my smart contract, you probably won't answer it with Blockfrost directly. So you need to write your own Haskell code, and that basically monitors the blockchain all the time and updates the answer to this query. And then you also need a Web2 backend, the classical web backend. Whether it's open source or not, it doesn't matter. You still need the backend to maintain it, and frontend for the application. This can be either your own wallet if you want to make your own wallet, which I don't advise for most distributed applications, but desperate people do that, or frontend that connects to something like Nami wallet. And then you need to set up it all. That would be like 4 or 5 processes in Kubernetes, and maintain it and redeploy it frequently. And when you feel like developing this kind of stack, every different error message finally feels like progress, which is a little bit harder than it has to be. Because what we would like to have is actually the Stream Cardano software as a service, which would just allow you to deploy the front end to Stream Cardano, set up certain administrative stuff, and possibly deploy smart contract and get at least a minimal distributed application already. Or deploy a front end and your own Web2 backend and smart contract and get minimum application. Or if it's just Cardano blockchain monitoring application, then just deploy a front end and add the access key to it and get a front end application. So that's what I would like to ask you to vote on Catalyst. And now I will tell how we plan to do it. So we would base it on existing open source solutions. So we would basically make managed infrastructure for all these components, including Cardano node, Relayer, Cardano DBSync. But we also want to put in front of it basically software as a service that is mostly a REST API that allows you to do arbitrary queries against Cardano DBSync in a secure and safe way. So the idea is that we have a single Cardano DBSync database, and we use clever code to separate different users that have read-only access to the current blockchain state and get updates on this current state of the blockchain as HTTP events or webhooks or as blockchain transactions. For blockchain transactions, you also need to create your own project wallet that has just minimum ADA on it to make automatic transactions. So this will also potentially serve like trading application that just checks that token price goes to the certain threshold and then buys or sells it. That would be ideally the fully automated deployment. So only just front end, or only just a wallet script, or only just smart contract and front end. and everything else could be managed by this software as a service. For this purpose, we also plan to build TypeScript library, PureScript library, and the Haskell backend library. These are the initial steps. In the future, we hope we will have more. That's only as much as we can promise within budget allowed for the project. And online IDE that will allow you to, without deploying your own Cardano DP sync and your own infrastructure, to explore the database that covers the Cardano blockchain, to like explore possible queries to the blockchain state. I think we all need it, because having just an ability to click on Cardano Blockchain Explorer on individual blocks is not enough for a developer, right? Developer would like to query things like, what was the history of trading of this particular token, right? And for this, we will have online IDE that displays the results. And in particular, to emphasize the main features, we want to allow the custom queries, really any SQL queries that would extract the smart contract state, caching of these queries to assure that we also, achieve the development, United Nations development goals that were delineated in the latest Catalyst iteration, that we not just deploy a shared infrastructure, right, that is paid by different developers, and this way we make it cheaper, but also save on the amount of carbon dioxide we emit from the infrastructure that we deploy. Because all this infrastructure that you need to deploy here individually for each app, it costs you, right? It costs you the energy, it costs you computers that need to be deployed, and most of this can be multi-tenant, can be safely shared. So custom queries, caching, and node setup time. So ideally, already in third month of function of the service, or in fourth month if you are not invited to the closed beta, because we are over full with the users of closed beta, because at the closed beta stage we will need to monitor security manually. That will be automatic later on, so to make sure that multi-tenancy doesn't conflict with security. So with no setup time, you can go and query anything about the Cardano blockchain. And we also plan to provide the tutorials and library of queries that will help you to start this work. So for example, for common smart contracts like MusliSwap contracts, we will have the queries that we can just use open source. All our tutorials will be open source. All contributions to the open source projects will be open source. This is not emphasized in the project, but this is because our main goal is to make the life easy for developers. That's our first focus, right? And we will, of course, allow to record some activity using wallets on the blockchain. So it's not like passive read-only thing like Brockforce, right? And we already have searched for some partner projects. Adatar is another project of MediaMake that allows you to upload and sign the contracts on Cardano. That's the goal. It's also started. And Athena project, that is crowdfunding platform that also aims to deploy to Cardano. And hopefully your own project. So I'm looking forward to see and hear about projects that also want to use this platform, because we do plan to make super easy API, but if you actually use it early, it will be even easier to you. And of course, if you want to be partnered, then as soon as we have something, you will receive our open API specification files, and you can already use them with the keys even before there will be general availability, because of course making this thing secure will take a few months. So do you have any questions?
Thank you, Michal. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. Do we have some questions for Michal? Not really. I have like 20, so if no one else does, I'm just gonna start. I saw some of your team. You are experienced Haskell developers. I'm just learning now. I'm currently fighting with monad transformers, so it's, you know, so I'm impressed. Can you get back to the infrastructure part of the DApp? I think it's one of the first. Yeah, or we can stay here. We can stay here. Right, you said that DBSync can only handle so many different SQL queries, right? Because DBSync creates a PostgreSQL database that you can query with anything. So my question is, are you going to transfer that database from PostgreSQL to something else to enable some smarter queries? Or are you just going to create a library of queries? I mean, what is the difference? What will be faster? If you're still going to use DBSync in the background, what's going to be the difference?
So DBSync in the background, yes, to fill in the database, the data, because DBSync does it quite efficiently. So we think it is best to, you know, share the investment in shared infrastructure. But what DBSync cannot give you is, first, PostgreSQL as a database will handle probably a few hundred connections, right? So what we need on top of that is caching and sharing. So if you deploy the application that makes the same queries in 1,000 or 100,000 instances, will only maintain a single PostgreSQL query, right?
You should check out the Varnish cache.
Yeah, we already did. The second thing is that besides the caching, we are able to share it between tenants. So when you have only one connection, that means that for the app, then that means that 200 apps can actually do it, right? So if you have 200 apps that do the same query, they can share the same DB-sync with some some clever caching, right? So this is like 200, potentially 200 times less for 200 apps, 200 times less for energy use, right, and infrastructure use.
In case they use they give the same request within a reasonable amount of time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm guessing that this is very good for repetitive queries that are like maybe even cyclical or, you know, regular.
And we noticed that a lot of apps in the blockchain space lack one critical functionality, which is like live updates. So you want to see that you have up-to-date price, for example. You need to manually reload, and that means that there are a lot of queries. We would use latest web technology like server-side send events to not to re-establish this connection every second, right? Instead, to make sure that you maintain the connection and stream the cached result to all the 100 or 1,000 apps, right?
Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna ask about the wallet. You said that when you say here Cardano wallet, do you mean the instance of Cardano wallet from IOG as a service, or you mean like a full wallet implementation, like Eternal or CC Vault or Nami?
We want to start with Cardano wallet with additional program on top of this that would separate wallets of different users, because our goal here is not to keep users' wallet, is to provide the automated transaction service, right? So that way basically means that whenever you want, for example, to build an oracle that will every minute update some results from the web, right? Then you can automatically submit these transactions with, you know, minimal budget. And another example of this is, you know, whenever threshold is crossed, then you submit this transaction.
Sure, you can submit it, but to sign it, if you are going to sign it, you need a private key. If you have the private key, that's a custodial wallet. Then it's in your state, right? In your ownership.
Yeah, that's custodial automated wallet. We don't have yet plan for non-custodial automated wallet, because that would mean that you need to maintain the connection right? So that would be potentially something like second stage of the project, but in here we don't really plan to do it for anything else than oracles and simple updates. So I think the custodial wallet with a separate security, so basically, separate container for security, a special service that does not allow to use this wallet for anything by signing automated transactions, actually doesn't allow to extract this wallet and copy it anywhere. In this case, you need to establish a new wallet, right?
Okay, makes sense. Also, maybe can be used as a simple, like whatever, like a learning tool to derive from mnemonic to private or something like that. But this is not
yes, on either IDE can be used to do this, because the online IDE will let you submit any transaction basically. So this is not destined to be high security storage of important assets. Is more like convenience tools, because what I have seen in many crypto projects is that you do have few high security transactions that involve a lot of assets, but most of the transactions that DApp needs to manage are actually administrative, like setting up configuration options for the crowd sale contract, or setting up configuration options for the new token contract, or smart contract factory, such things. For this purpose, you just need like few others and something that will automatically check these transactions and doesn't allow easy hacking, right? So basically, we also won't be able to access these wallets. The idea is...
that's because then if you can, then it's also a legal, thing. Well, how... Yeah. Okay, well, thank you, Michal. We are out of time. Do we have any more? Well, maybe one last question for Michal. Roar, Shale. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna stop recording.
All right, Kyle, you have 10 minutes for a presentation and 5 for Q&A. And stage is yours. Your time starts at 9.
All right, let me share this. I'm gonna get the right screen. That's fine. I appreciate you. Thanks, guys. Yeah. You guys see that?
Yes.
And then let's see if we can't get in. Show. Are we in the slideshow? Cool.
Okay.
Okay. So this is related to the Adoja project. We've come into Catalyst a few times for funding for various things, and we've been developing technology and releasing some open source components as we go, and kind of pivoting to align with product market fit, and aligning our team. And essentially what we're going to build, or what we are building, is a peer-to-peer marketplace for to enable decentralized manufacturing, starting with 3D printers. And so it's a really wild idea, and it can leverage all the components of blockchain in a manner to create essentially what is our mission statement, or adhere to. And we come to leverage Cardano and Internet of Things technologies in a way to enable new economic opportunities. And so what we see right now is a really big opportunity to kind of hit product market fit. And so in these observations, a lot of cool factors are aligning. And so from a high level, we're observing 3D printing services. They're expensive. And so, and that would entail things like prototyping, custom builds, or, even low volume production type things. And another observation is the technology is rapidly advancing. And so it's proliferating, and that's driving the cost down, and that's putting the technology in the hands of a lot of people. And as a result, we're seeing a vast open ecosystem, kind of emerge and flourish relevant to 3D printing software and hardware. And with that, we now have a global abundance of these tools in people's hands, and also an abundance of idle printers. And so there's also this great talent in Cardano that's emerging, right? And Cardano's is being enabled, right? We're getting more features as you know, with each new hard fork, right? And so we also have a healthy CNFT market. And so when you look at all these things, we can really kind of use the momentum there to penetrate and test and drive transaction volume, which is really what it's all about, to the point where you've got a sustainable model that leverages the chain. And so our plan is essentially, we want to assemble or put together a small network of 3D printer operators and give them an opportunity to participate in a decentralized, or give them an opportunity to participate in a decentralized fulfillment experiment. And so what that means is we're just bringing together a bunch of people who want to earn some ADA and possibly, you know, some token incentives for, you know, trying to see if we can make this work. And the first implementation is going to be wild. Like we have an idea what to expect, but it's going to be very interesting. And so with that, we're also going to develop smart contracts and release a custom Raspberry Pi image along with an array of 3D printable objects. And we put all these together, we can kind of emerge into our first test implementation of this, to test and to kind of stress these printer operators. And that's going to be, we're going to release a 3D printable NFT drop for Space Coins rockets. And so that's the first stage, and we'll probably have that rolled out within a month. We've got May timeframe scheduled on that, but it's going to be smart contract enabled. The Raspberry Pi space printer application's already done for the most part. We've got UI stuff that we're working on there. But essentially we'll have an enhanced suite of smart contracts that will roll out after this to enable kind of like a wicked peer-to-peer marketplace. And I'll explain kind of the steps on how we'll get there and what that really means. But it's going to create opportunity for printer operators to serve. It's going to create opportunities for creators and designers, as well as residual economic opportunities where, you know, we can leverage smart contracts to actually pay people based on what they create and who uses it and creates it in the real world. And so, let me see if there we go. So the team is pretty sophisticated. We have 2 senior design engineers who work for SpaceX, who are doing kind of our Space Coins rocket parts, and that NFT drop's pretty cool. It's like it's snapped together parts, 7 components per rocket. We'll show you some pictures there. We've got some senior blockchain developer, Mike. His name is Bacon, if you know him in the community. He's done a lot of cool stuff. He got Cardano node running on an Android way back when. He's built a bridge between Ethereum and Cosmos, and he's working on, he rolled out the space printer app, and also Cardano Box, which is our second kind of thing we're rolling out, which is a separate isolated full node wallet, or full node. So that's pretty cool. But then we've got Quinn, who is rolling smart contracts for us, and Quinn rolls smart contracts for token and drip drops. He's done quite a few Catalyst projects. He's rolled out vesting contracts, and so he's one of the Plutus Pioneer early guys who came out really strong and is very good at what he does. Siddick's a junior engineer who also works on drip drops and token. He's been working under with Isan and Quinn various projects, and we have him some on the embedded side of things. And then Ryan is he's behind the Adopt stake pool, and he's a resident 3D printing expert. It's what he does for a living, or did for a living. He's on the team providing expertise fairly well. G and John Paul, I mean, they work, you know, mostly on the metal side, you know, because they're doing rocket engines for SpaceX, and Ryan kind of helping them bridge the gap. So they're learning a lot on the plastic side. Operationally, I'm helping run up the team. I run drip drops as well. So I split my time between Adoja and drip drops. Mark Stopka is, you know, he'll be back with us soon. He kind of provides technical guidance in a lot of ways, and R&D management, and helps in that regard. And then we also have Chris Hockaday, who's helping us run community and align marketing. And Chris is on Drip Drops team and token, and he has a bunch of other projects and very familiar in the CNFT space. Then we've got Loris, who is a stake pool operator as well. He's well known. He's helping out with marketing and community. We got Eric Anderson, who is running ambassador operations, and Eric is he's a safety guy over at Ping, but he helps kind of really align the operational execution, helps us out a lot there. And we have Ron Hill, who Spocker, a lot of you guys might know Ron. He's doing technical writing for us. We get advisement, Andrew Westberg, you know, various aspects and alignment, as well as Anthony, who helps out there. He's got a vast background in mechanical engineering. We've acquired great expertise from advisors, or excuse me, ambassadors. We're building out an ambassador team. So that's being cultivated. We probably have, I think it's 15 to 20 members on the core Doja team, and expanded, I think it's 30 to 35 with the ambassadors that we're running. So we're building a network of printers, and we're going to give it a shot. And so here's the roadmap of what we have going on. We already released a space printer application. We'll show you the Git link here in a minute. We're going to roll out the 3D printable Space Coins rocket drop via BuffyBot. And so I'll explain kind of how the market and what we're going to enable in the next slides. But that's going to enable a market, right? So you do an NFT drop, you can kind of, other people can follow you there, but you build in the infrastructure. The smart contract itself earns revenue, but it generates, I think we're going to start around 2.5% of whatever the print fees are, but the printer operator is going to earn the bulk of the ADA in that kind of model. The designer piece is going to come into the marketplace where they're incentivized because the Doge is going to do the first drop. And the whole point of this first drop is to figure out what we're missing in the fulfillment. The actual address handling and things like that, that's going to require some sort of peer-to-peer kind of communication. The whole goal is to decentralize this. So Space Coins rocket drops coming in May. We'll have this before September, but we'll be launching a tool to essentially enable users to convert a 2D image, whether it's an image they upload or an image from an NFT, into a 3D printable lithophane. And they're really cool. So like you could take an NFT of your favorite NFT, convert it into something that someone else can 3D print for you, and then you put a backlight behind it. It's really cool. So we've got a lot of cool things coming out with that, but that's going to enable further induce the market to have individuals kind of, you know, be incentivized to print their own things out. And that'll kind of bring more economic opportunity to the printer network and keep that going. And so we'll launch Cardano box somewhere in between there, and which is essentially a node wallet, which is really cool. There's a lot of features there, but we can get into that another time. And you know, before the end of the year, and this is we're pushing way out, but I'm presuming Q3 we'll have a marketplace rolled. We're very far along, and you know, as we move into 2023, we'll look at things at further decentralizing. And that involves things like actually decentralizing the marketplace and like the touch points, so that there's no centralized kind of entity, or at least we look at where we can mitigate that. And that's more longer term discussion. So Space Printer is first revs released. It's open. It's public repo. This is a custom application to enable 3D printer operators to participate. And essentially, it's going to enable an operator to fill printable jobs from the Doja smart contract. So as the smart contract has jobs loaded, operators will be able to interact with that and select the jobs they want to print. It's got a mixer or a slicer all kind of embedded into it. So as they select jobs, they can, you know, lay out their job they're going to print and kind of, you know, get it tweaked to their printer settings and roll it out. And then essentially, it's going to also enable the operator to print 3D printable fungible tokens or NFTs that are held locally on the wallet right on there. So a 3D printer operator could theoretically, they can do their own testing locally and things like that. So it's a separate kind of feature, but it's a Raspberry Pi image and it's available on the GitHub now. If anybody wants to play around with it, we're just kind of getting going as far as internal testing in preparation for this drop. And then the Space Printer application, which really left functionally, there's some things we can do to enhance, but for the most part, the application just needs a better UI UX, and we're working on that now. Okay, and then, so here's the Doja smart contract layout. And so you can see the specs on Quinn's Git book. The link's right there. And so there's multiple smart contracts that are involved here. We've got a marketplace, we've got printing pool, we've got quality assurance, you've got NFT roll minting, you have the 3D printer contracts, and you've got shipping and receiving. And so there's three main interfaces with the smart contract when we get to the market. You've got a designer kind of mechanism where you have designers that are specifying their designs, tying royalties to those, and listing them kind of in a marketplace. And so this marketplace is essentially going to be a storefront with all kinds of different 3D printable objects, designs. Anybody can add to it. Anybody can submit their creations, if you will, and say what they want to get paid each time they're printed. And users are going to be able to interact with this smart contract or this storefront, choose what they want, create effectively what's called a work order, and pay to have it executed. And so it'll be fulfilled, and everybody who has royalties tied to it can get paid. And so that's kind of the idea behind it from an execution standpoint. So the market penetration strategy, just to review, we're going to start with a Space Coins Locket Launch, leverage the CNFT market to kind of push that along and enable the market through BuffyBot, and then kind of leave footsteps for other projects to generate and keep continuing to do that. So hopefully we create a 3D printable kind of sub-market there that also feeds revenue to the Doja smart contract. And then we'll move into enabling individuals to get creative with their own NFTs. And from there, we'll move into enabling a full-blown marketplace. And so here's some of the rocket stuff that we've got going on. We've got, I think there's 7 or 8 rocket designs that we're rolling now. Each rocket has 7 components, and they're snappable. So the components are all printed individually, and you put them all together. And an NFT drop will select an individual piece for each component. I think we've got like a cone, we've got a body, door, window, fins, flames, engine, that kind of stuff for each rocket. And there's all kinds of stuff. So the SpaceX engineers designed all of these things that you're seeing right here as far as the different components. And these are just different variations that are put together by the team as they're testing. We're doing quality testing and finding out what colors work and that kind of stuff, getting the color schemes down for the drop. And then the marketplace, just to reiterate, creators upload designs with defined royalties, and they're paid out when the design gets printed. Users are going to interact with the marketplace to create work order, which may consist of multiple designs. So I could create a work order that I want to get printed that may have designs created by 5 or 6 different people in it, and they're all going to get paid when that gets printed. And so printer operators are going to bid, fulfill, and monetize their services. And we'll incentivize this with the Doja tokens for a while, but it's going to be supplemented with raw ADA. And the Doja smart contract will monetize each print. So there's fulfillment that ultimately we'll put into a treasury, will operate centralized for a while, and the whole goal is to get this decentralized at some point. So there's a lot of moving parts in there. Our primary GitHub is https://github.com/Adoja. Cardano box is not public yet. It will be public soon. I'd have to check with Mike on his time frame for that, but I would expect that to come. And then questions. Sorry, guys, if I ran over.
All right, Kyle, that was 14 minutes. We have 1.5 minutes left for question. If anyone wants to ask anything, just go ahead, please.
If no one else is picking up the ball, I have a question. I'm building a makerspace, and I see an opportunity for collaboration here regarding this. So feel free to contact me after this.
Okay. Well, yeah. If you've got an idea of what you think, just shoot me a note, and we'll make it happen.
Yeah.
So.
All right, Kyle, if you want to wrap up, and we can move to Victor, which is the next presenter, please.
Yes, I'm here. Can I share my screen? I don't hear you anymore.
Sorry, Kyle, do you have any thoughts? Final thoughts?
No, I mean, we're asking for a little bit of money. We're far along. We were able to kind of create revenue resources in other areas of the community, so we're getting by and we're making it work. But the money we're asking for in Catalyst, it is quite substantial. We're asking for $275,000 to spread across various components of the project. Do we need it? No, we're going to get a market without it. So it would help though, because we are paying people out of pocket and in that regard. But it's just speed. So we appreciate your support, and good luck to everybody.
All right, thanks, Kyle. Victor, you're up.
Yes, thank you. So let me share my screen.
Yes, please share it.
Okay, does everybody see my screen?
Oh, yes.
So my name is Victor. I represent Ubuntu, one small town. And we were there already found 7 of Catalyst, and this helped. We didn't get any found, but it helped us to shape our white paper, to shape exactly our project. So basically, we imagine a perfect world full of harmony and abundance, and we are creating this world now in our lifetime. So we are not waiting for others to fulfill this dream for us. We are creating it now. And we have a plan, 17 years in making. It's a plan called One Small Town. Basically, we want to regenerate a small town from 5 to 50,000 inhabitants anywhere in the world. We have a plan where we can go into cities and work with the mayor and the city council and to create business plan. So to regenerate businesses that have to close because of capitalism or any other issue that we face in this world. So we have a plan to open business plan to regenerate the whole city and to have all the volunteers, all the townspeople to come and work, volunteer their time, only 3 hours a week. They come, they volunteer their time toward one of the businesses. And in exchange for that, they will have access to all the products, all the services that the town and our network of town we have around the world can produce. And at term, for only 3 hours a week, everybody will have abundance. Everybody will be able to go and work towards his talent, towards his natural talent, his passion. And for 3 hours a week, we can create in a city of 10,000 inhabitants, we can create a $1 billion company, basically. So that's the plan. And for this plan, we need some tools, some technology tools. So we come into the blockchain. We have created a token, the one small token that is on the Cardano blockchain, obviously. And we will use it to raise money, but also to raise awareness on our plan and to have more and more people contacting us to open one small town, new town in every country we can think of. So the first thing we would like to do for that is to open stake pool. We have already signed with many mayors around the world. The first one is in Lebanon, near Beirut, and we have a full county in South Africa as well. And we'll open stake pool in this location. This way, anyone that lives in this location can delegate their savings, life savings, to the stake pool of their own town. So having the benefits of the stake pool, we all know. And they will also give like a tax. They will give some money to the town to run all the businesses. So we want at start to open one stake pool by town, but ultimately we will open one stake pool per businesses. Because we'll have for a city of like in Beirut, near Beirut, 10,000 inhabitants, we have 50 business plans. And we will, during the year to come, open one stake pool by businesses. So everyone can go and delegate to the business they want to help, they want to see in their full potential. So that's the first thing we will open, stake pools. Then we will also create an NFT marketplace, because for each businesses of each town, we'll create collection of NFT that will represent a share of the benefits, like dividend. So anyone in the world, even if you don't have one small town near you yet, you can buy an NFT or delegate your money in a stake pool, and you will directly contribute to the businesses and to the regenerations of the town. Then another tools we need to develop is a time equity wallet. In our system of abundance, remember all this is to give abundance of all resources to everyone. And the real measure of value is time. So we need a wallet that will register the time that someone can give toward his community, toward the businesses of the town. And in exchange of his time, he will have equity to exchange for the diverse products and services that all our network can produce. Then as well, we need a smart contract. We need to develop many smart contracts to make everything work smoothly and to have the benefits, the real benefits of the blockchain in all our organization, because obviously it's a worldwide organization and we need the best, more advanced tools, the more recent technology that we have in our disposition, and the smart contracts are one of them. For example, the main purpose is to have all the town free from exterior forces, from exterior capitalism forces. So we want the volunteer and the members of the town to be 100% the owner of the businesses. But at start, we will need exterior investors. So we'll develop a smart contract that we bring investors into the businesses. And at some point, when they have tripled their investment, there's an exit strategy. They will need to sell the NFT, or they will need to sell their share of tokens to the townspeople. So at the end, 100% of each businesses is owned by the people. Then another technology we need will be the smart card to exchange with a wallet, to pay for products with a token, or even to identify one small town members, identify his talent. Everything will be recorded on the blockchain. So we need a smart card that will connect the blockchain, the wallet, and the identity of the person. So to tell you more about our plan, about where we are in the world for now, we have the progress update. So we have ambassadors in many different countries, in about 20 countries so far. In Lebanon, that's where we have the first one small town near Beirut. The city is called Ras El Maten. And we launch the 50 business plan in the next 2 months from now. Then we have South Africa, where Michael Tellinger is from. Michael Tellinger is the head that thinks that since 17 years now. So he's from South Africa, and there he went to sign recently with a full county of more than, I think, 200,000 people that want to implement one small town in their location. And we have ambassadors in USA. Soon we should have TCR, which should sign with some mayors in the US as well to implement this plan in this country. And in other parts of the world, in Canada as well. In Canada and like in South Africa, we have the tribal land, the indigenous people that are very much interested by all this, and that represent millions of people. So we have a very strong community base that will use all our tools, buy our token, delegate to our stake pool, and from many parts of the world. To make all this work, we have the global office. So I am the blockchain referent. And we have many key roles that we share with different individuals to organize ourselves, to have some blueprint of organization, to create business plan. We are always looking for new inventor or business planner, entrepreneur to create for us for one small town business plan. So for this, we are open for collaboration, partnership, people that want to grow food in one small town or any other things, energy, technology, anything you can think of. We are interested by all the technology or all the businesses that will help to regenerate all the town from the world. So if you are a business planner, you can contact one of our ambassadors. You will have the website onesmalltown.org, our official website. You will find a page where you have all the ambassadors' contacts. You can send an email, be in contact with us, and we'll be sure to see if your business plan can be used and spread in all our town. Also, part of our plan is to bring electricity, new technology, to really help to go out of the grid of the centralized government and state. If we go out of the electricity dependence, we can really have towns that are fully independent. And for that, we have many contacts with brilliant inventors that have new technology, free energy generator. So this is, we have also a website for the Ubuntu Planet technologies that you can go and see what technology we have already. We also have an application that will help to register every contributing members, every volunteers, their talent, the 3 hours a week they are giving to their town. So we have an app to centralize all this information, even for our voting management at some point to have election, or else we can make evolve this application to have votes on the blockchain. So this is the team. Michael Tellinger is the CEO. These are researchers, scientists, authors. He have written a book called Ubuntu Contributionism, which is a 300-page document that details in very great details the plan of one small town, how to implement it, how we have seen for 17 years before I reach this simple plan at the end. We have John, which is the treasurer and the co-founder of the blockchain initiative. He's a financial planner in Toronto, Canada. There's myself, Victor. I will be the project manager. I am a blockchain educator. We have also James Byrne, that will be our developer in chief and the stake pool operators, which is actually a research scientist. We have a legal advisor, of course. Human resource officer, Julia, that helps us with the coordination. We have Fayez, the media director, and the marketing director as well, that will help implement in Ras Al Khaimah. Is also the Lebanon ambassador. And we have digital marketing manager, Jason, that will create all our websites and all our need of marketing. So that's it. If you want to stay up to date, we have a Telegram channel when we give news about where we are at in the world. And we have also the YouTube channel of Michael Tellinger with more than 100,000 followers. And that's it for me. Thank you for listening to me. If you have any question, I'm here. Just shoot it.
Thank you, Victor. If anyone in the room would like to ask him something, just go ahead, unmute yourself.
I had an idea just while I saw you presenting, talking about the Isle of Man. I do know somebody who works in in very high-end watchmaking there. I wonder if I can get a connection there, because that'll be interesting. It is still a small town, a physical, it's a small entity, but they have a watchmaking culture there, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, we are interested by any kind of partnership, relationship. So be in contact with me.
I'll reach out to him as well. Yeah.
Great, and we make them in contact with the Isle of Man ambassadors. If you know also any town, if you have people in a specific town that I can go and talk to the mayor,
makes things way easier. For sure. Yeah, sorry. Well, that was funny.
Thank you for that. Has any other question?
Any other question? I believe not. So Victor, if you would like to wrap up and we can move to the next presentation, please.
Yeah, sure. So just to finalize on this, we asked for this fund $100,000 just to open 3 stake pool for Ras Al Khaimah, South Africa, and for the global offices, create our website, and we will start to fund this ourselves, of course, through sale of our tokens. But as we are on Cardano, we are expecting Catalyst to help us, to partner with us, and to find great collaboration. So that's it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Victor. Our next presenter is Lloyd. Right, Lloyd, urban farmer Depp from Depps and Integration Challenge. Yes. Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Victor.
Share my screen next. Get that. Okay. I believe that should be up for you guys at this point, perhaps.
Yes, it is.
Okay, excellent.
Thanks.
So whoops, we were going too far. All right. So just a brief introduction. I thought that it was important that we discuss that we are actually a farm. We started out building hydroponics years ago. These are some very early pictures of our earliest experiments with hydroponics. My background as far as farming goes is that my family owns a small rice farm in southern Louisiana that has existed since the late 17, early 1800s. Our family, a large portion of our family actually migrated to southern Louisiana during the Sicilian migration from Sicily, and bought a rice farm that was in a town called Mosquito, Louisiana. So very deep background in farming. And my wife and I are both very deeply interested in farming technologies. And we've done a number of different hydroponic techniques over the years. Sustainability is absolutely baked into everything that we do. And we believe that hydroponic farming is a key to building community resilience in the future. So that's sort of just a brief background. Unfortunately, in our last attempts, every time we would go outside, we ran into whiteflies, lots and lots of whiteflies. So we decided to try to hydroponics indoors to see if we could improve our techniques. So the story of 6 humans in one house after 2 months of COVID-19 and a million whiteflies, we founded Living Greens Urban Farm. And that was, it started out literally in our dining room with a single rack, and we grew to 2 racks and then to 4 and so on and so forth. We've steadily built this up. What's important about this aspect of our business is that what the Urban Farmer D app intends to do is encapsulate the experience that we have grown over these years into a tool that other farmers will be able to use to support a small urban farm in their community that's going to build resilience, because roughly 400 square feet can support 4 people, full-time, livable wage, and support roughly a 3 to 5 mile range of what we would call functional foods that are a good adjunct, a good addition to any food that might be that just sort of staples that you can get basically anywhere right now. So we don't intend to replace the staples. We intend to give functional foods that will help improve the diets of people who may be living in food deserts, things of that nature. So we're a small farm with big dreams. This tool that we're trying to build is one that's going to, we think, make a big difference in the world. And that's why we're asking for the support of the Catalyst community in helping us to build this. This is our team. Melanie Duhan is my wife. She's got 20 plus years of retail management experience. She has an entrepreneurship degree from FGCU. She also has her minor in her entrepreneurship degree was for agribusiness. So she's both entrepreneurship and agricultural businesses. I've been CTO for more than a dozen companies, starting as early as the 90s, during the dot-com boom and bust. I built a company that got bought by Yahoo in 1997 called Host to Own, and then I built Iridian, which was one of the very first companies to do a wizard-based shopping cart for small businesses. Eric Montgomery is a senior programmer. He's a full stack dev. He's got 30 plus years of programming experience. And of those 30 years, 22 of them have been programming projects that I have worked on. So he and I have an extremely deep background together. We've worked together and built some pretty incredible things. And we're looking forward to building this new tool together. Juno Duhan is my daughter. She is a hardware dev. She actually got into hardware dev at about 8 years old when she broke into my garage storage and pulled apart old computers and figured out ways to put them together without any prompting from me to build her own computer that she could have. So she started out very early. And she's got extensive experience. She's also got A+, Net+, Security+, Linux certifications, all sorts of great certifications. And she is actively developing Python and Arduino tools for us right now that are building up the hardware side, where we're doing all of the support and monitoring of our systems. Our farm itself needed to be built in order for us to have a tool as a reference farm. So we self-funded the farm to about $41,000, a little over $41,000. It is completely sustainable. It runs entirely on its solar panels, does not require any external power. It actually is net carbon negative because it generates more power than it uses. And all of this work was done by us already. It's already extant and running. The farm's actually making money at this time and supporting 3 of the 4 people we wanted to support full time. We've also acquired funding so far, $9,800 in funding, some from AWS. Amazon has a product development system that you can apply for, and we were awarded $6,000 in AWS credits to support our development. FGCU's entrepreneurship school gave us $3,800 that allowed us to buy more water automation equipment. And then there was a Cardano proxies group on Cardano that did a auction and raised 350 ADA for us to purchase some of the IoT automation equipment that we're using. So we are asking for $15,000. The $15,000 is going to go mostly to pay the full stack development and to pay Juno to develop the next level of the hardware probes that we need. And then in addition, we are hiring a couple of graphics designers from FGCU to handle the first round of the user experience that we're building for the app. And with that, if you guys have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them for you.
Thanks, Lloyd.
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead,
Sure,
Victor.
It is a system we can implement anywhere. Can you, for example, do a business plan to explain how to grow food in our garage?
Ultimately, that's what the app is going to do. The app, we have what are called recipes in the app. So if you want to farm a specific crop, there's a recipe that helps you do that. It'll teach you the equipment that you need. It'll help you implement the equipment, and then the app monitors your progress from as little as you just typing in, oh, we measured the temperature today, it was 98 degrees, and we put in water of 2 cups to this and 3 cups to that. From that lowest level up to a full automation system that will, like we're building right now, that will actually monitor and give you graphs and give you charts and times. And that's what the app is designed for, from either completely manual through fully automatic, but specifically growing crops. And each crop is considered a recipe.
Wow, that's great. Well, one small town, we will love to see your app.
Absolutely. I think we should definitely collaborate, Victor, for sure.
Yeah.
Hi, Lloyd. I have John here. I have a question. So your unit has a setup. Roughly what is the size or the number of individuals that it would sustain or would help feed?
Right. So and the key word is help, right? Because this kind of farming is not the kind of farming that would, absolutely make the staple crops. We still need that type of farming. We're separating out from that what we call functional foods, things like microgreens, things like baby lettuces, things that actually have great nutritional value, but very limited shelf life and suffer from traveling far. You can grow potatoes wherever you grow potatoes, wheat, wherever you grow wheat. It can all pack, it can store, it can ship. We have that down. But there's a whole layer of nutritional foods that need to be right by where they are. So what we've established is that you can feed somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 to 200 families from what we can grow in a 400 square foot area. So you can scale that up or down depending on what you need. So if you've got a highly dense area, you could have dozens of these in a highly dense area. But if you're spread out, more or less more rural type area, you could still have someone generating this food and sharing it with the people in there and, doing whatever they need to do to trade back and forth. That is another element of the system. I didn't really talk about it because it's a later development, but we are building a marketplace into the tool that will allow end users to purchase the crop. But that will be a later Catalyst funding round.
Okay. That's very exciting. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other
questions? I'm assuming you, sorry.
Go ahead, John.
Sorry, just simple. And I'm assuming that you would probably have these units being able to communicate with each other. So would there be a vertical sort of specialization for one to help another? Because I'm living in a major urban center, and obviously urban resilience to food shortages or being on that problem, that's an issue. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why a lot of this is built out of COVID. Like we lived through the food shortages. We lived through this, this lack of resilience in our infrastructure. So we went from that and built this. Yes, that's the point behind the marketplace, is that you can find gaps in the marketplace. Clients, the end users could be requesting crops, and if one person can't grow that crop because they don't have room, another person that's in a nearby cell could do that. It is a very decentralized purpose. It's designed to where the user can discover the nearby farms and request the crops that they want. There's also only about a 2 to 3 week turnaround on these crops, so it's not a huge it's not an investment of months of time to get to a crop grow. It's 14 days. So a user could say, hey, I specifically need this particular crop, and there could be 3 or 4 nearby farms that could potentially fill that need. And if one of them's got space to grow it, well, they can just grow it for that person.
Amazing. Okay.
All right. Lloyd, if you wanted to wrap up, you have 1.5 minutes, please.
Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, I believe this is the future of one form of farming. I don't believe this is a one size fits all. I don't believe it solves all the problems. I believe it solves a problem. And I really will appreciate the support of Catalyst. I appreciate the support of the people here that are here to listen today. And if there are places that you can talk about our DApp and help spread the word to our DApp, it would be greatly appreciated. It's absolutely, this is our family's love. This is our family's endeavor, and we're hoping to see it successful. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Lloyd. Thanks, everybody. We must go back to the main room now. And then after 15 minutes, they will call out everybody to the break rooms, the second part of the event. Okay, thanks, everybody.
Great, nice meeting you.
Thank you. All right, so Stephen is our first presenter for this part of the event, and he's covering 4 proposals, right?
Yeah, well, we're going to modify that just a little bit. We're going to focus on Wolfram governance analytics and Wolfram reimagining DeFi to RealFi. And so let me just share something real quick. Leanne Usher, who is here in the chat, she's part of the Wolfram team. She's going to just kind of go through the reimagining DeFi to RealFi proposal. And in general, the other 3 proposals that we've submitted to Project Catalyst were Wolfram governance analytics, which is to kind of beg the question, if you could know anything about Project Catalyst in terms of data science, trends from past funds, trends going forward, vital signs of where things exist, who is funded, how many times, where does reporting stand on previous funds. Those are all types of things that we're covering in the governance analytics proposal. And so we're asking for support from the Catalyst community to one, just share thoughts and ideas, and then 2, as this is our second fund that we're participating in, is to understand what are the things that people most dearly need to know about Project Catalyst so that they can submit the funds or submit proposals in the ways that will get them funded. It's pretty daunting to step into Project Catalyst as a newcomer and get a bearing on where all things exist. So we found that to be true for ourselves, and as data sources and treasury funds and Google Docs and Google spreadsheets are distributed throughout the community, how can we make that into a more visual process so that the kind of inequality between veteran Catalyst participants and newcomers shrinks, and we make it a bit more equitable. So that's about governance analytics. And some of our other proposal impact dashboards is to support that and take it to another level and make it much more visual, much more usable in just to have a dashboard that anyone can visit and get up to speed of where Catalyst exists. So, and then let me introduce Leanne Usher. She's an economist with our team. And the thing that I love speaking about with Leanne is that she does not approach the blockchain space from where a lot of people originate from, which is more on kind of the speculative side of things. What she's trying to tap into here is fundamentally, what are the real use cases for blockchain, and how can we do research in those directions to actually improve communities that potentially have been unbanked and have lacked funding and have been omitted from a lot of financial discussions or democracy, or how do you think about dead weight loss and free rider problems? Those are all things that Leanne focuses on, and so the direction of some of her research is what she's going to focus on. So let me give it to Leanne, and then we can take questions in that direction. So Leanne, go ahead.
So I've put a link to this document in the chat, and I think John or Steph, you could put the links to the other proposals that we have there. So I'm an economist, and I just want to share with you a little bit about first what Wolfram is trying to achieve. So on my side, I'm an academic, I'm a professor in economics and finance. And if you go to Wolfram University or Wolfram U, there's a lot of places where you can learn how to do data science and how you can learn to do blockchain. For example, we have classes where you can go through multi-paradigm courses. You can go through visualization of data. And we recently had, amongst our many study groups, we recently had one on cryptography, and we're having one coming up on DeFi, on blockchain. So we're have a history of education and visualization. And there's also a history of the market side of that too, which maybe John can talk about. But my interest is in reimagining DeFi. So the focus here is on understanding that we need a world of finance. We need contracts, accounting, currencies to coordinate and organize our real world. But most of the DeFi out there is primarily for speculative purposes, which is really a zero-sum gain in the real world. So how do we think about the real world? And my purpose would be just primarily educational. And in that process of the educational process, I'm proposing that we have 3 workshops. And those workshops can be over multiple days. And one of the 3 workshops that I'm proposing to get people in the mode of how to use finance for the real world, one of them would be looking at the design of currencies. So for example, because I have worked a lot with communities in the non-blockchain world in terms of local currencies, there's a famous local currency called a SARDEX, and there are links in this document which can take you to this what is called a mutual credit. And in that world, if we visualize currency in that world, if I was to play this visualization, which is done in Mathematica and coded in Mathematica, what we're seeing is debits and credits that are piling up in different industries. This is a local currency. It's called a SARDEX. It's in Sardinia. It is not a national currency. It was one that was created on a central ledger in order, after the financial crisis of 2008, in order to circulate goods around that economy. It's a very interesting model that has not been taken up by the cryptocurrency world, except there's a couple of places, but these are often not things to consider. The reason why this case study is so interesting is because the money is endogenous. It expands and contracts with the business cycle in a counter-cyclical way. And so it's a very interesting model. Another model that I'm looking at is looking at how we can use accounting in a self-sovereign way. So again, this is a theoretical model, but it's based on a history of a proposal for accounting for real flows, and it's called REA accounting. When we talk about real flows, it means that I'm talking about the flows of value that not only include market flows, but externalities. So pollution, carbon, hydrological cycles, carbon cycles, all those things could be measured in an accounting system. Typically, they're not, because we limit our accounting to monetized value flows. Another area, another case study, these 3 case studies I chose because they're all tough things to try and solve, is a universal basic income. And I was pleased to see that Mr. Chaos had a universal basic income proposal. And so in an earlier breakout room. So I've got those 3 as case studies. The whole purpose of this is to think about money in financial tools, contracts, options, finance in a different way, so that we can have an alternative to the kind of DeFi that we have right now. So it's more for real file. With that, I'll pass on to Steph or to John.
Sure. Thanks, Leanne. Just to wrap things up, I think our final proposal that's out there is on in the cross-chain area. We're working on an Oracle at present for Cardano. And one of the things that we've done at Wolfram Blockchain Labs over the past, I guess, 5 years now that we've been around kind of officially, 4 or 5 years that we've been around officially, is actually integrate a number of different blockchains that are out there. So we're uniquely positioned when it comes to exploring cross-chain movement. And I think that's a better way to think about Oracle solutions in general, is just moving from one kind of world or one kind of blockchain. I hate to kind of say metaverse, but in the metaverse to another chain or another community in the metaverse. So it's much more about the flow of data. And in this case, it's data where we've made it computable, then sort of thinking about kind of any of these things as kind of being gated in one sense or another. So I think it's really quite interesting that there's a challenge out there around cross-chain ideas. And certainly that's what our cross-chain proposal is largely about. We've done all this work in the area. We've done a lot of computable data. This is kind of already to kind of take advantage of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus chains that we host nodes for, have integrated in Wolfram technology, and can certainly pull up in notebooks and explore when it comes to the data. So that's kind of the last proposal that wasn't mentioned. I'd now just go ahead and open it up to any questions that people have about any of the proposals in general, or in particular, I think Leanne's proposal, because it is uniquely about community and exploration, could probably send more of the focus that way. And if you had any questions about the other proposals, certainly, feel free to ask here, but then also what I'd kind of prefer is if you email me, and I'll put my email in the chat as well.
I just put in the chat links to Wolfram U, and I'll put a link to the blockchain.
Great. If there's any question, just go ahead and do it. Any participants of the room can unmute themselves. Okay. So John, Lien, if you want to wrap up, and we can move on to the next presentation, please.
Yeah, I guess that was my wrap up already. So
okay.
I'll just save the time for the next person.
Great. Thanks. Thanks, Lian. Thanks, John. I believe our next present is Ro, but I don't think he's here. AGOV timelines. No, Mr. Wong. Hugh Wong, can you present now? Because we are missing one presenter.
Yeah, it's my turn. It's my turn. Okay.
Yes, we are inverting the order because the presenter has not arrived yet. You should be the last. You are now the second, if it's okay.
Okay, it's okay. But
right.
I want to ask that I want to save the time for our presentation. So we prepare a very short video for our presentation, just about 5 minutes with some music. And I think we take the remaining time for the question and discussion. So let me share screen. You see my screen, right?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so you guys hear the sound, right?
Yes, we can hear it. It's fine.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay. Hello guys, today we are going to talk about 3 proposals for an 8. Let's jump into it. So what is the problem here? Firstly, as we all know, LG will give more power to the community for improving the decentralization. Therefore, auditing proposal will be done by community through certain mechanism. Secondly, by looking back, we can see our completion rate is lower and lower through time. For instance, 5% for Fund 2, 20% for Fund 3, and 17% for Fund 4, which has started years ago. Additionally, the outsiders who are waiting to onboard to Catalyst and Cardano may ask questions about conformance and performance of our funds, or they may ask how many proposals have been completed. They set commitment. Therefore, we propose a framework with organized criteria for proposal implementation evaluation, and we will publish a public report for finding answers. By combining the structure of conformance and performance-based criteria with the logic model, consists of 5 elements: input, activities, output, outcome, and impact. We intend to evaluate the conformance and performance of funded proposal in Fund 7 and Fund 8 for 3 selected sectors, including community development sector, GameFi sector, miscellaneous sector. So what is pie report may look like? You may ask. For the first phase, we will publish pie reports in the form of Google documents. For the second phase, reports will be on our platform. We have a plan for this in Fund 9. Our proposal will contribute to the success of this challenge in the following KPIs. Firstly, the number of funded proposals audited. Secondly, the number of reports, articles, videos, podcasts on performance achievement financials. About our mission, we focus on giving objective insights, research surveys to the Cardano community. We also have a general roadmap to the 2025 if provided in the proposal. About our team member, our initial core members have background and experiences in program plan, project implementation, evaluation. We are also CAs in Catalyst for implementing more technical solutions in the future. We are finding more members who share common interests with technical background. We also connected with some partners who will help us in commenting on indicators, broadcasting our results to more members, and implementing technical solution in this proposal. Our plan consists of 3 periods. Period number 1 is preparation, where we will publish a detailed framework of Pi with a full set of criteria, indicators that's suitable to each proposals, after getting consensus from related stakeholders on the framework. Remaining phases is due for ongoing and bespoke evaluation. Our reports are published quarterly and updated real time for receiving feedbacks from community members. Our KPIs include the percentage of funded proposal evaluated by Pi framework, the number of Pi reports that publish quarterly for each sector, and 2 videos for summarizing the final report for each sector. So, how to track our progress? The community can track our progress on following channels. The first one in the ClickUp page. Secondly, people can track on the Telegram channels. And the last one is our web page, which will be available in June 2022. Here is a demo ClickUp landing page that community can track our progress. Okay, that is our proposal for Fund 8. Thank you for your attention. If you like our proposals, please vote for us. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the comment section below.
All right. Would you like to add
Okay,
something?
thank you.
Would you like to add something to the presentation, or can we move to the questions?
I think we should move to the question.
All right. Is there any question in the room? Okay.
Okay, while waiting for a question, I should add some more information in my our point. Firstly, maybe some people will ask us that why a framework, not automatic or fast platform or protocol. You hear me?
Yes.
You hear me, okay? Yeah.
Yes.
In my opinion, that we are at the very beginning of distributed auditability. And as you know, the proposal implementation evaluation is quite sensitive to the proposal. Once the report is published, I say the proposal is not conformant to the proposal, to the commitment that they place from the first place. And it can be true, it can be wrong, but it affects to the proposal in some certain in some dimension. And we still have many uncertainties of how a proposal is considered as conform or perform. So we choose to start as experiment of a framework as flexible as possible. That after that, if this experiment successful, we will be scaling up it to more faster platform for audit the funded proposal in the future. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna share your proposal links in the chat so everybody can. There are 3 proposals in total, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, auditability is being getting lots of attention in Catalyst lately. Lots of projects and proposals are heading that way. Since Fund 7, it became more, let's say, more debatable in the ecosystem. Okay. So if there are no further questions, would you like to wrap up some final words, Mr. Young, or your cover?
Hui. Yeah. Okay. In conclusion, I have to say that my solution cannot be a proposal to solve all the problem of auditability, but I consider it as an experiment for the further solution or protocol in the future for audit the funded proposal of Project Catalyst and other proposal in our ecosystem. If you guys have any questions about us, I will give the link to our group discussion in Telegram and Discord and my email, so you guys can give me answer later. Thank you.
I'm starting with AdaQuest, and do you have a presentation? And we can start with you.
Yeah, I have a presentation, and just be gentle because for the first time I'm working with different screens, and I hope if I share my screen now that you will see the presentation without my.
That's great. You can see it. I'll just say I'll give you a warning about 5 minutes before the end, or no, 2 or 3 minutes before the end that you're coming to the end. So for everyone. Okay, carry on.
Okay, perfect. So I will start now, and yeah, thank you everyone for coming here, and thank you Swarm for having me and giving the possibility to present AdaQuest. And here we are. Welcome to the AdaQuest presentation and clarifying why the heck we are running 8 proposals in Fund 8. So this is the current state of the game, and to not deep dive into the details, because this map is already available online. You can see it on Discord or on Twitter. The most important things are these 3 segments here, because the upcoming releases this month are the NFT items, our game pre-alpha, and finally the phase 1 alpha, what is called AdaQuest dual mode. Yeah, and we hope that we can specially make April the month of releases. So week after week, we will announce something shortly, and things are getting serious. And I hope that while I'm presenting here, the team is already preparing everything to launch the NFT items within the next few days. So what an NFT item look like at AdaQuest? Because if you don't know what AdaQuest is, you can check it out on AdaQuest-.com, and it is possible always to reach out for us on the Discord server and also on Twitter. So if you like to deep dive, you can do it every time. But here, especially when we are talking about the NFT items, you see that every NFT item comes with a randomized appearance and a unique modifier and special abilities. Yeah, and this overview shows you how huge the possibilities are. Yeah, but to keep it always fair, AdaQuest is all about no pay to win, no power creep. Yeah, because all NFT items we will present on our marketplace will be also available through playing and game time, play to earn, as a drop, yeah, as a reward you will get after a duel. So this especially here, like the lizard male skin, has also not only a special rarity and so on, but it also has a special ability. I don't want to deep dive into it, so please keep in mind everything you can ask right after this presentation in the Q&A. This is how it looks like when an NFT item dropped in our game. These are work in progress screens, of course, so nothing is final here, but you see you will finally beat the dwarf here in the fight and get the NFT item and can jump into the next fight. You gain some experience points. So this is what it would look like when the play to earn mechanic will be available on AdaQuest. But I started to clarify why we are having 8 proposals running in Project Catalyst and this funding round. You saw only a short update where our project currently is, but we got a lot of questions also from the assessors and also from all the gamers out there, why things sometimes took longer than expected. So to be short and in a nutshell, this is what a project management cycle looks like when you developing a game. So from the idea or concept to tech art and design deployment, you start finally to develop a game, polish it and balance it and do a lot of testing, then drop out different versions, and finally you get the chance to publish your release candidate. Why I'm pointing this out? Because everything that happens in between, this stages and the cycle, nobody really seems to consider or to think about. And this is what our proposals are about. You see divided all the parts of the project management cycle here, and every or each proposal we are currently running on Project Catalyst is assigned to a special project cycle segment. Yeah, so like currently AdaQuest Arena, or the dual mode, what we are calling it, is in the finalized stage. We are polishing, and we are of course doing a lot of stuff to bring it online, but we will of course need additional time to make it to the next step. So that's why we are asking for more resources. Yeah, that's why we are proposing on Catalyst. So you can just reach out to us and get more details on the comment section on Project Catalyst. we are always available to talk about this in more detail. So for us, it is very, very important that you not only see the typical project management cycle, but the things in between and why we are using 8 proposals to be more specific. So let's get back to the fun, because that's why we are also here. And these are some videos we capture from our current development. This is an early stage. The first screen show you how the character overview looks like, with stats, your level, your character name. This will be also animated, so you will have characters that will show you an animation, not only standing still like here in this early build. The next one is all about the inventory and how you drag and drop items, how you can change your equipment, how you prepare before you fight against your enemy. Of course, your stats will be altered if you are putting different equipment on and so on. You will get the possibility to filter and to search for your items, because you will not only get NFT items, also basic items within the game. You know this from Diablo and further titles that are similar to our game. And finally, the NFT items viewer, where you can deep dive, see all the stats, all the abilities. You can see your NFT item in a detailed way. This is everything, of course, work in progress, but it is a first insight. Further, also a spoiler for all the mages out there, because mages are one of the favorite classes or destinies for us. This is the ability set. And remember, every AdaQuest destiny or class will have an own set of abilities. So if you play a mage and a special mage, because there are different destinies, like this one with a staff here, he or she will have different abilities than an elf or a dwarf, yeah, with a special destiny. So you see a lot of stuff RPG fans like, really, and AdaQuest is all about easy to learn and hard to master. Finally, maybe you have heard already or took part in our Quest token IDO. One of the proposals for Fund 8 is dealing with a goblin verse, or if you like the buzzword metaverse. So yes, you will be able to own land in AdaQuest. You can build your own tavern, mage tower, room, whatever you like on your property. You can furnish it and so on. But you can read everything regarding this in our Goblin paper or white paper on our website. It's in the download section, and it's possible to deep dive into this special feature of our game. So that's all for today. I try to keep it really fast and not to bother you with all the other things. I guess we have a little bit more time to answer some of the questions you have, I guess. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thank you, Martin. That was just slightly over, so it was almost exact, about 30 seconds over, but that was a great presentation.
Oh, okay. Okay, so, great.
Yeah, but what I might do in future, so I don't like to interrupt people. In future, I might just do a little emoji if people are coming towards the end of their proposals, so I don't interrupt anyone speaking. That's what I'll do for the other people's presentations. So I'll put a heart. I'll put a heart sign on my slide for the other people who are doing it as we get to the end. Because Anyway, questions and answers for Martin. That's what we're here for. Do anyone have any questions they'd like to ask? Put your hand up or just unmute and ask Martin the question.
I've got a question.
Oh, great comment. Thomas, would you like to ask?
Yeah, sure. So I was wondering, how are the funds allocated? You asked for 20,000. How will they be covered?
Which one, please? Which proposal?
Yeah, are you presenting all proposals now? Like,
yeah. That's why I will not
okay.
present every single. That's why I show you the overview page where you have all the proposals. So which proposal do you mean especially?
No, it was more in general, but then I will look at, I think it's on ideal scale, I think.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I will look there.
We are proposing 8 different, so you got everything different, like the sound library for our RPG games. We are or our marketing campaign. We are asking funding for and so on. So this is the first time we are doing this. Instead of summing this up in only one proposal, we done this in the past and saw that there were a lot of questions which were not clarified. And that's why we decided to put all the modules we are developing in each proposal. Yeah, so that's why we are running 8 proposals currently. Yeah.
George, you have your hand up. Would you like to ask a question for Marcin?
Yeah, so do you think that having this high number of proposals might affect negatively your success rates when it comes to any of them or collectively?
Yeah.
Have you seen any other projects we have done something similar and they got funded, for example, for 2 proposals? And
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, we will see. It's always, as in Catalyst, you can see it in every town hall every week. It's all an experiment, also an experiment for us, how this gonna be, because we think this is the most transparent way you can show the people out there or the voters out there what they are really getting for the proposals. And people already ask, is it important that everything will be funded? Of course, it would be nice, it would be great, but we are doing development in stages, and we think that people should also understand that working on a bigger game is not, you know, like people will do this only for free, but we can plan better with hiring different kind of stuff, different kind of resources. So let's put me this into an example. If like the PvE module here, quests and stories getting funded, we can concentrate on this and bring this in the first line before we are concentrating on such a big thing like the prototype phase 2, which is more a dungeon crawler and a bigger gaming experience than the Ada Quest mobile version, of course. So it is also a chance for everyone, and we will see it, and we will be more clever after people start to vote for our proposals. But as you mentioned it already, there are a lot of projects which really successfully done this in the last proposal, like the boys and girls from Revelar, I guess, Revelar engine, NFT engine. They got different proposals running, and they got the funding, I guess, for 3 or 4 proposals.
Marcin, can we,
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. We're
Yeah.
getting to the end of the time. Thanks for a great presentation. If I can just, I like the way that you responded to the challenges from previous times you submitted your proposals and previous funds, and you seem to be responding to particularly the timeline and all that. And you said that you have a very active release schedule now. Just to quickly ask, very quickly at the end, how are you communicating that on? What communication channels are you using to update people on your roadmap?
So quickly, the most important channels are Discord and Twitter. Yeah, this is where we are communicating with the community, and we can only just recommend to join our Discord server, because there you will find always a member from the team who will respond to your question.
That's great. If you can put the details in chat and people can get in contact with you. Thank you again for your presentation. And if we could move on now to Thomas, if you would like to share your screen and we can begin the presentation for you.
Yeah, sure.
I'll put a heart, but I'll put a heart emoji when we get near the end.
Yeah, and I don't mind if you interrupt me. Like, I don't think
sure.
I need the whole 10 minutes, but it's fine.
Okay.
You have to do your job as well. So, Martin, could you stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, I try to find the right button.
It's
Sorry.
up on the screen. If you go with your mouse to the top,
yeah,
it will appear in Zoom.
Yeah, I hope so. But I see only your faces, guys, and only your only the preview. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, so, I'm going to share my screen to unshare yours.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. And then
okay.
And then
now I see Zoom. Okay.
Okay. Now I'll stop sharing, and we're back to Okay. So Thomas, would you like to?
Yeah, sure.
No rush. Just I won't start the timer until you start.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So am I correct that you? Oh.
Yeah, we can see that. That's great.
It's visible right now, right?
That's right, and we're off.
Okay. Well, hello everyone. My name is Thomas, and I'm from the Cardano of the Dark project team. And I have a proposal for you today. In the coming 10 minutes, I am going to tell you 4 things. First, I will tell you who we are as a team and what our proposal is. And then I'm going to sketch out our view on the Gamers On-Chain Challenge and how we want to contribute to it and how we fit in it. Lastly, I will end this talk with some links and more information where you can reach us. And afterwards, of course, it will be possible to answer or ask some questions. So who are we? We are the Cardano of the Dark project. We're a team behind a poker game that we're making. And previously, we were Catalyst funded as well. And we're an open source project that tries to implement a card game on the Cardano poker of Cardano blockchain. The idea is to make a poker game which is thought out by IOG. They wrote a paper called the Kaleidoscope paper, a research paper, where they laid out a cryptographic protocol to securely play a game of poker. And in this protocol, payments are enforced and penalties are also enforced using the blockchain. And this has been an open problem in modern cryptography for, well, a long time. And well, they're the first to really solve it using Plutus, the smart contract language of Cardano. What is our proposal? So we're in the business of card games, and the current market capitalization of card games is pretty huge. And this while the market share of Cardano participation in it is still small. We as a community, of course, want to contribute to this market by delivering high quality decentralized games. Now the goal of these games, the goal of the on-chain campaign is to promote such development, and we fully agree with it. In our view, the Cardano blockchain offers some great technological aspects that create the perfect setting for these distributed games. These mainly are, in our view, the introduction of native assets and the possibility to easily take computation off-chain, especially with games where shuffling is done and a lot of stuff is done. You want cost for performing those actions to be low, so taking computation off-chain is preferable. And all these things can be done without losing the root of trust of the blockchain. Well, in our view, this could lead to a great experience where players can play games in a trustless way without even feeling the use of the blockchain. So we're building a poker dev. And while building some of our core infrastructure, we thought, well, those primitives that we're building could and should be also used by 4 other card games. And this is why we are proposing the following to contribute to the Gamers on Chain campaign. So we're proposing to make a reusable framework for bootstrapping new card games. And we propose this because it will contribute to the Gamers on Chain campaign by creating a new base on which developers can build their card games without reinventing the wheel and getting into the nitty-gritty details of the cryptographic derivatives that are stated in the paper. So it's easy to use. This will, of course, ultimately result in more users in the Cardano ecosystem. So that's a nice benefit as well. So our solution consists of 5 main parts. So it's a framework, so it has multiple things that you could use. The first is a JavaScript library for in the browser. This will allow developers that use our framework to create their front end with basic functions like cryptographic shuffling of cards and stuff like that. Also, we'll provide a protocol for enabling the distributed connection among other players. This is detailed in the main part of the Kaleidoscope paper, and this protocol is off-chain to save on transaction costs. And in this, players create cryptographic proofs which other players verify that things are done correctly. And if they misbehave, players could always revert to the root of trust, namely the blockchain, to settle a dispute. But this information has to be communicated off-chain. The third part is a basic table, like smart contract. It just emulates a place where players meet on the blockchain and they commit their funds there to play a game. So it's the commitment phase and the end phase, just for bookkeeping. And we'll also provide a backend implementation that connects to a Cardano node combined with a wallet. And lastly, and most importantly, we'll provide extensive documentation. A good thing to note, all of our projects are open source, and without a good documentation, it's not viable. Besides documentation, we'll also provide some how-tos and examples to how to use the framework, of course. And an example will be our poker protocol. So the auditability, so what should we do? Our goal is, and we're already building it because we're building the poker dev as well, to have the framework available by November 2022. And the framework, should have proper documentation by then, so that others could use it as well. And there should at least be one example, a Hello World example. Okay, and how do we measure success? We measure success if one other project uses our framework to bootstrap. So these card games could be poker or blackjack or some other card game. And we also would like, we measure success if the framework gets contributions by other teams, because we want to make it open source and we really want to integrate with the community that uses it. So we want to establish that as well. Then lastly, why is this important? We want to grow the ecosystem of the card games, and this is a great catalyst for that. And also we want to help developers bootstrap things without getting into how the tools especially work. So we want to make it easy for people to use and develop these card games. Lastly, this is the team. You can reach us at any time. We also have a Discord that I highly recommend to join and keep up with our progress. We have extensive, we have good people with a lot of backgrounds, and we're asking for $55,000 US dollar for the fund, and our link to the there's a link for the proposal that you can look at, and reach out to us if you have any questions, or if you want to collaborate, for example. It's good as well. So thanks for listening, and if there are questions.
That's great. Thank you, Thomas. That was under time. We're overrunning a little bit, everyone, but I think we might be going back a bit late. But as Thomas said, if we could now have some questions to the floor on Thomas's proposal for Marcin, would you like to ask the question?
Yeah, Thomas, thank you for the presentation. Nice and clear for myself. Only one question, the same as of Cardano After Dark, the team. So did I get it right? You already have done some dev work on Cardano, or because I don't follow every project, so maybe tell me something about the Cardano After Dark.
Yeah, sure. So our team is quite large right now. Like it's still growing, but what we are doing is, yeah, we have a lot of development in the backend as well, and yeah, currently we're building out the poker framework, and that's going along, and we're writing in Plutus and making stuff, so that's good. But we also want to provide something back to the community, so we want to extend what we're building and make it more general, so that others could use it as well. And that's why we propose this. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions that people have?
Yeah, I have another one directly. Sorry, Stefan.
No, go on, carry on.
So since this is a framework, I can only imagine or think that it will be not only poker, but also different games, card games you will offer, like blackjack and so on and so on. So did I get it right? You try to build a casino or something like this?
Not necessarily. Like it's just like in the main part of the Kaleidoscope paper. So the goal is to play distributed card games so that no party can misbehave. So shuffling is done decentralized, and nobody can cheat in that way.
Yeah.
And we build the key derivatives, the cryptographic derivatives for that, so that anybody can, well, shuffle a deck together and use that on chain for any card game. So you could shuffle any card. Like we'll do it with 52 cards for our poker deck, but you could do it with all cards if you want. Like you could use our framework for that.
Okay, perfect.
Right. Is there any other questions on another subject from another person, or? Okay. If I could ask a question, Thomas, on open source, you said it's open source. What kind of licensing do you have for open source, and how are you managing contributions?
Yeah, so we have a GitHub, of course, and I think it's on MIT. So you can clone it, you can do whatever you want with it, but you cannot claim that it's yours. That's
great. So you're obviously building a framework here, which is a very positive thing in kind of given the Cardano open source roadmap. I'm not too familiar with the Kaleidoscope paper and all that. Are there latency issues there between?
That's a good question. Yeah, so one of the key things that is great about Cardano, and I mentioned it a little bit, is that you can take calculation off chain. And this can be done by Hydra, especially. So if you want to do a card game, you want to make it real cheap, you can use Hydra for that. And then it's like free. Then there's no transaction cost on it. And on the topic of latency, I don't know if you've read the Hydra paper, but latency is near native speed. So you're not really seeing it. It depends on how many people are connected, because every peer is connected to all the other peers. But in card games, generally you play with 6 to 10 people, so that's no problem.
But would you say that being open source is an advantage in that, because you'll be able to do documentation for testing the latency there?
Yeah.
Is that part of your open source approach? You know, so in terms of the contributions.
Well, the reason that we are open source is that we deeply value the open source community, and we want our code to be visible so that others can build upon it.
Yeah.
So if they, yeah, and it should be verifiable as well, because that's the space we're in. So that's a big plus as well. So that's the reason why we are open source.
Sorry for the leading questions about open source. It's an interest of mine.
No, it's near my heart, so I
yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
Also.
Yeah, so that's great. So does anyone have any other final questions for Thomas? Well, thank you for your presentation. That was great, and it's a great project.
Thanks for the stage.
Yeah, welcome. If you could unshare, or I could unshare your screen, that's great with that. Now, City, are you presenting for?
Yeah, Coward has something today, but I will be presenting on behalf of Flooftopia. I'm the social media coordinator of the project. So let me.
Okay, go for it then. Yeah. So I'll start the.
All right. Okay. Can you guys see the red bunny looking thing?
We can. It's all up and running.
All right. Okay, hi everybody. Thank you everyone. Thank you, Stefan, for hosting this room, and thank you for coming to listen to our proposal for a very cute game called Flooftopia. We are planning to propose a game that is a MMORPG suitable for all ages. And you might be wondering, okay, what is Flooftopia? So Flooftopia is going to be a community-driven NFT or adventure game powered by the Cardano blockchain. We're going to use a mixture of community building and the game mechanics of an RPG to push the social aspect of NFT gaming. And it's going to be a community cooperative MMO. It's going to be a ton of fun. And we are making history with a lot of firsts in this project. It's going to be the first Cardano NFT game that is kid-friendly, but it's not kid-exclusive. So anybody can play, but our hope is that we can include more underrepresented demographics that are not typically already in the crypto or Cardano space, because a lot of these NFT projects, they have been underway for a long time and mostly are the typical, as Coward would call them, the crypto bros. They're already in the space. But like, for example, me, when I first started learning about this, I just thought it was all, this is so cryptic. I don't know what NFTs are, and I don't know how this would relate to gaming. And then it all became like, we want this to reach as many people as possible, which is, ties in very well with the goal of gamers on chain category, which is to push the boundaries of NFT games built on Cardano to have more traction in those that might not be very familiar with the concept. So the other thing that's the most exciting thing is we are going to make the NFTs customizable. So we're going to call them the floofs. As you can see, this bunny here is going to be a floof character. It will be what you play in the game with. And it will be an NFT you can customize before you mint it. And it will be unique to your liking. So what do I mean by that is, as you can see here, this is kind of like a first iteration of a concept art. And it will be something where you can drag the face around, you can move the eyes, and you can use these sliders to change the size, I guess the orientation or the colors of them. And you can make it look something like this if you want your bunny to look a little derpy. But we do want to caveat that by saying that we plan on keeping the basic anatomy of an animal intact. So you can't put the ears on the tummy or put the tail on the head. But that way we get to have them at least looking like a floof, but you can decorate them in however you want. And like here, you can turn the bunny into a square head pigtail creature, and you can add a star or change how you want the head to look, so on and so forth. So this is the customizable feature that we are really going to focus on, because this will be something that's very user-friendly. It'll be very easy to grasp, even for kids, because kids are actually a lot more digital native than a lot of us are. So for them, this will be something, hey, they see that, they get very intrigued, and they will be able to figure out how to make their own floof characters and use that in the game for their adventure. So I know we all want to know what kind of gameplay Flooftopia is going to have. So on the left side is the first iteration of the map of the world of Flooftopia. So shout out to our very amazing artists and game designers that are working on perfecting all the artwork. So similar to how we want to make the floofs a 3D NFT, we're going to make a 3D game world as well. And the game will focus a lot on bringing players together. So there will be a lot of cooperation in terms of advancing in the game, but we want to allow for a healthy level of competition because we know, people like to show off their NFTs. So you want to have like a little show off between floofs with your friends or how you can level up your skills, because we want this to be similar to other MMOs that where you can have different types of skills. You can level up fishing, mining, what have you. And later on, we are going to finalize on the professions that the players can have and specialize. And these will be very helpful as you progress in the game, because you can go on a quest with a team of friends, and different professions will have different plus abilities to facilitate the success of your quest or your tasks. So that means with your friends, you can start your own groups, guilds, and even villages, which we envision to be a group of people that can gather and have their own little space, and they can socialize and make new friends. So I do want to say that we are not having a combat function in the game, but there are a lot of other skills other than combat that can let you overcome challenges and even beat bosses, open up new parts of the map. So it will still be very fun, and I'm sure everybody can find something they're interested in honing in as a skill. And the most important thing is we want to reward people for working together as a team. So it will be very collaborative, and you will be able to go on adventures with people that want to go to the same areas, and all the good stuff. And we want to let the community know that your involvement and feedback are very key to our development. So we are very active on our Discord, and we always welcome suggestions or what you want to see in the game, and you can always let us know. And that will be, we will always listen to it. And as we make the game along the way, we will adjust for what kind of features there will be. So I will show a few screenshots of the modeling of the world. This is very rough iteration right now, but it will give you an idea of what kind of world Flooftopia is going to be. So here, if you can see my cursor, this town, Nitfloof, will be the first place that you spawn in. So when you start the game, this is a town you're starting in. It's a little harbor town, and it'll kind of look like this. Again, we're perfecting, the build of the game, and these are just a first quick look into the design. And as it's a harbor, there will be ships, and as the day changes, this is sunset, and this is nighttime with Flooftopia. So now we want to address the question of why Flooftopia? What is Flooftopia valuable for? What is it bringing into the Cardano ecosystem? So I have already stated that Flooftopia is creating many firsts within the ecosystem, and we want to build out the NFT and gaming side of Cardano. We want to push the envelope on what a CNFT game can do. And the most important thing that I want to emphasize is that we will put the game first and NFTs will come second. This is not going to be something, I feel like a lot of gamers hate this when they have to have a lot of crypto stuff already there, and before they can even start implementing or I guess playing any game, or the game itself isn't that great. It's just a cash grab to sell NFTs. And that's not what we want. We want this to be something that even non-crypto users can enjoy. They can move it at their own pace. We're not forcing anybody to sign up for a wallet for ADA. They don't have to connect their account with an ADA wallet or an NFT at all. But as long as you want to have fun in Flooftopia, build your have your own Floof and play the game, you can slowly move into the NFT side whenever you want. This will lower the entry of barrier to a lot of people who are not crypto natives already. And we want to make sure that the user experience is as great as possible. And here are the core members of the team. Marcin and Christian are in this chat. So hi, and thank you so much for what you do for us. Conrad is the founder and head of marketing of Flooftopia. Marcin, Alex, Dirk, and Christian are from Red Potion Studios. And as you guys can see, Ada Quest is just absolutely amazing. So with their help, we have advanced quite a lot into the development of the game. And here's the timeline for by the end of Q2 this year, we will finalize our revamped website. It's going to look really cute, really amazing. We'll finalize a lot of the aspects of the game design documents and release a light paper so you can learn more about the comprehensive information of the game. We will continue the development of minting and customization of the NFT floofs. And by early Q3, we will release NFT cells where you can customize your own floof tokens. We'll add more languages. We'll have 50% of the Flooftopia world engine complete. And we are going to, think of more things you can add to the NFT customization, like additional skins, cosmetic stuff to it, but it won't be purely cosmetics. It won't be anything that's pay to win. And in Q4, we'll have 75% of the engine work completed and hire more talents to help us speed up the process. And by Q4, we aim to begin alpha testing. And with that, I wrap my presentation and I open the floor to questions.
Thank you. That was slightly over time, but I think we have some flexibility in terms of timing. So, would anyone like to ask Sidi or Flooftopia some questions about this project? George.
Hi, Sidi.
Hi.
So I'm interested about the customization features. So I guess each character is going to be minted as an NFT, isn't it? So if it's minted as an NFT, how will somebody be able to customize it again? Or the customization is going to be final and that's it with your character?
Okay. All right. So as of right now, we think that because you can play the game even without already having purchased an NFT. So there will be a few default floof characters you can play the game with. And once you have minted a floof, the idea is if you link your ADA wallet to your game account, you'll be able to kind of import the floof as the character. So then even if you already had some progress in the game with the default, once you made another floof, you'll be able to use it as your new look in the game. But as of right now, I don't think we planned on having it so that you can change the one that you already minted, because after all, you paid for this one look of that. I imagine you will be able to have, mint a couple different ones, but as of right now, we don't have plans of having it something you can just adjust as you play, because then it just doesn't seem, I guess, entirely practical to have, like, say you change the color of the eyes and then it's not going to just change the NFT on the blockchain. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. It makes sense. And I want to ask also, would you have a limited supply or you didn't determine this yet about what's the maximum?
That's something we're hashing out. So, but we're not going to make it that, it will be something that's generated in a massive amount, but it will be, I think we'll have that number more down pat once we have the light paper out.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Sidi. Is there any other questions?
I think Marcin had a hand up.
Marcin, you had your hand up.
Yeah, just want to not only to ask a question, because we are of course involved in the dev process, I want just to clarify, because a lot of people are asking us and also Convert how we managed to run these two projects. To be very clear, we are just advisors, yeah, something like consultants on this. We put a different team together to develop Fluftopia, and it's completely different resources than on AdaQuest. That is very important to put this straight, because not that people are thinking that the resources that are involved in AdaQuest will be pushed to Fluftopia or back and forth.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that clarification. I just want to get back to the subject of Fluftopia. If I could just wrap up with a final question, because we're coming into time. Sorry to interrupt you, Marcin. But you said it's directed at a kid-friendly game. Have you done research into parental consent and moderation guidelines if it's directed at kids?
Yeah, so we're actually looking into how to make the game very safe for children, because we are not going to solicit anything. We're not selling tokens to NFTs to children. It will be something for them. It's just a game, because it's like a Disney merch. It's the parents that are paying for it. The kids are just into it. And that's how this works. It will be something that the kids will be really excited to play. And once, when they get into it, it's like when you play any other games, when you're a kid, you ask your parents to, hey mom, can I get some of this in-game currency to buy these things in the game? And it's something that we envision along the lines. And when you start an account, we're going to have a place where we're thinking of having something where they have to check a box, like I'm at least 18 years old, or I have a guardian next to me consenting that I'm playing this game. So, and we want to protect children as much as possible. So there will be restrictions on where in the game, under what scenarios you can even talk in the chat kind of situation. So it will be something like, unless you're in a village or a guild that's built by people you won't be able to just randomly talk to people.
That's great, because you just answered my follow-up question, which was about community moderation as well. So, but yeah, so that's great for clarifying those points, and thank you for a great presentation on the interesting project. And so if you want to stop sharing your screen, we can go back now to the main room. And thank you everyone for participating and asking questions. And we'll go back for our coffee break now. So if you could just jump back to the main room. I'll stop recording now.
All right, do you see my screen?
Yeah, that's great. We see the screen.
Okay, so we don't have any slides. Actually, I think the best way to present the project is going to be by showing the website and discussing the different elements. And of course, we can discuss also the game if we have some time. But in general, Gender Unicorns is the first gender diverse NFT card game, which is going to emphasize on gender diversity, on equality, and acceptance. So we have our first generation of unicorns is going to feature 20 different genders. So our NFTs will have their own genders, which is going to be randomized. And based on these NFTs, it will give you access to specific alliances, which we are going to use in the card game. And of course, there's more to that, but let's go a little bit through. We have done a lot of work when it comes to designs. Right now, we have 476 hand-drawn designs by our two main designers, which results in a huge number of combinations. So we have 195,000 quadrillion combinations. So 195 quintillion. It's a lot of combinations. There is a lot of traits. There's a lot of customizations. But this is mostly about the visual aspect. But our project is more than that. It's not just visuals, which, okay, here you can see like it's a bit blurry. Here you see like how the unicorns will look like. Two of the 42 plus unicorns that we have in our collection. And this is our team. So we have two graphic designers. One is based on character design, other one on main graphics. And, you know, all of them were transparent. We have our social media, our LinkedIn. When it comes to NFTs, you usually see people afraid to share their identities. And I think this is something that we want to do differently. You know, we have nothing to hide. We are transparent as possible. All the information about our project is listed on the website, even when it comes to funding, to expenses, to how the distribution of the NFTs. we have really nothing to hide. We want the people actually to give us feedback and to evolve the project based on the community. So this is what we emphasize on. We want to emphasize on building a community, and this community is going to be built by people who can express freely themselves. So that's the main concept of the unicorns, that each person has their own identity and they can define it as they want, as they like. But as soon as you do that, you can be accepted. So we have these chat rooms, we have our Discord, but we're also gonna develop our own alliances and our own chat groups, which people can freely express, share what their thoughts about their own identities, about their genders, about their experiences, and anything else. So we want to emphasize on this community, which is built on diversity. So we have a number of unique features. This is some of the features that we have, but I'm going to go briefly through them. So first we have the game, the unicorn battles. So the unicorn battles is going to be played on a grid, which is going to be 3 by 3. And basically the cards of each player are going to be competing based on their metadata with the other players' cards. We have the concept of the game. Actually, we have the gameplay demo draft. It's almost ready right now. I can share a few screenshots by then if we have some time. And it's going to be the force that will unite players together. So of course we have the chat rooms, we have this concept, but we want people to come together through the game. This is when things will get interesting, because when you play with somebody and you're a part of an alliance and you work together, having a common goal, this is when true collaboration comes. So it's not something that is going to be forced, that we think it's something that will be evolved through people who are playing with other players, with other genders, with other alliances, collaborating together and achieving some common goals. And we're going to promote this in a non-pushy way. It's like, it's going to be based on achieving the best that you can in our game. So we have gender diversity. As I said, the NFTs themselves are very gender diverse. We have 20 genders in the first generation. This number will evolve and grow depending on the feedback that we get from the community. And of course, except from the NFTs, we have the alliances, which are going to be played in the game. And we have also the gender chat groups, which is going to be on Discord and eventually on the website. So there is many ways to organize our community, and each person can decide which one fits them the best. We have Unilend. So Unilend is going to be a lending platform, because you will need 5 unicorns to compete with the games, to play one game. Some people might not have 5, so they might lend them from other players who have these 5 unicorns. So we want to allow lending. It will make it much more easy to create a game for matchmaking. And this is one of the main proposals that we suggest into the Catalyst proposal. We also have the UniClub, which is going to be the grand club, the grand alliance that is going to unite everybody together. Unibet is the service that is going to matchmake player to player. Each player will assign a bet, an NFT, and if the other player wants to compete with this and claim this bet, they have to also show their own bet. So Unibet is a way that people will matchmake and find a good competitor, let's say. And Unitrade is going to be the marketplace, which is going to be also based on smart contracts. This is also a part of the proposal. Unicoins is going to be the in-game currency that is going to be awarded based on every win that you achieve. We're going to share unicoins based on individual wins, but also your alliance will get additional unicoins. And these unicoins will be used in many ways. It will be used also in voting, for important updates, for the direction of the game, for visuals and so on. Reputation management as well. It will help to decide to vote for the most active or the best behaving players. So it's going to be a way that the community will self-manage itself. Uniperks is going to be more physical rewards for the holders of the products. It can be like actual unicorn cards. We can arrange events, meetups, charities, and so on. And another feature we have is that our rarity percentages are going to be minted on the metadata itself. So, it's usually when it comes to the percentages, it's completely randomized. we're going to use a different algorithm when it comes to the minting process. So we determine that a specific percentage will result in a specific number of unicorns. It's something that we haven't seen in any other game, and I think it will make some sense when it comes to our own game. Customizations, as we mentioned before, we have lots of 476 custom designs. We're going to add some more in the future, as we develop. But it's one of the most customizable projects that is in the market. And of course, you have dual rarities. So basically, the collection is going to be based either on how rare your designs are, and also how rare your statistics are going to be. So the unicorns are going to be used for collective purposes, like some fuzzy designs, some different type of hair and this and that, but also they will have their own statistics, which are also going to have their own rarity table. So some person might just want to get unicorns which are very good for battles because they have high stats, and not care about the unicorns which have more visual customizations, or the other way around. So there is always whatever you get, even if you didn't get a very rare customizable visual unicorn which is rare, you might get some unicorn which is going to be great when it comes to the battles. So there's always some value to get when it comes to your NFTs. And yeah, this is like the brief overview. Of course, we have everything in detail in the pink paper. Everything is very well documented when it comes to the vision, the team, our CVs are there, the milestones. Also, them, like mentioned, the catalysts, unique features, our audiences, their impact, the SDG rate, which were actually suggested in some amendments on the current Sustainable Development Goals that was placed by the United Nations. We are thinking that they are not inclusive enough, so we are trying to add some more pressure to make them more accepted. And of course, the development budget is also here, the plan based on workouts. So everything that you need to find about the project is already here. It's as transparent as possible. And we are really aiming to make a difference with our project, to make the NFT industry not just be about speculation, about making lots of money, about flipping NFTs, but to provide some actual value when it comes to society. So we hope that with gender unicorns, we will be able to really achieve that, to bring people together, let them have fun, and also understanding the process that we are all one, and we have different identities, different expressions, but we are all need to be respected and beloved. So that's it. I'm not sure how did it go with timing, but I'm ready for your questions.
We actually just 10 seconds under 10 minutes, so well done.
Okay, perfect.
So
there was a lot to discuss, so I was speeding up there. So
you actually win you win the award for being the most on time. You're almost exactly on time. So thank you for that, George. Does anyone have any questions for George and his project here? Okay, would you like to talk a little, if I can ask some questions, George, would you like to talk a little bit about the amount that you're asking for and how that breaks down into a budget for the proposal? Yes,
so we're asking for $51,400, and it's gonna be mostly for the development of the of some of the milestones. I will actually go through them right now. So yeah, most of it is gonna be about developing the game, so the smart contract game. Which is going to be phased into two milestones. So we have the unicorn battles, is the milestone number 7, the testing and the mainnet, and also embedding the alliances into the games afterwards. So most of the breakdown, let's go down to the development budget. So each specific element is broken down into some subparts. So for example, for the unicorn battles, we're gonna need to sync the NFT wallets. We will need development for the selector screens, for the battle mechanics, for the battle grid, how it's gonna be played the game, how the cards will flip and so on, the animations, and eventually the smart contract that will bring everything together. We have also the Unibet that I explained before very briefly, which is the matchmaking service. So basically how people will find other competitors to claim their unicorns. So this will have its own interface, and it will have its own search filters and its profiles. So if you see next to it, I have like the expected work hours for every development task. And we also calculated this with $100 per hour as an hourly rate, which is from what we have been gathered, this is like the average salary when it comes to Haskell developers. So, and also we have the alliances. The alliances also, we have their own interface. They're going to have their own chat rooms. They will have their own mechanics, which are going to be for voting. There are bonuses. We're going to run some contests and the smart contracts. We're going to have unicorns. So all of this, everything you see here is in the proposal as well. Unicorns, how we're going to integrate them into the game, how is going to be the game mechanics with the integrates, how we're going to verify that there is no hacks, there is no manipulation in this, how we distribute them based on the games and the smart contract. We have the license voting, which is how people will vote within the alliances. People will be able to vote for leaders, for people who moderate the alliances, people who will lead them for a specific amount of time. So we're not going to do that. The community will do that.
That's
and
great.
We're going to use.
Sorry to interrupt. If I could, because we're running out a little bit, so I just want to ask one more question, if I may.
Sorry. Yes.
That's a great breakdown of budget and all that. But yeah, I just wanted to also that for people who are watching this as well. You say that you're a very open project. If you get funded, will you be updating the progress of your project on the website? Or
yes.
Is that what you'd be doing? Okay. So
yes, definitely. And actually, one of our plans is not only to track the development process and to display it on a daily basis, but also we want the future development to be determined by the community. So we want to use these funds in the best way possible, and I think the community is the best to determine if these funds are used properly and how they are used and how they want them to use them. So definitely this is the original plan. This is how we want to implement it, at least when it comes to Catalyst. But everything needs to be audible and needs to be transparent. And this process and the future development, we will definitely keep the updates in our channels. We might have a specific section in the website that we're going to track the current development for each specific phase. So we think it's also like a way to measure this. And of course, we're having our GitHub account, which development is also visible there. It's open source. We are already having our gender icons. We created some open source assets, which are available on GitHub. And we plan to share more code and actually the smart contracts that we're going to use. We're going to also have them on GitHub.
Okay, that's great. That'd be a great way. So I'm just wrapping up because we're coming near to the end of time. Yeah, but that would be a great way to engage people in the project, wouldn't it? And to find out what people's user requirements are, and to update it on the website. So good luck with your proposal on there. Thank you for the nice presentation.
Thank you.
If you could stop sharing the screen, and we can move on now because we're out of time on that.
Yes.
Okay, the next proposal, let me check my list, I hope I'll get your name correctly. It's Farm for Aransky NFT. Sorry if I murdered your name there. With the okay. Would you like to present?
It's okay now. Yeah, I'm ready.
What I'll do is put a heart emoji, and I'll put a little warning in chat if you're coming towards the end of your presentation as well. And I'll start the clock when you start talking, okay?
Yeah. Is it okay for me to share the screen?
Yeah, you should be able to share your screen by clicking the green share screen button on the Zoom. That's great. It might take a while to come up. There it is.
So can you see my screen now?
We can, yeah. That's great.
Okay, so it's my great pleasure to present about our game project here on behalf of our Iron Sky team. So our project is aimed to build a highly entertaining play-to-earn game focusing on NFT and with the metaverse feature on Cardano blockchain. So as you know, there are many play-to-earn games released recently, but metaverse is a new trend, and we think with metaverse we can attract more users and more investor to Cardano blockchain, and it will have, we think we can contribute to the growth of the Cardano. And in our project that we propose here is a next phase of the previous funded project in Fund 7. So about the game overview is each player, they will own a spaceship to fight with enemies and monster while they explore the universe. And the game will have many stages, and each stage can be a planet, and people will gain the game items after they complete a mission, or they can, it can be a one play mode or multiple player play mode. So for one player mode, people we need to complete missions, and after each mission they can gain some experience and some game items that have them to improve the experience or improve the fight capability of their spaceship. And we decide to have two type players, the free players and the paid players. So for free players, they still can enjoy very basic feature of the games, but if they need to unlock some advanced feature that have them to achieve more special game items, they will need to be a paid player. And we plan to have 6 phases of the game, and each phase is a planet with different type enemies and monster and aliens, and people need to complete the mission in one phase to go to the next phase. So here's a demo of our game that we built. So it will be easier for you to see how we how the game will be built on the iOS and Android platform.
That's great. The video is playing quite well.
Yeah, so it is just a prototype, so no sound is included yet.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's good to see.
So it's something like that. So the spaceship will, it is very basic level. So when they complete a mission or they fight with enemy, they can gain more equipment, and they can enhance their fighting capabilities. Like they have more type bullet, or more shield to protect themselves, or they can improve their speed. And this is one of the part that we already complete within the scope of previous funded project. So in the next phase, we want to continue improve the build prototype that we have been done in the previous phase. And our ultimate goal is to launch the first Tron game in PC and mobile for user to try, and we can get back some we can get the feedback from user to continue to improve the game. We also have the plan for token generation of the game. So based on after releasing the first version of the game, we plan to release some tokens, and in the long terms, overall we plan to release about 1 billion tokens, and we will hold about 25% of the token, and the remaining will be released to the market and for investor and players and for game marketing. So just a brief introduction about our team. So we have many experts in our team in different areas, and there are two main contributors within our team. The Ubisoft studio, they have been working in mobile game development for more than 10 years, and his CEO is Bảo Hòa, who has been a game engineer for more than 15 years, and they are will be in charge of the game development. Regarding the NFT and Cardano blockchain technical issue will be handled by the other points. And this is a very active team working on Cardano blockchains, and they have been working with Cardano from last year in Fund 7 and Fund 8, and they have more than 10 proposals funded and proposed in Fund 7 and Fund 8. And we also have expert in marketing to help us advertise our game. And we also have another team to have maintained our stake pool, and you can see in the screen. So here's some communication channel that you can get in touch with us, so we can get we have our homepage with the contact point, and you can contact us through our through IdeaSkin project webpage. I think I have been complete my presentation about the game. So feel free to have me to have any questions or comments.
No, that's great. You're well within time. Thank you, Han. And can we now open it up to questions for this proposal? If anyone would like to ask some questions. Okay. So could I ask some questions, Farm? What's the total budget for the proposal? I mean, the total amounts really. It's really
it's about 50K, and 50K. It has been
And it's a continuation, or it's related to a previous Fund 7 proposal. Is that right?
It's a continuation from previous.
Okay, that's good. And did you learn any lessons from? So you got successfully funded in the previous fund. So that's good, isn't it? And did you learn some lessons from there? Did you from the previous funding round?
Actually, we are quite new with the Cardano idea scale, and I personally, this is my first time present in the international room. In previous round we present in Vietnamese room, but this time my boss think it's better to present here. So more people might know about our project. And you might know that in Vietnam we have many game development teams, and recently and play to earn NFT game is very well developed in Vietnam. We have many teams focused in many games, and one of the CEO of the HC Infinity actually he's from Vietnam.
I was briefly involved with Eastern Town Hall myself. I know Lynn, and I used to help manage some of that. So is there an emerging interest? You say that there's a particular interest in this kind of thing in Vietnam, and is there an emerging interest in the metaverse? Would you like to talk about that a little bit? You refer to the metaverse for.
Metaverse is also emerging, but not many people are focused on metaverse at the moment in Vietnam. They focus on NFT, but metaverse is quite a new thing. And in this fund, we start seeing like a few projects also in Vietnam. They start building their own metaverse for their game as well. But those projects has been presented in Vietnamese room.
Any other
unfortunately, yeah.
If there's any other questions,
Yeah.
I mean, so the metaverse is like an opportunity, isn't it, to move on from the NFT-based thing? It's like an evolution, would you say?
Personally, I think it is opportunity because I don't think it's a revolution because we in the past before NFT, I think we already have like virtual world that already developed, and it just recently people pay more attention about metaverse because they find some interesting feature from metaverse that has relation with the blockchain and NFT. So I think it is just a new opportunities.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just it's a revolution here.
A revolution. Okay, so you think it's a new paradigm. So yeah, I mean, this is how innovation is good, isn't it? Okay, so I'm glad you talked about your team as well. That was very interesting. So and would you like to say a little bit about your roadmap or your timeline for what you're going to do? I know you mentioned it in the presentation, but you just said.
Actually, yeah. To build the metaverse is taking time, and actually it's a long-term project, and we plan to make it the fully version of the game. Maybe it may take about at least 1.5 years later.
Okay.
So we are still continue working on the game feature and trying to improve the graphic design, and we also start working on the NFT item of the game and how to integrate with the Cardano blockchain, because Cardano is also quite new to us as well. Though we have technical teams working very hard on Cardano blockchain, but yeah, there's still technical issue for us, and we still need to spend time on it as well.
So will this proposal fund the whole development life cycle, or will it just fund at one stage and then you'll move, if you get funded, you move on to another proposal?
Yeah, it's funded for 6-month period.
Okay.
And yeah, we need to move to the next. Yeah, we will, if successful, we will try to apply for the next one to continue our project.
Well, I wish you luck, and thanks for your presentation and for
thank
all
you
the
very
information that you've provided. It's been very helpful. And I'll just give the final opportunity to anyone else to ask any further questions. No, but thank you, Farm, for your presentation again. And if you could unshare your screen so we can move on to the next presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I think we have Edwin, and it's I've got to check my notes. Little Cube.
Trying to share my screen.
Yeah, as I said before, I'll put in chat if you're coming to near the end of your presentation, or a little heart emoji in my slide, so you've got a pre-warning, so I don't have to interrupt you. And I'll start the clock from when you begin the presentation and share your screen. Okay.
Hang on.
There's no rush, don't worry, it's fine. Are you able to share your screen? I'm still not seeing the screen, Edwin. No. There you go.
Okay, so I'm presenting Little Cube Valley. So what is Little Cube Valley? It is a living world game made out of many tiny colorful voxels, just like what you see on the screen. It is also a research-oriented game development project. So these are some of the related games, Cube World, Valorant, and Hytale. So what is a living world game? Basically, this is a living world is a concept developed by Bart Stewart over his blog post in 2009. So basically, he described his vision of a single-player role-playing game within a persistent virtual world. So it has the size and depth of an MMORPG, but it has also the character-focused storytelling that is found in classic role-playing games. So he also described that you will avoid some of the problems facing single-player games and those facing MMORPGs. So he also said that the content updates will allow the games to be such a living world game to be played for years. So yes, there are other things like simplifies the gameplay user experience. The events in the game world are highly memorable and they can change over time. And the players will have a sense of belonging to the world. So what are features of a living world game? It's a large-scale world. It's enormous for exploration and plenty of unknown locations to be discovered. The game world is dynamic due to the passage of time. Non-player characters have a lifespan. They live and they die. So settlements of civilizations, they can rise and fall. So in this case, the game world will require to have extensive simulation capabilities. These simulations, they are there to provide the foundation for complex storytelling. So large-scale world-changing events, they can affect the players and the players can affect them. Okay, storytelling in the living world. Now, for large-scale and complex storytelling, the idea is that if you have epic storylines, you can help to cultivate the imagination in the minds of the players. So the players will have to discover and combine all the fragmented pieces of the story. And we're going to take a little page from Shadow of Mordor. So there will be an adversary system for important villain characters that will interfere in the progress of the players. So what it means is that the villain characters, they will undergo questing. So this will be conducted by the artificial intelligence. So for example, if the adversary they may get promoted if they defeat the player, and they will become harder to defeat in future confrontations. So there will be also a feedback system to record the choices and achievements made by players. Okay, so how does storytelling and blockchain NFTs come about? So basically, my proposal is to record the historical world events as NFTs on the blockchain. So first, we are going to reward the players who can complete major storylines, who complete those major storylines with event-based NFTs. So every time the player views these NFTs, they will be able to remember what are some of the world events that have happened. And these story NFTs will also provide the priority access for subsequent major storylines. So it's kind of different from the rest of the blockchain games where they tend to be gladiatorial in nature. So these NFT rewards are also have a limited supply. So players will have to compete to complete the stories. So we imagine a certain length of story can be like maybe between 2 to 4 weeks. The player plays every day for about 1 to 2 hours. Okay, so now we are for the competitive analysis. So Hytale is the only large-scale living world game project back at Riot Games. Valorant is the open source alternative to Cube World They have a very large community, about 11,000 members. For blockchain, metaverse, and non-story driven game projects, this is increasingly becoming like a red ocean. So however, for blockchain story-driven game projects, this remains a blue ocean. For example, Phantom Galaxies shows that they can have excellent retention and an extremely huge community. So living world game projects, when you combine them with blockchain, you will be able to satisfy the first four criteria of the blue ocean strategy. That is to be able to create an uncontested market space. You have no competition from metaverse projects. You will be able to create and capture new demand, and you'll be able to pursue differentiation. Okay, so now we come to world maps. Left side is Cube World, right side is Valorant. As you can see, Cube World is very colorful. So what I've been working on, we've been working on the world map, procedural world map development. So why use a procedural generated world map? Because first, the world map will be able to form the foundation for the enormous large-scale game world. It also helps you to avoid the problem of trying to paint more than 1 million voxels. So once the history generation tool is ready, we will be able to know where the locations of the entities are. Then we will be able to script to add in the models. So it doesn't mean that the entire game engine is procedurally generated. The camera orientation is a fixed angle camera. We have two orientation choices. One is overhead, and the other is a front view. So therefore, the goal is to have a much more meaningful world map compared to what Cube World and Valorant has. So, but we will require some of the more global illumination solutions, such as pre-computed radiant transfer and real-time ray tracing solutions. Then from the map will basically they give you the entities like where the capital cities is, where the capital cities are, and where the towns are. Then we have asked ourselves the question: how do we set up simulations? What are local governments? How the settlements going by road? And what are population demographics? Okay, so cascaded world map. So what it means is basically you step into the quad tree at once. So that means that you have more space to define the regions within each settlement, because the map becomes larger. It's like Google Map, you zoom in. So basically, we can use the cascaded world maps to hide many points of interest, so that players will have to search through the cascaded world maps to identify what all the locations they have not been to. So then we ask ourselves, what are the other things for the simulation that we can have, such as the districts, the demographics, and the racial enclaves, and what are the building types and so on. So you continue to zoom in, and you will have the final cascade level, and then this basically is illustration of the central district of the capital city. Then we can ask ourselves, what is the purpose of the building? What are labels? What are traits? So players will have to discover the residential and commercial entities themselves, and they have to ask for direction because there's no road signs in a medieval city. So currently we are having on the left side is the client application. So the goal is to transition from the left, the client application that you see on the left image, to the right side, to the right image. Maybe we can skip this. These are technical issues. Okay, so basically the client application, we want to be able to handle crowd rendering. So for such a scenes. Okay, so for project management, so the goal is to be able to sell NFT art collection, first collection on JPEG Store's Launchpad for 1,000 pieces. And eventually after taxation, we will have a certain amount in LF, about maybe 41,500. And these 4 images are the sample artworks. And the likelihood is that we have to continue to sell NFT artworks to finance the project, because this is such a huge project. So if we have to combine Project Catalyst and the NFT artworks, and eventually we will have a certain amount of capital, and then we will be able to fund the manpower cost for six people for 3,800 a month. The total cost, manpower cost for 20 months is about 60,000 ADA. So we can delay the technical project for a little bit first while we concentrate on the NFT artworks. So project is open for collaboration if we can clear both sectors. That is the Project Catalyst and JPEG Stores Launchpad. So current team is 2 people, myself and Jack Julian, who is a musician. So the goal is to look for collaborators with the same level of passion and commitment as the contributors on Valorant. So, but however, this project is a commercial endeavor. I'm not intending to open source it because on the Ethereum side, there is a project that managed to obtain $73 million because it's a rug pull project, no fixed amount. So we do not want other developers on other blockchains to make use of what we have. So, and these are our positions for collaboration. That's it. Thank you.
That's great. That's obviously exactly on time. Thank you, Edwin. And that's a great presentation, very interesting project. And would anyone have any questions for Edwin on this project at all? No, you have to forgive me because I'm not so familiar with your project, but if I could ask some questions as well. You referred to limited supply of NFTs, which would cause competition. Is that within the game? And could you explain that a little bit?
Let me see, where was the slide? Okay, here. Okay, so what it means that the story event NFTs, basically there'll be storylines, and then the players will need to complete the storyline, and then they will be rewarded with the NFTs. But because it might not be possible to be able to, because in the event that every single player was be able to complete the storyline, then it might not be how should we put it, sustainable solution.
Yeah.
So we have to be able to limit the supply, and then we have to tell the players that it's a limited supply. You must complete your storyline as soon as you can. And furthermore, in the event that so we have to try to adjust the difficulty level to make sure that not everybody who participates in the storyline will be able to complete it. So therefore, the scarcity will continues to improve because a smaller subset of the player base will be able to complete the storylines. Then so they will get priority access for subsequent storylines. So the competition continues. Eventually, fewer and fewer players will be able to win the subsequent NFTs.
So obviously you've done some projections on that to see how that would play out in terms of, okay, that's great. And you've already, you mentioned you have a small team, but you are responsive to circumstances. That's what you were saying in terms of, so you're going to be partly self-funded from the sale of NFTs. Do you see any other risks with that, or are you quite happy, confident with that situation?
Okay, basically, there's always the case that because there's limited resources on JPEG Stores Launchpad, it is not a guarantee that every project, every NFT artwork project will be able to be supported by the Launchpad. But for example, I actually managed to get into the first cohort, but they asked me to work on a picture profile project because I submitted scenes-based artwork instead. So so right now I'm still working on these NFTs artworks. So it'll be some time before I can actually be ready for the Launchpad, because one of the criteria in order to get into Launchpad is that you have to be somewhat far along in the process of your NFT artwork collection.
Great, that's great, and thank you for an interesting presentation. I like the the way that you described the different kinds of games that have been in the system, and the market research you did is very impressive and quite enlightening as well. So thank you for that. And I'll just give people here one more opportunity to ask Edwin any questions. And if not, okay, thank you, Edwin, for your presentation. And that's the end of the second part of this. If you'd like to unshare the screen, we can return to the main room. And thank you everyone for participating and engaging in this process. And I hope you'll come to the next Idea Fest. So I'll just stop recording now. Thank you. Oh, if I can get the button.